And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the PUBG Continental Series 5 APAC for day number 2, week number 1. I'm Leonard Lee, also known as Yolong. Joining me once again is the ever so loving Tash Bani. By the way, Tash, I had actually rewatched back our yesterday's VOD as well, and I noticed as well that I really needed to have a haircut because my hair is absolutely wild. This pandemic has done this hair and my belly terrible harm, by the way.
You and me both, Leonard. So for today, we've seen a big one
your
yesterday.
hair looks absolutely great.
It's called the magic of camera. Okay, but in all seriousness, going back to the PUBG Continental Series 5, we had an explosive day 1 where we had some teams that we did not expect to just make it out on top. We had teams that we expected to be on top but didn't really quite make it because of how the playing field is. You know, when I came into here, it was going to be just Fury on top, because of their reputation. But clearly I was wrong, because from how yesterday played out, it seemed like even if there were a gap in skill between Fury and the other teams, it seems like the other teams, especially the Asian teams, are doing so well to bridge that gap, and I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that has really been upping their game. I mean, teams like Shopper Esports and Attack All Around, to me, those are the kind of things, or even day trade gaming as well, has always been quite constant in the PCS. It was only a team like Buriram that has constantly been blocking their passage from getting into a higher ranking or getting into having a more better play towards the final circle. Now in this PCS5, Buriram was not able to qualify for this series in particular. I mean, even if they tried, there's no real need for them because they already secured their seeding in the PUBG Global Championship that's going to be happening towards the end of this year. So with Buriram out of the way, now the previous team that was previously being a wall for them is now allowing them to getting a chance to rack up more points here. And of course, Fury is definitely going to have a lot more competitors for this field.
Yeah, that's right. So I think one team that really, struck out in particular yesterday was definitely UNP. I feel like they are extremely consistent in gameplay, very aggressive, which I absolutely love. We actually see consistently throughout all the matches, despite not getting chicken dinners, they still play the way that they want to play. Aggressive, they're not scared to push, they're not afraid to rotate, they're not afraid to take on teams, and even when teams try to crash into them, they just handle them so perfectly, which is what I want to see. But sometimes it just comes to the point where they're just too aggressive, and it kind of just bites them back in the butt when they just kind of lose out resources, lose out on some of their members. But either way, they still managed to get top 4 times in a row, I believe, yesterday, which is insane. So speaking of that, we also had some newcomers to the league as well, which was Team Extraordinaire previously, I think. Oh yes, Team Seriu. We didn't really quite see the spark they had back in PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2, but I think it's still there. Definitely, I think they're still trying to find the momentum. Some teams, the momentum is fast, like UNP, they found their footing ASAP, but teams like Seriu, I think it might be another few days, maybe. What do you think?
It's definitely going to be taking quite some time. Like I'm not too surprised. I mean, yes, I'm surprised of how amazing the performance was going to be. I knew they were going to be great. I didn't expect them to be top 4 great, that kind of thing. But if we're just comparing between Seriu and UNP in particular, I'm not surprised on how comfortable UNP was going to be inside the Continental Series, because it's not their first time here. Actually, they've been here during PCS3, but of course that was from the previous format. They also tried to qualify during PCS4, but they couldn't really make it through. But either way, this new collaboration between these two teams, because previously all the members in that team itself was from Unicorn Cyber and from Phoenix Gaming. They decided to combine themselves and become one. There's some Dragon Ball action happening between both those teams, and they really made the best out of the situation here because they were able to find that kind of chemistry. Like, it's really rare to see a team not only able to find a member that has a very similar wavelength as them, and also at the same time had really great synergy at the same time. Because newer teams, the few times that we witnessed in the past is that when a new team is formed with new rosters as well, there's always some constrictions, you know, the kind of the contradiction, because everyone's just like, I'm aggressive, but my team is passive. Next, you know, the decision making gets a little bit like, there's a little bit of doubt and hesitation in between their gameplays. But UNP yesterday, they're just like, you know what, we're all aggressive, right? We like to kill, we like to chase, we like to hunt, right? Good. We're all on the same subject. We see a team, we just chase them down, we'll gun them down. Doesn't really matter. Team Serial, yes, like what you said, I still think they still have that flare of potential that we saw in Challenger Rumble. But if they're coming into this series with the same with a mindset where like, okay guys, it's gonna be similar like Challenger Rumble, you know, we just have to do what we do best and do how we're gonna be having fun. Then if they come with that kind of mindset, I think they're gonna be in big trouble, because this is Continental series. This is no longer like your local tournaments anymore. So it's definitely a new playground at this point for Syria. Actually, not even a playground. I think this is a new battlefield for Syria here. So they really need to step up their game if they really want to.
Yeah,
if they
it's
want
a
to
whole
walk
new world.
alongside the Titans here.
Yeah, it hits different out here for sure. I can say that it's more aggressive, it's more fast-paced, I believe. I mean, as much as I want to say people want to try and survive and they want to fight toward the end, that is totally opposite than what we predicted yesterday. So for now, this is the schedule of what we're going to be seeing today, as well as the next few weeks. Actually, you see that APAC and Americas will be happening at the same time. Asia as well as Europe will be happening on Saturday and Sunday. So I'm really excited to see what's going to work. I think, you know, it's a great way to end the week. You have Thursday, Friday, just kind of chill, wind down before the big leagues happen on Saturday and Sunday. What do you think?
It is really amazing. Like seriously, for all the PUBG fans, like PUBG PC fans here, you definitely have your schedule cut out for you. We literally have 4 regions here. If you guys couldn't get enough of that PUBG action, especially after watching the APAC scenes, there's always the other regions: Americas, Asia, and Europe also going to be happening at the same time for this next few weeks, or this next remaining 2 weeks. We're going to be coming down, since today is going to be the final day to end this very first week for the APAC side. But you know, Tosh Money, I'm really happy that as usual, like every PCS, we're always the one that starts first. I really enjoy this, because I'm like, it feels such an honor to be able to start things off for the Continental series, and I think that's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I feel that way too, and I feel like the way Asia plays is definitely different when you look at Europe as well as America's side. But for now, let's have a look at the overview. This is the format, which is going to have 6 matches per day with 12 matches per week, giving 36 matches total. Where we'll go with the most chicken rule. Okay, this will be reset every week. For the tiebreaker, the team with the most kills will be the one that'll be winning, and the winner will be the team with the most prize money. So yesterday we saw, was there a team that got 2 chicken dinners yesterday? No, right? I don't think so. It was 1 each. Yeah, it was 1 each yesterday. So there's a lot of teams right now currently all tied together. But what separates them is the number of kills right now, with UNP leading the pack, almost double the amount of kills on 2nd place, which is insane. We're seeing a lot of Asian teams just kind of take over from the Oceania side. We're actually so used to thinking Oceania will be the team that will be dominating, but clearly I was wrong. Vietnam is clearly showing superiority. Thailand's doing amazing, as well as the Philippines.
It's really amazing to see some of the new teams, especially the new teams, and even the older returning classics also coming back and really showing their mettle into the game yesterday. We saw some really great strengths besides UNP as well. We saw Chumbury also joining in some of the actions. We also saw Easy Esports, although we did see a little bit of a passive play coming out from them, but it's still totally fine. Now, this is, of course, the prize pool where we were able to deduce how this is going to be incorporated alongside with the most number of chicken dinner format here. And of course, Tash, let's walk through this together.
Yeah, that's right. Special prizes there, but let's take a look at week 1. First place, week 1 will be bringing home $17,000 US. Week 2, $20,000, and week 3, $29,000. With the weekly prize of $230,000, with a special prize, which is the $5,000 for the kill leader. The all PCS team, $10,000 with $2,500 per player. An insane squad gives them 5,000 as 20,000, and you get 230,000 plus 20,000 with a total prize pool of 250,000 US. So, can you kind of explain to me this crowdfunding part, Leo?
The crowdfunding. I mean, this is really great stuff, because like whatever we actually sort of like actually like gain for itself the total amounts of sales that was being made from all the remember, because if you notice from the schedule, the timetable, we had like I had a little note there for those who actually for the when you can actually buy the voting coupons. So whatever basically whatever money that's going to be earned there is actually going to be distributed out evenly. So I think this is really amazing what PUBG Comp has really done for us here. Like, and
Yeah.
it's not just that as well. I mean, the price also, it wasn't increased in this series. It was actually increased in PCS4. But the fact that they actually increased it for us it just gives a little bit more. Just gives a little bit more love to not only to the gamers and the viewers as well, but also to our professional players. And what a way to end the year with the PUBG Global Championship. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are your teams here. 5 teams from the 5 teams going to be receiving from Thailand, 5 from Vietnam, 2 from Indonesia, 2 from the Philippines, and of course, 2 from Oceania. And of course, some of the names here, they're the ones you know, they're the ones you love, and of course, they're the names that have the highest chance of taking that win and also securing that seeding for the PGC at the end of the year.
Yes, that's right. I feel like Vietnamese teams are just so totally on another level. Yesterday we saw Easy, BN, UNP just going crazy. We saw teams from Thailand as well, Myth, as well as AAA, Sharper are the teams to watch personally for me. From Indonesia, Eagle 365, Philippines, both AAP and Colony PH, OCE as well, both Fury, as well as 36 Cartel. We've got a whole lot of teams that, I mean, like, usually whenever I watch a tournament, there's always going to be one team dominating, or at least the same favorites over and over again. But all these teams, despite them being new, being old, veteran or not, they are all giving each other a run for the money. It's not like thinking like, there's no moment in the game where you can even think like, oh, this is an easy to pick team, we're going to pick them off early for those extra kills. It's not going to happen, clearly, because just everyone has their own strengths, and we love to see it. Myth yesterday, though, very interesting plays from them. Not quite enough to clinch the chicken dinner, but we do want to see more. And also Team AAA, though, finishing off yesterday with the final chicken dinner.
It's really cool. Like, it's just like, look, the thing is this, right? It's not just like Myth as well. Like, although yes, for those who have been joining us all the way from Charity Showdown, Myth, yes, is one of the few returning teams, but they came in with an absolutely new, entirely new rosters as well. Everyone's totally different. The playstyle, though, yes, like you said, quite unique. But same goes for the rest of the teams as well. That's really really coming back into the mix. And speaking of which, this is your total leaderboard for week number 1 from yesterday's game as well, to see who's actually taking top dog. Of course, although yes, we don't have a team that is more significant in the number of chicken dinners here. But of course, when it comes up, but the tiebreaker here is going to be the number of kills, and that's going to be UNP taking the top spot with 61, twice the amount of more kills from AAP and any other teams here in this current listing.
Yeah, that's right. UNP, though, their aggression is definitely paying off. And with this amount of kills, whenever someone tries to tiebreak them, they're just gonna easily just slide over their the tiebreakers just so easily right now. It's like more than double, actually, when you think about it. You know, the amount of kills here. I think they're in a very comfortable position. As I said earlier, and so many times, they need that chicken dinner to unlock the kills. Think of it as like a backup. You need to unlock one skill in order to unlock the next, and in this game, you need to unlock that chicken dinner in order to unlock those kills. Number 2, though, Archangel Predator. Despite the rough start, they finally found their footing, putting them in second place right now with 29 kills, 1 kill ahead of MS Chonburi with 28. On 4th place is Fury, 27 kills, Attack All Around with 24 kills, and 36 Cartel with 19. So we got 6 teams, each with 1 chicken dinner each. I was kind of expecting a back-to-back yesterday, but clearly these teams are not allowing any team to get a double yesterday. They're not allowing anyone to get far ahead, and that's what we like to see. Day Trade Gaming, though, comes so close yesterday, as well as Sharper Esports also so close as well. I really want to see something happen from them all. But then, speaking of like making something happen, right? Colony PH also, their performance was not as stellar as I remembered it to be. I think they're still trying to find their footing. They're trying to figure out how they can fit their playstyle into this stage. I think they may have to rethink, because clearly their old tricks is not working. But I still love their tenacity. I love their aggression. And Bao Nam as well, very aggressive. Another team from Vietnam that I feel they have very similar playstyle to UNP, but just not as tenacious.
I don't think I wouldn't say like they have exactly the same playstyle at all. And honestly, right, BN United, like he's actually just one of the few teams where they don't really have to do any flashy plays in this series in particular. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yes,
Like,
I
although
agree.
yes, I may spot. The reason why I pointed it out that way is because if you notice from yesterday where we had the score screen brought up for who's going to be in the which team had the first seeding for APAC. The second one is waiting for PCS5. We also had 2 more additional slots, and that's going to be given to the best Thailand team and the best Vietnamese team here. So like I
Right.
said, BN United doesn't really have to work too hard for this series, mainly because with their stellar performance back in PCS4, and of course with this new game format, it really worked so well for BN United or teams like BN United because they were really
Right.
dependent on kills. Like maybe if it's the old format, you wouldn't be seeing them getting third spot back in PCS4, but they in this game in that series with this game format they're just like, you know, we just have to survive, get all the way to the back end, and then win that one final round. And that's the
Right.
reason why they got them all the way to third place in PCS4. And with that game format and with the points which they already gathered from that series itself in PCS5, all they need to do really is just get the top 8, and they will already be representing Vietnam in PGC.
Right. So speaking about game format, you know, I think like I actually really prefer this chicken dinner format. If you think about it like this, if it is via kills or via points, I think UNP would be so far ahead. It'll be almost impossible for anyone to keep up with them at this point, and we're gonna see the same team over just straight up in front for so many weeks, you know. So I really like this. It just gives that surprise element, if you may. It gives that that anyone can make it up there. There's not really a moment where you think you're so far behind, unless you're like, you know, like 3 chicken dinners behind or something like that. But even then, you can still catch up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways for them to really like I would say I wouldn't say there's a lot of ways. Like in the old format, there's a lot of ways you can really catch up without having to get that chicken dinner. Now at least, like you mentioned as well, I guess you could say everyone sort of has an opportunity, everyone has a chance here. It really comes down to your tactical ability and your decision making, how you really want to get to the very end here. But funny thing, actually, now that I think about it as well, UNP so far, like the amount of kills that they have and a lot of their runs, including with the colony as well, most of their running has been really not in their favor so far, because so far UNP had just been running through like teams like Seiryu, also able to sort of preset themselves up, or there's even like those situations where like MSC was just completely unaware that UNP was already securing that compound, and UNP was just able to just totally take full control of that advantage situation for themselves and get those racking up those amount of kills. So day number 1, definitely UNP was definitely loving that situation. Let's see whether they have the same similar run-ins for today's day number 2 here, because if they have a similar run-ins, then I believe they will still definitely will increase their kill score for sure, and maybe potentially be the first team to secure maybe 3 chicken dinners in this week, because averagely a team would definitely feel a lot more safer if they can secure at least 2 to 3 chicken dinners in the very same week.
Yeah, that's right. So speaking of that, 2 to 3 chicken dinners will definitely put them ahead. I feel like I think what I really want to see today is a back-to-back. It's hard. It's so hard to do, but that's what makes it just a lot more cool, you know? The idea that you can achieve something that is incredibly tough to do. But for today, the teams that I would really like to watch, I'm keeping my eye out, of course, on UNP, but I really want to keep an eye out on BN United as well as Fury. I feel like those teams are definitely they bring in something a little bit different to the table. But of course, there's also one of my favorite teams, AAP as well. Really want to see them perform. They're able to do it. It was all smiles yesterday for them. They came close quite a few times, but not quite enough to clinch it. But I think that was what makes this tournament so interesting. If it was just so easy for one team, then what's the point of having this tournament, though?
Well, I mean, if it was their local qualifier tournament, then yes, it would have been very easy for every single one of them for sure. But you know, this is the grand stage here before the global championship as well. So definitely they will definitely have to show a little bit more fire than usual to at least tell the world that that's the reason why I'm getting that seeding. The reason why I'm representing Asia Pacific is because I have this, I have that, I have great amount of firepower, and that's exactly why I am here. But you know,
Right.
while of course this is a little bit too early to say, because we're still in week number 1 as well. Although yes, today is the last day before the ending of week number 1 before we proceed to week number 2 next week. There's still a lot more games to go. 6 games in a day, 36 games to go. We're pretty much at 6 games down the line here. But Tosh, by the time we hit by the time we hit at least the 30 game marker here, or 30 or 32 here, we sort of would have a rough idea on which team would sort of be our grand champions here. For the Vietnam side here, I'm not too surprised, unless BN United is nowhere near the top 8 at all for the best Vietnamese team. But for the Thailand side though, this is going to be a real challenge here, because like there were a few teams that is sort of returning back as well. I wouldn't say lackluster. I think Game Home Hadong had a really lackluster gameplay back during PCS4. So PCS5 they still can try to get into try to be the top Vietnamese team for that segment, but it's gonna be quite hard as BN United had such a grand lead as it is. Thailand side, we'll just have to see how well they perform here.
Right. I'm really interested to know though. Let's talk a little bit about the weapon picks from yesterday. From your observation, which are the most popular weapon picks and why?
Oh man, that is tough, man. Like,
I saw the M416, I believe, used quite a bit. That was one of the ones that I noticed quite a lot, probably because of their spawn rates.
Well, it's really a question on what is the best weapon for a certain scenario or a certain situation, right? Of course, yes, barrel is by far one of the best. It's like the best gun in the game.
Yeah, you
but
mentioned
there, of course, there's this
player
unknown barrel grounds, girl.
That's the one. Yeah. Yeah,
because seriously, because like whenever I play with my other pro friends, like from the other pro teams, we're always playing PUBG, and they're all telling me like, "Dude, get a barrel." I said, "I know it's a strong weapon, but why do we need to get a barrel all the time? I don't like the barrel." It's like, just get the bloody barrel, Leonard. The game now is literally called barrel. Players are no battlegrounds anymore. It's no longer PUBG. It's literally PUBG for this gun right now. Because it's just that strong. It's a 7.76 rounds. It's by far one of the most high damaging bullet in the game here. But of course, it doesn't really have the best of recalls, but it's definitely more controllable compared to the AKM. But from what we witnessed yesterday, there were, like I said, it really depends on the situation the teams were really playing in, or what kind of map they're really playing on. Everyone started opting a little bit more for the M4 here, for the rifle of their choice here, because not only do you have the range, you also have really great control. M4 is by far one of the few, like literally the Gen 1 weapon here in PUBG ever since when it was released. So everyone's like so used to the weapon. Although yes, barrel is great, but when it comes to range and coming for those peaks, everyone likes a little bit more control and stability over high power damage. It really depends on the players, you know?
Right. So other than that, I also noticed that one of the biggest, I would say, metas or plays happened with the grenade. I don't know how they're doing. They're probably really studying the geometry. These players' angles are just something else.
Man, whether it's physics or trigonometry, for sure, they got an A+ if I'm their physics teacher, for sure. Or maybe depending on their education level, right? If they're taking CGPA, then yes, I'll give them 4.0 straight hands-on for that one. Like it's really amazing because like back in PCS 1 to 3, or like not even during PCS, like even like previous PUBG tournaments, right? And when you get a nade kill, it's like so epic because like it's rarely done, right? Like it's not like heavily used, it's all heavily dependent, right? Because everyone's like more like, yes, people bring some nades, but people focus a little bit more on those small utilities a little bit more. Because when you get to that final circle, you have no idea where your terrain or your location is going to be at. But you know, ever since starting from PCS3 itself, it started with Fury, let's be honest. Fury, Buriram, LG Divine, and of course sadly LG Divine is not in this tournament since PCS4. But yes, LG Divine, Division X, everyone just started bringing in all kinds of nades. Like everyone started bombardiering all across the board, and me and Husky were just like, what is going on? Like it was usually it was a casual peak battle touch, but no, not anymore. Everyone's just like, a nade for, is literally Oprah Winfrey on PUBG. It's like, you get a nade, everybody gets grenades, you know, that kind of thing. So the whole field starts being having like an artillery bombardier field. And all the highlights for the past PCS has always just been, majority of it was just grenades, because that was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, it still gets me excited whenever I see grenade kill. I mean, it happens so much, but it still gets me excited. Especially if I see a clump of players together, the first thing that goes to my mind is, I wonder if a grenade can take them all out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't blame me for thinking that. It's just so satisfying. One of the most satisfying things to see while playing PUBG is when you get a nice spray on 2 to 3 players in one go, or if you get a nice grenade kill.
Yeah, it's oh man, just having flashbacks back to PCS4, right? Everyone is just constantly like every player in the game, whether if they're going toe to toe with Fury or Buriram or Day Trade, everyone just tell themselves if there's a nade, if there's one nade rolling towards us, there's never just one. There's always gonna be a follow-up after that. And you will see, like, if you see from past highlights, right, everyone will just disperse. Like the minute one of their teammates get knocked out from a nade and they just see Fury or Buriram, they're just like, guys, forget him, he's gone. We can't save him. Forget it. It's futile effort. We're gonna be sacrificing our lives for it. It's just gone. It's absolutely gone. But you know, like enough with the reminiscences and the flashbacks, right? Let's quickly get back to the board here. You see, this is what I was talking about, right? For the road to PGC, that we were mentioning, right? Buriram already secured themselves for PGC since PCS4. Now we're getting ready to crown themselves for PCS5. However, top Thailand team here, or the top Vietnam team, is still in the question here. But if you see from the PGC point, BN United, second place as it is.
Right. So right now, I think it's quite interesting how right now the PGC points Fury is just like around maybe 32 points ahead of BN United. BN United is pretty much set. If you may, they just have to catch up. I mean, they don't have to catch up. They just have to maintain and just play how they usually play. Yeah, just get to top 8. That's all they have to do. And I think that's the reason why we are seeing, you know, BN play a little bit more passive or a little bit more different than usual. They may be keeping their big leagues, their big guns, their big strats for a later time when you really, really need it. So these are the teams that are head to head. Okay, right now we have UNP and AAP right now. But look at the amount of kills, 61 kills total. That's crazy. With 11 kills in Erangel, 1.8k damage, and Miramar, they average around 9.3 kills per with 1.4k damage. But AAP though, Erangel seems to be their better map for them, 7 kills with 1.4k damage, but Miramar not quite 2.7, which is really honestly so disappointing to me because I don't know if you remember, yesterday I did mention to you that AAP is one team that seems to shine most in Miramar, especially when you have players like ALJ and Bots or even Alec. These players who like to play long-range weapons, they seem to do very well getting the high ground early, but it looks like, you know, their performance yesterday said otherwise.
I mean, if you're comparing their gameplay from, especially for AAP from Challenger Rumble, then I think you might need to think about it. You might need to rethink about that one again, because like AAP is the kind of team where AAP, no, I mean not just AAP, like even the Colony as well, right? They thrive on flanking maneuvers. They really love to go for flanks. Although yes, they have great picking potential, they have also great amount of firepower, but they excel a lot more in that flanking maneuver. They like to play this forcing the enemies into a fight, into a battle of two fronts here, and the team is just constantly like forcing the enemy team to be in a total disarray. And of course, thank you Observer for bringing up the AAP's members lineup there as well. And joining alongside, it's not just AAP as well. We also can't forget about Day Trade Gaming. Woo! This team back at PCS4, one of the most nuisance team to deal with, because these guys are just constantly popping people. Like they weren't able to get like a lot of chicken dinners, or was not able to get consistent positioning towards the final round here. But they were a team that had the most highest damage, by the way, the majority of the rounds, because they just love to drop pot shots on any unfortunate player that drive past by them.
Right, so for now we are gonna be flying into our first match today, which is match number 7 for PCS5 right now. The flight path though, not a big fan, coming from the bottom, from Sosnovka Island all the way to the northeast side. So you can see their teams are already dropping. I believe that's Colony dropping onto Sosnovka Island. And you can see there so many teams are actually dropping off early, but one member of GHD though, I think is Gotnue. He's actually all alone there on the other side. So I'm guessing that he's gonna try and scout out for vehicles if possible, and see if he can cover more ground and get as much information as he can for his team.
Yeah, and the flight path is also pretty decent as well. AAP, although yes, it's not the best flight path for Georgia Paul, but it's still is still doable and allows it to do long dive all the way to it. And AAP knows for a fact that no one's gonna go there as well. Even if the
they're
flight
side
time
by
like
side.
yesterday was able to drop, it's totally fine.
Oh,
no, we don't have to
a
worry
little bit
about
of a
this
honk
one
there.
because
They're
there's
just
a
gonna
couple
honk
of
at each
honks.
other like, hey. They're gonna be like, hey.
Totally fine. You know,
I'll see you later.
You get,
we're not in the same car this time.
You get that car, I'll get the UAV, a couple of retaliation for some of the teams, but he's still going to be able to regroup back with his side here. But BN United, on the other hand, was able. Oh man, this is actually a really nice drop because you know there are some times when you drop a location like this, right? Yes, there is a chance for a car to spawn actually in the garage, but there will be times where it doesn't spawn. So we'll say it's quite fortunate for one of the members of BN United. Zest, on the other hand, knows that his teammate was able to secure a vehicle. He's going to be able to march all the way forward to see if he can loot on the other houses to get any other form of supplies.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the circle, though. I mean, it dropped. I mean, the circle came where the flight path was. It was already on northeastern side-ish, if you may, which is where AAP is right smack dab in the middle. And I think they're pretty much happy. Not a lot of teams have actually made it into the circle. I think one team that's already in is Eagle 365B and kind of partially in, and AAA also making their way through as well. So I think AAP has so much time to just kind of position themselves, get the high ground, get whatever they need to just, you know, just kind of like get ready for the fight ahead. But those on Sosnovka Island, though, gonna making their way up from southern side shouldn't be too bad because it doesn't seem there's a lot of teams gonna keep that side. The ones coming from the right side of the island, though, it's gonna be a pain because there's so many teams on that side.
Yep, you're definitely correct for that one because like for those, although yes, the people who actually draw a Sunoco military base is, although yes, it is the furthest, but this is a wrangle. Everyone wants to play for the edge, not really too much on diving straight into the circle here.
Right.
Fury on the other hand, already beginning their head start into the circle because like in this case you only really have two options here. One is to really bypass as many teams as quickly as possible before any team sort of set up to go and prepare to gatekeep any of the team coming from the edge, because you notice as well before the map closes, like you even saw it as well, there was like what 8-7 teams that's like sort of about to prepare to clump together towards that northeast side of the edge of the circle. Well, the team that actually for the colony on the other hand is very comfortable as they will slowly drive by, although yes, they even have enough time. This phase one as well, so they can actually drive by Pochinki to get even more loot for themselves, unless any other team decides to take a really long rotation, which most likely we might see from one of the teams going to be doing that exactly.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, can I have a look at the teams here right now? AA yesterday though, ending yesterday's match 6 with Chicken Dinner. I think they're very, very happy. But I think pretty much sure that yesterday my favorite match was for MSC. I think MSC's match where they just hunkered down in one house. They didn't have to travel. They didn't have to go anywhere. And I think that is kind of like in Malay casting, they call it a beli circle, or buying the circle. They say they get it off Shopee for 30 ringgit or something like that. That's actually the joke, which I find really funny, and that is exactly the definition of it. They didn't have to they didn't have to rotate, they didn't have to go anywhere. Just hunker down, wait there all the way to the last circle. That luck is just incredibly insane.
Ooh. Still looks like tangled around, getting ready to proceed into the safety of another location and get a little bit of high elevation. But looks like BN United was able to find Clee on the other side, try to go for the quick spray down. Simon no shots will be able to connect, but at least in that way he's sort of asserting dominance for the fact that okay, this is my location to back off. But also Simon also realized that this area isn't like has the best of covers either, so if a team were to crash upon him, he'd probably have to back off. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, BN United won the, although yes, he literally BN United has two chances of getting into the PGC sitting. There's one being coming to Grand Champions of PGC for PCS5, or just get top 8 to be the top PNS team here. So BN United definitely loving the moment for itself. So we're not gonna, like I said before, won't be seeing much flashy pace coming from the side here of BN United.
Yeah, that's right. So right now I can see their colony is still so far away though. They're still taking their time on Sosnovka Island. You see their MSC is also on Lipovka, I believe, on that side. But right beside them is one member of the 360, which is Aspa, and I think another member as well. But we're not really seeing any fights so early. Like yesterday we saw early fights. At least there's going to be one team that's already been eliminated right now, or at least we're going to see one player at least back in the lobby. But it's clearly the opposite today. I think everyone has pretty much got an idea where they usually drop, which how they rotate, where the checkpoints are, and I think from how I think just from like the 6 matches yesterday, they have an idea, but they're still unsure. But I think with that little amount of information, they can kind of like plan their rotation as to which teams they're willing to, you know, to meet in their rotations, in their checkpoints, and which teams they would prefer to avoid. I mean, if personally for me, if I were any team, I would not want to run into UNP. I mean, Fury is scary, but have you seen UNP? They look like their bite looks extremely sharp.
Yeah, UNP has been really showcasing us their serious firepower inside, especially during day number 1 for the past 6 matches for sure. But you know, like I said, you know, it really depends on the run-ins and the situation that they have so far. Fury, there will be moments where even a team like MSC, like yesterday as well, will have the most unlucky of situation if they actually let their guard down for a second as well. So it comes down to the situation. Fury, like I love the fact, like I said before, Fury is the kind of team that likes to play on the edge of the circle and also likes to really cover a huge vicinity of the area. Tackle around Glooms. Tackle around one of our few teams also coming from POC, had their first debut back in PCS4. Great consistent amount of performance coming from themselves here. I am hoping to see a lot more action coming alongside them for PCS5, because back in PCS4 they were caught, like I said, they were constantly blocked by, they were one of the few teams that was blocked by Buriron. Cerberus coming back into the field with new rosters. I love the fact that they came back. It has been missed alongside with Myth, but they came in with new rosters with not a single of their previous members. So fresh new teams. Let's just see how they perform, especially this Duking Island on the top part of the mountains.
Yeah, that's right. Just now, I thought we were gonna see an all-out fight just now from those two teams, but I guess not. It looks like AA will be choosing to back off. I don't think they want to take this fight too early, because what I can tell already, their objective is to not as possible. And now you see that Chun Buri now trying to attack onto mid. There will be push back, and it's only with Silver's teeth or with his HP, and Rogue Nansmai is going to try and retaliate. Is now off their vehicles, wants to take this fight. Nansmai finishes off Duckman's, and it's already knocked down. He's going to try and find him so they can actually finish him off. I think Joeman is pretty sure there's another member of mid down there, but I'm not too sure where exactly he is. So Tanawat throwing out a grenade. Will it connect? Ooh, knocks down Julio. And at the same time, though, another Duckman is still waiting to be revived right now. You see there, Tanawat getting a knock onto Jauman, and Jauman in return knocks down Esculija, but Duckmans will be barbecued to death back to the lobby. And Tanawa is now down and out, but not yet back in the lobby. So you can see there a few players are already knocked down. We're just trying to see who will be able to wrap this up and save, and in order to save their teammates. Right now, you can look at the kill feed. Waikika Mukau out of the game thanks to Flash, but for now let's have a look here back to Jacob. He knows there's people running inside of the smoke, can't really see where exactly MSC's player is. The spots are Rogue behind the tree, has an idea where he is. Wait, no, he does not actually, but he hears some footsteps over on the other side. Goes in aggressive, throws some shots and gets a little bit of damage in, but not enough to actually do anything like that. But meanwhile, Natsmai finishes off Esculija now back in the lobby. Jacob tries his best to actually stop that from happening. He wants to throw a grenade, but takes some damage from the side of MSC. MSC does Juki take a little bit of damage, not enough to actually scare him, but Made in Thailand will be sent back to the lobby, is the first team down and out of the game.
It's really the kind of fight that they shouldn't have really taken for themselves. Like Myth really came into that situation not knowing or full well on where the remaining members of MSC. They sort of just made the assumption that a majority of them was actually on top of the mountain, but there was actually some members already stationed and positioned at the flank side of themselves. Hence why their members started getting picked off whenever they try to challenge that duel. When they try to challenge or duel against some of the MSC members, causing them to lose majority of their time and even take a lot more damage than they actually anticipated here. But anyway, MSC is in the blue zone. They was able to resupply with them whatever supply they can. But of course, 36C and Daytrade, they definitely had all the action. And of course, Team Seiryu most likely will try to gatekeep them here, but we'll just have to see how they're going to do it. Cerberus, on the other hand, is currently on the roll, back into the circle on the edge. Of course, they're still they're keeping their guard really high and alert as well, because they really didn't want to get picked off. And Daytrade, just like we saw on Waikiki Muka on the kill score as well. Like I said before, Daytrade is just one of the few teams where, although yes, great firepower, although sadly they couldn't really make as much chicken dinner, get as much chicken dinner as much as possible. But ooh, Clay, gotta be careful as he's trying to drive by here. This is actually the second time. This is the second time he actually like running past by a team. totally fine for this one. Jaxi, top of the shot, but Ronan was on the other side, was able to get a beautiful headshot on YN and of course secure the kill. He may not be day-trade member, but that's still totally fine. Hansi trying to put his hand in the situation as well, trying to go for a couple of pre-fires here. But so far, it's just a couple of tags happening between some of the teams. A couple of clicks, couple of picks. Ronan tries to find him, but Flood will be the one to have the final pick on Smell, and Ronan will clean things up. And because of Fury itself, despite losing Waikikamuka, they will retaliate and take 2 members away from Easy Esports.
Yeah, that's. I actually feel really bad for Easy Esports. It looks like they were sandwiched in between Fury as well as Team SP. So it was like one member taken out by Fury, one member taken out by SP. Not a great place to be in. We saw that yesterday happening where Easy was actually just sandwiched in 3 teams. I think Easy needs to rethink how they position themselves. I'm not sure whether it's their own fault in terms of positioning or rather just bad timing or just luck. But for now, this is the Colony. They really want to make up for yesterday. We saw a lot of sibling rivalry between this team as well as Team Colony PH yesterday. And when it comes to fights, they're pretty evenly matched. But Team AAP is the team that currently is in the lead because they managed to get the chicken dinner yesterday. There, in terms of survivability, I think AAP just does a better job compared to Colony PH. So right now, 36 Cartel there. Here's some shots happening in the distance. Wants to be a part of it, but not quite. They're just trying to see and scout out what's happening. UMP as well. Favorites, in my opinion, to win at least this league. Played so aggressively, looks so good right now because if you think about it, they are more than double the second place team's amount of kills. They're so comfortable right now. All they need is just a chicken dinner, and I believe in every chicken dinner they're just gonna get more and more kills. We're gonna see like a huge mountain of body counts when it comes to Team UNP, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, UNP is playing a little bit more of a slower pace game compared to yesterday as well. Maybe
Yeah,
because
definitely.
of the fact that they pretty much just showcase all of their cards at this point here. And then of course, this is the map of Erangel. So since they didn't really have the great start which they were trying to hope for as well. So they had to play this really methodically and calculative as well. Although yes, as much as they really want to try to be aggressive and engage as much as possible, they also know that the fact that after witnessing from one of the few rounds, greed and overconfidence is really the bane for all players and all teams here. So taking a more slower approach as they try to find a more ideal situation to see if they can take that win for this round.
Yeah, that's right. So right now in the circle, all the teams are inside. But for now, this is inside, going aggressive to the member of MSC, but not quite landing his shots. He's going to be repositioning his car just to make sure that he can actually get enough cover and get the right angle if he wants to go on the aggressive. It looks like all Team Fury members, they're kind of like spread out. I think this is a great way for them to play because if you think about it, if one member goes aggressive, there's always some other angle they can cover to make sure they don't get flanked or make sure that the players can't run away, making sure that they can secure the kill. 36C yesterday started off the day with a chicken dinner. Starting off, I think one of the best things in the world is starting off a tournament with a chicken dinner is definitely a confidence boost. But I don't think that we've seen anything too impressive from 36C since, and I really want to see some improvement.
Really?
No, not yet. Not personally, not from me. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong, they're good. But when you compare them to other teams, there are just more impressive teams out there.
Oh. That's a little bit of a debate situation for the debate for sure, but coming back, everyone is just trying to reposition for them. 36C still playing around the edge. They definitely heard one of the couple of gunshots on UNP is not too far behind. You don't see them really pushing into the line of sight because they only spotted one team. That's going to be Sharper Esport. They have no idea whether Eagle 365 is there or not because they haven't really checked things out yet. Couple of pot shot, but that wasn't really made by Eagle 365. Game on that was able to find Team Seiryu. Looks like they're going to be crashing into the compound. They really want to try to take this fight. First one's going to be coming in.
Ooh,
Game on.
GG.
Ooh, couple of tags. He barely got out of this alive, but he has no choice but to get out of the vehicle and try to go for the quick kill and play the hero. Supporting the time, but Rick getting bombarded from the long side here. And disgusting, what a dirty and disgusting.
That was disgusting.
Coming in from the man,
it really
as he
was.
nails down Rick here with a quick spray and followed with a nade. But Sunshine comes in with his own personal utility to try to smoke him out. Thank God for him, but sadly enough, he's actually going to be scored.
I don't think he's
alive.
able to
But
make
with
it.
7 HP, 7 that's the lucky number as well.
No.
He's going to be able to sustain long enough for his team to come by. Godney was in the crash back to the side here, trying to retaliate and try to back him up and anything possible. Sunshine comes in, goes with a couple of pre-fire, but then again, beautiful push coming in from UNP with a two-man picket to secure the kill. Two of the members of Game Home Hadong is knocked down. One has been removed. Second, not too far behind. And I think at this point, the remaining members of Game Home Hadong has just sort of resolved themselves. Alright, guys, we had just no choice but to leave Disgusting behind. We lost the initial attempt and no way for him to go for the save.
Yeah, that's right. For now, this is Julio running from Slife as team, as Chu, as members of Day Trade as well as UNP will be just spraying him. He's taking some damage here, but he doesn't even care. Siet tries to shoot him out, but only 50 HP left, but I don't think they're gonna be making it out alive. That was actually so close though, but will they be chasing though? It looks like UNP is interested in pursuing. There's one member there, Vanotica managed to get a knock onto Julio, and UNP will be backing out onto the other side. Clearly, they don't want to take this fight against a Day Trade just yet. And the circle just shrank down here. It looks like it's going to be one area that's going to be a little bit more of the open side. The other will be a slight terrain, I believe. So there, Hansi. And also, see how Eagle 365 is like kind of like spread out on that side? Clearly, is to gatekeep as well as to make sure that they can cover as much angles as possible. And I'm really interested to see how they're going to play on that side of the circle.
Vanotica starting this off with a beautiful headshot on top of Rogue. Definitely, they didn't really want to lose one of their support flankers this early into the round. But Janko is also going to be joining them into a spot. 36C goes to the spray down, but that just means that they reveal themselves to 36C for the fact that there's actually someone down the hill. Clee finds UNP, drops a counter partial, connects on one though. Sadly not able to follow up with another knock. Day Trade on the other hand getting a lot of information about this. Unicorn Phoenix, Ven this time, trying to check his hand and try to join his suit, but sadly enough, he's going to be able to survive this. But does get a couple of tags, but Vanotica was going to be able to find him. Oh no! One bullet away, and he will be able to find Von. And of course, not only is Easy Esports removed from the game, but of course UNP will be joining them in soon. He's slowly rolling in, going to be rolling into the side here of the chopper. He's going to go for this quick run down with the spray, but things are not going to be looking out for that. Tino was able to run down too. And instantly, they were able to hold their ground, anchor down their point, and of course remove 36C from the game.
36C, what was that? They wanted to commit to that, but they ended up being sent back to lobby. What a misplay on there, and they really underestimated Team SP and how they're gonna play that. But for now, this is MSC that they actually noticed that there's members. I think the Serio on that side, they're gonna go on the aggressive 17-0 now out of the count, sent back to the lobby. But GHD now with only Chloris and 3007 left. So yeah, I think he has an idea that our players are. He's gonna choose to pop the tires just to kind of get rid of their mobility. See it though, getting a bit surprised seeing someone right in front of him on that side. Chloris is gonna reposition himself. Will he be able to finish off Jauman? No, he won't. But Jauman is gonna have to push forward. But not enough, and he's gonna be kind of pushed out to the circle and be taking some damage and sent back to the lobby, and that is the end of Game Home. MSC on a roll today. For now, this is 11 HP left. Cerberus Esports, he must solo, throwing some shots there onto Collie. PH Collie on the aggressive, but Alec is now down and knocked out. Himas and Alec side by side, as well as Momonji. They're about to just bleed to death. Killa trying to play it safe, throws out a grenade, wants to finish off Himas if he can, before he can save his teammates. But Himas will be, but Momonji will have bled to death, and Himas will be the one to have sent him back to the lobby. You can see there, Faps moving forward. Killa just trying to make sure before he pushes out, he can see where the other members of CES are. You can see there, Faps just running for his life there, trying to see if he can save his final teammate on the other side. But I don't think he knows that Collie is just close by. They're hidden inside of the smoke. They're gonna have to play it really safe on how they're gonna do this. Right now, they're just being pushed by the circle as well, so they're gonna have to be careful, and they have to be careful of the timing as well, because right now the circle is gonna be a little bit more painful than usual. Fap now alone with his team only with 1 kill, and he'll be able to get Subang back in time. Another grenade comes out. Will it be able to finish them off? But Calbs now back to the lobby, and we not too sure how that ended. Subang throwing a grenade in retaliation. Looks like Alec wants to go aggressive. He knows that Fap is so low right now. Alec 27 HP wants to finish off. Will be knocked thanks to Subang. Killa moving back, trying to see if he can get the correct angle. Wants to save his teammate if he can, but he only has 31 HP left. Still 2 members of CS right there. He's gonna be healing up as much as he can. Grenade comes out. Will it be enough to connect to him? Will it get killed? No, it will not, because of the terrain. Alec though so low right now. Killa gonna be born a nade, and Alec will be going back to the lobby with a bang.
definitely not loving or hating the situation at all. He's just pretty much just more like in awe. It's more like really a shock and awe kind of situation for him. But Zess on the other side was able to get
in the bag.
Yeah, it was a really tough call. It was a really tough call since the colony was actually really pushing into them. But either way, coming back to the current fight that we actually have for ourselves here, a couple of smoke shots were currently being set up by Sharper Esports. Fury is currently on the hunt. They know for the fact, after witnessing their experience from yesterday's game for that 2v4, Sharper Esports is definitely on high alert and also being very careful with these picks against Fury. Flood ever so closely, slowly pushing forward. Belmont's trying to lay down cover fire here or some suppressive fire here for some of the teams here as they get a little bit closer. The guy try to go for the quick spray down here. Quick fallback here. They heard some movements. They heard some nades being tossing in. Flood falls back, retreats back to their previous position here to see if they try to force them out of the smokes. As long as Daytrade doesn't really join in a third party this fight, then Fury should be totally be fine taking this fight in these open fields here. Unless Sharper Esports or Tino pulls up an amazing headshot picks here, then the fight might have been a little bit more different.
Yeah, that's right. CJ and Evil Patrick though getting some picks there, quite nice, I believe, because BN can be very ferocious, so I think this can work out in their favor. But for now, this is Ronan throwing out some smokes there just to give him and his team some cover as they go against Sharper Esports. Maxonas yesterday did some impressive plays, but not enough to actually flatten the team, but still valiant effort. Inside, going from the side there, wants to see if he can get the flag, but ooh, Tino though so low thanks to the nade, and Ronan will be finishing him off with a nade, and that will be the end of him. Maxonas though wants to go aggressive against Fury, but Fury though already knocking another member of SP, which is 6 sacks, which is not a great time for them. I don't envy them right now. You see that Fury, they're playing with a different renewed confidence today, and they really are hungry for this chicken dinner. For now, Flood there, noticing where SP, the other members of SP are. One of them is just bleeding to death. They want to push forward if they can, but they're not too sure where the other members are, and they're trying to play it safe when they're playing on the side of the terrain. Inside, and Aggressive wants to go for the flank if they can, but look how SP is positioning themselves. They manage to make sure that they won't be able to, but inside knocks out Belmont. What a beautiful spray from their side. Maxona's now gonna try and push forward to see if they can actually get another member playing the Wrigley game, going prone on the grass. Inside now finishing off 6 sacks as well. Notices Belmont over there finishing it off. There's one more member left because of Maxonas, and Maxonas will be the one to finish off Inside, but not enough. But Ronan will be having his teammates back, and Maxonas is down and out.
Totally fine. Such a great fight coming from there. Just such a really long, calculated peak battles as well. Sharper Esports did have the right idea, try to get a little bit closer, try to get the fight a little bit more favorable for them. But sadly enough, the firepower is just a little bit more superior compared to the side here on Fury. Still, a tackle around. One of the members' quick defensive smokes being dropped down as well. They really need to try to pick them up. They still have the high ground advantage against BN United as well. And BN United, they don't necessarily have to make any aggressive plays for this. Hence why you can see them taking a nice, sweet time to get into the circle while playing around the edge. However, our Angel Predator and Attack all around is really hammering BN United quite hard. And Simon T being the last lone member as well, may not be able to last long enough unless the two teams sort of think like, okay, that will be the last remaining member. But sadly, the announcement hasn't been called as well, so they definitely know that there's still one more member of BN United still hiding alongside the other side. They try to bring out the vehicles as well, try to lower down the height, so none of the players will be able to snipe away their feet here. Flood slowly pushing in, spots some of the members of Day Trade, but of course as well, he is aware that Eagle 365 is not too far behind.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, Baunam down and out, and they're pretty sure now. They're absolutely sure Baunam's down and out. But for now, let's have a look here. Fury is playing the edge of circle, but they're gonna have to move forward. Ronan's quite low right now. He's taking a little bit of damage from the circle, but Bots though getting a kill onto Gems, and now AAA is now in trouble. But now Vanautica has his sights onto Fury, wants to go on the aggressive, but not quite enough to actually get him a kill. Trigo 365 as well tries to go on aggressive. 19 HP left, and he manages to knock down Flood, the carry for the team Fury. But Inside has his teammates back, will be going for the flank and finishes off Hanzi, but not enough to actually set him out. He's just gonna bleed right over there, but he has to do something in order to prevent that from happening. Attack all around there. Here's Wounds. You see there, he notices another member over on that side, finishes off Fury, and there we go. Our top 4 teams for now will be Day Trade, AAP, Eagle 365, as well as AAA.
Still, the fight is getting a little bit more hectic as well. Just unfortunate for Fury as they were still out in the open as well. It was eventually, it could really go either way, but looks like Fury is the one who's going to be the one that's going to be chilling at the side of the bench, and we'll see the outcome of this final game here. Jaxi was able to find beautiful Jankin and of course finish him off as well. Beautiful headshot as well. They really needed that kill, but Venetica's grenade on Hansi. Absolutely amazing three-pointer coming in from the big man himself. Still laying down the nades as well, and it's going to be punishing a tackle around this time. Arjun Boss doing exactly what he do best, and that's flanking from the sidelines here alongside with Mad Dog here, or even Eva Patrick, but the nade comes in perfectly to secure the deal, and the tackle around one of the 4 teams here is removed from the game here. You 365. Thank God for the ditch as well, and the sort of form of cover that they sort of position themselves in will give them some time to rest up and heal back their and patch up their wounds to prepare for this next final fight. Day Trade, they're casually pushing in, but then they're a little bit reluctant to actually remove themselves from their current position, mainly because of the fact that they are quite entrenched here and some great decent amount of cover, and of course they have no idea exactly where this next phase A circle is going to be yet. If it slowly persists towards Eagle 365's location, then Day Trade might be in a little bit of a trouble as they're going to be pushing up that high ground. But if it goes down south, well, Eagle 365 they're going to be having a fun time. But thankfully, they do have that one single UAV to get that some form of cover, and so allow them to elevate some form of their position as well.
Yeah, that's right as well. Flash though, just throwing out a whole bunch of utility just to kind of flush out Eagle 365 from that ditch. And you know, in a way, their plan is actually working because Eagle 365 actually has to get out of there, and they're trying to deny them as much cover as they can. The sprays come up for Flash, enough to get some damage into Hansi, but not enough to actually finish him off. Some smokes come out. They're gonna have to. They're just being flushed forward right now. They're gonna have to push up as much as they can. Norens though finishes off Hansi, and Vanatica wants to go and aggressive to pick up the rest of the members of Eagle 365. 2 members now down. Vandal 9 is knocked out, and Hansi is back in the lobby. 2 players left. Jexi tries to go and aggressive, wants to pick up his teammate, but is not able to. But the Flash will be able to knock out Shibir as well. 1 member left right now, and AAP is taking that as a chance to actually go on aggressive to team Flash. Mad Dog, they're getting a knock on to Puchus. Puchus will be the first member of Day Trade to go back to the lobby. Mad Dog just trying to keep it healthy, just trying to make sure that he's ready and reset to start this fight. Some smokes come out just to give them a little bit more cover as they push forward. We are finally on the final 2 teams. Going to be 3 versus 4 here between Day Trade and Archangel Predator. Archangel Predator already has 1 chicken dinner, so Day Trade really wants this win if possible, just to give them a leg up in the competition. Oh my god, Bots there with a beautiful spray onto Vanatica. Vanatica has to back off, cannot peek too much, because Archangel Predator, if they see your head, if they see you peeking, you're pretty much gonna take a whole lot of damage unless you're just knocked down first. So you can see there how each team is already positioned. You can see there Evil Patrick, Mad Dog, as well as CJ just playing throughout one side of the map in one straight line, just making sure that no one can really flank them, just to make sure about any stragglers trying to rotate them, and just trying to play it real safe. You can see there 3 versus 4. Clearly Day Trade is down 1 player right now, but nothing is impossible. We've seen some 1v2 fights here in PUBG Continental Series. We've seen pretty much 1 versus 3 before, so it's not down and out yet for Team Day Trade. So you can see their AAP just making their way, just wanting to push forward if possible. Day Trade is just moving backwards right now. They're allowing AAP just push in right now. AAP not yet inside the circle, just try to push in slowly as much as they can, try to play it real safe, making sure that if they're gonna peek, then making sure that the peek does not cost them at this point. Right now, Bots, they're hiding behind the tree, wants to see if he can actually get a peek or actually a good angle onto the team, but the way this terrain is making it very hard for them to actually see. But right now, as they're moving up the terrain, they're starting to see like a little bit of a high ground for the side of AAP, so depending on how they play this, they may just come out on top. Some more sprays come out, but not quite enough to actually do enough damage. Nurens though wants to throw out some smokes just to give them a little bit more cover. 1 and 2, he still has another 3 more smokes, 2 actually right now, so it's gonna be fine for them. The Mad Dog though already has a grenade ready to be thrown out, but I don't think he's gonna throw it just yet. Oh my god, Norenzo getting some damage there onto a member of AAP, but not enough to actually kill them just yet. Some more smokes come out, and this is gonna be one of the slowest endings we've seen so far. Vanatika taking a little bit of damage, but he's just gonna back off, and Norenz will be the one to initiate, getting one knock first onto Bots. Bots now in trouble. Norenz, I think the members of Daytrade wants to try and push and use this to their advantage right now. It's gonna be a 3 versus 3, but they have no clue where the other members of AAP are. If AAP actually wins this, they're gonna be put in first place, the first team to hit 2 chicken dinners. CJ will be trying to pick out his teammates. Some sprays come out, but no one is quite sure where everything is. It's chaotic. All we see is just smoke. As they say, nothing can be seen right now. Evil Patrick now going prone. I don't know if they see him right there. No, they don't. What they do, Evil Patrick will be the one to go first. CJ knocks out Flash. One more member yet. Vanoska, the only one up. We'll try and see that, and that's the end. AAP will be the one to start off the day with a chicken dinner.
Ooh, fantastic stuff coming in from our Philippine teams. It got a little bit close as well. But the thing is, like I said, like yesterday's game as well, there is no need for our Angel Predator to be greedy about it. They had their decent amount of covers, although yes, it was going to be quite the gamble since the blue zone, since they had their backs against the blue zone, as they were slowly catching up towards them as well. But they were so confident that their pick battles, especially in that range, they were definitely more superior as well. And with the position that they have, they can sort of jiggle pick with the hills, they have a form of cover to really pick them off. Although yes, the smoke trails did give them some form of cover, it still sort of revealed like the options, like the areas where members of Daytrade will try to take that pick. But anyway, kudos to Daytrade to really bringing it all the way to top 4 once again here. It's really great stuff as well, seeing how they really brought the game. Although yes, it got a little bit close, but in the end, our Angel Predators was our first winner for match number 1.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I have a question for you. So, would you say that these smokes put down by Team Daytrade kind of like gave Team AAP the advantage just now?
It wouldn't really be giving them an advantage, because it's pretty much a double-edged sword. Right? You're sort of giving yourself some form of cover as you're able to get closer to the enemy here and sort of get to your position, but also at the same time you're also letting the enemy know that the possible angles for you to really poke that is always either the left side of the smoke or the right. I mean, you can walk through the smoke, it'll be a cinematic scene for sure, but definitely your line of sight was not able to everyone's line of sight is not able to really like instantly like pinpoint exactly where the enemy is, especially if you're walking through the smoke. It takes really good game sense or like some inhuman reaction to instantly like let your eyes get used to the scene once you bypass the smoke as well.
Yeah.
So it was really
though.
it was really 50-50 there who really had the lines
really
aside
was.
their cursor really landed on.
Yeah, I feel like it was a pretty even match, a 4v4. But the thing is, I mean, at the last part, there was just so many smokes thrown out. I don't think each team really knows where any of each other were, I believe. And you know, I feel like Daytrade got a little bit impatient, in my opinion, because it was a 4v3. They managed to get a knock onto a member of AAP, and when that happened, they're like, okay, now is the time for us to push. But when they pushed through, I think they had zero clue where exactly each member is going to be, except for Bots, who is knocked down. So without that knowledge, I kind of think that was the reason why they kind of lost that.
No, you're definitely not wrong for that one. Oh man, there was just still so many factors, but I guess in the end, you know, like we could theorize this all night. Let's be honest. I love theorizing things as well, and also predicting scenarios and creating ones as well. But you know, in the end, it really came down to who had the cursor, who was already more prepared for the cursors than the line of sight. And our Angel Predators, especially in that range, despite how much a Daytrade can be a nuisance, especially from the middle to long range here, but when it's close range, I can tell you this, Mad Dog and CJ, they were like, let's ready to rock and roll, boys. Let's go all the way.
It was crazy. They didn't even realize Evil Patrick was prone right there. They were not expecting it. And once they saw him, they didn't even have time to react. They're like, oh wait, he's here. But before they could finish that line, it was like, oh okay, he's already back in the lobby. Yikes for that, you know? But either way, great game. It was a very close match. I absolutely love it. I think Daytrade has the idea and strategy in place, like how they decided to flush out Eagle 365. I think it was Eagle 365, right? From that ditch just now, that was actually quite smart of them, because they knew that if they let Eagle 365 use that ditch, use it to their advantage, they may just end up, they may just lose that. That was very smart of them to pick that fight. But I think what they didn't realize is that, in a three-way situation, there's always going to be one team third party. It just so happens that it was AAP that was a team that, so it was just so fortunate that was not the one being attacked.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And the decision making coming from all this is not just from day trade as well. Everyone's decision making has been seriously on point. It's just a matter of fact of whether they're able to follow up with the necessary amount of damage to really change the outcome of the win here. By the way, this is across your post-game stats for our Angel Predators. They had thrown literally 12 smokes, 13 grenades, and 2 volleys, having a total amount of damage of 1,506 damage in the game. 11 kills also on top of that. That's a really great thing to see.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of kills, actually. I mean, if you think about it, even during PUBG Challenger Rumble, they do average between like 9, 10, 11 kills per round. So could this be the rise of AAP, the one that we saw in PUBG Challenger Rumble? I don't know. You tell me. But for now, this is the Alienware player of the match. It'll be Evil Patrick now. 4 kills, which is honestly quite a feat itself. Kill proportion is 36.4% with 530 damage and 35.2% damage proportion. So can you explain to me a little bit what is kill proportion as well as damage proportion, Leonard?
No. Basically, kill proportion and damage proportion, they just play alongside with each other. Just the amount of fights, the amount of kills they're actually really participating in most of the time as well. So the fact that he only got four kills, it just means that the damage proportion isn't going to be relatively that high. It's only basically, I guess the best summary is the more kills you have, the higher your kill proportion, that kind of thing. The more, and also damage proportion across. Damage proportion, of course, depending on where how much damage you're actually accumulating and doing as well. But it's headshot. Headshot damage does more damage in bodies. But that's just like simple stats analysis that no one really takes into account for because everyone's just assume, because when they see the player name, like for example, when I see Evil Patrick and 4 kills,
right?
Like for a team that has for a viewer who has no idea who Evil Patrick is, and they see 4 kills MVP, everyone's gonna question it. Everyone's gonna be like, why is he MVP? He's has less kills in the team. Like the less kills in the team, why is he the MVP? Very simple. Everyone who knows Evil Patrick, everyone knows for a fact that he's actually one of the few backline supporters. You got your flankers, which is Arjun Boss and Mad Dog. You have CJ playing alongside with the long range pick, and of course you have your dear friend Evil Patrick to sort of clean things up there. And of course, Evil Patrick was the guy who dealt the final nail, put the final nail in the coffin for the remaining members of Day Trade for the last round to secure the chicken dinner. So definitely he was gonna get that winner chicken dinner. But Tosh, second match here, Map of Marama. I don't
Not
really
your
like
favorite
it,
map.
But I know you do.
I'm gonna bring that up every single time. But for now, this is the map. I think the flight path though, a little bit more favoring the southern side of the area. You can see the northern side is completely empty, and we're getting a very, very low circle over here. I told you so many times, Leonard, I hate circles that is just close to the water. I mean, clearly later on it's gonna go toward mainland, but still, I mean, it's a hate. I mean, if it happens to me, I will hate it. But it's always fun when it happens in a game because we've seen some pretty insane circles before, Leonard, and I'm interested in seeing more.
Well, yeah, we're definitely going to be getting. I believe we're going to be seeing a lot more. Hopefully, more awkward circles as we slowly get down. As we slowly get down into the tournament itself. I mean, come on, Tosh. We have what? We have we're only 7 games down. We have still 29 games to go, 29 matches. So you don't have to worry. So we're going to be getting more better circles. Okay, so this is the previous match highlight. So Tosh, do walk with us on what exactly is actually going down.
Right. So I feel like Day Trade could have taken that one, but AAP was just more tenacious. They had more players, and how they played it was just 300 IQ. And I think it was honestly well deserved, and it put them on first place with the 2 chicken dinners right now. But if UNP manages to get another one, they'll be pushed down, obviously. But UNP just now, they didn't really have a great game. They got knocked out quite early. Very different. The thing is, seeing them play passive is something I feel that doesn't work for them. Not because like being passive is bad. No, not like that. It's just that I'm so used to seeing them play aggressive, and whenever they play aggressive, they get great payout. You know what I'm trying to say? So seeing them play passive for the first time and seeing them knocked back to the lobby, it's like, okay, this is almost like it's a completely different team. But for now, this is the top 5 kills for last match. Seat though, getting 5 kills, Flash with 4, Evil Patrick 4, Vanatica with 3, and Ronan manages to end it with 3 as well. What is your opinion on this, Leonard?
I get into this. Just seeing the top 5 kills kill score again just gave me like just made me like walk down memory lane back in PCS4.
Oh no!
Yeah, the nostalgia. Seriously, I'm serious. Nostalgia because like I told you before, day trade. Although yes, they couldn't really get as much chicken dinner back in that previous series, but they were such a nuisance on getting pickoffs. You always see them in the top 5 kill scores. 1 or 2 members, or maybe sometimes you see all 3 of them there. They will always end the round with like sometimes with 9 to 12 kills. There'll be times where there's only 4 to 3. It really depends on their positioning at sometimes. But most of the time, they're always picking up players because they're so confident. I think like, although yes, inside like Buriram, like God Meow, like Buriram member like God Meow, or even Fury inside or Ronan, right? They have really great long pick potential. But for day trade, they prioritize it a lot more compared to Fury and Buriram. Like if there's an opportunity, they'll just take that shot. Like it really did. I mean, sure, maybe in day 1 yesterday, maybe like I said before, day 1's reconnaissance, it's warm up, everyone's trying to get used to back into the game.
Oh, there we go.
But day number 2, everyone's really online, and we're going to be seeing a lot more day trade going for a lot more pickoffs later on.
But look at the damage per body parts though. You can see like torso obviously is going to be the highest, but the second highest is actually the head. You can see that these players are extremely accurate when it comes to headshots. I'm kind of jealous. I'm the kind of person that will go for the crotch shot. I mean pelvis, if you may. So that's where I would go. And clearly, I need a lot more practice. But you know, day trade. I mean, despite getting second place, I feel that today started off really great for them. They had some moments yesterday as well, and I really think that they are really looking forward to clinch that. I mean, yes, you can come close, but that's not the name of the game. The name of the game is not collect the kills. The name of the game is chicken dinner. So what, you can come as close as you want, but it won't matter if you don't win that match. It won't matter. You can have 61 kills like UNP. It won't matter because you need to unlock those kills. Those kill potentials can only happen when you get the chicken dinner. For now, this is game home Hadong. Got new. He already got how to pronounce it. Got new.
Yeah, got new. Correct.
Got new. Yeah. I think they have an idea 36 where 36C is, but I don't think they're gonna they're not gonna show off their positioning just yet. Speaking of 36C. Their decision in the last game, I mean, I understand what they were trying to do, but they failed doing it, and it was a mistake that sent them back to the lobby quite early. So I think this time around, they're really gonna rethink how they want to play this.
Yeah, it's just one of those times where high risk and high rewards, right? It really could have gone either way, but in the end, Sharper Esports was a lot more prepared for that defense, and they were able to take that win from that one. And speaking of Sharper Esports, Kinoy coming into the Manchester side, I'm really happy to see because like I said, with Buriram out of the way, teams like Daytrade and Sharper Esports is going to be able to fully utilize this game a lot more than usual compared to PCS4. So, and especially since from yesterday as well, their performance managed to get all the way to the top for a few times as well, and getting quite an amount of kills still. Although they really haven't gotten that chicken dinner just yet, but they were relatively quite close. Nate was able to connect on suspect. Gotta be a little bit careful, buddy. But at least now he knows and give the information to his team that there is somebody here, and he's trying to think of whether he wants to leave or not.
Noticing 36C members over there, but he is just holding a grenade. Comes out, not enough to actually hit onto him, and they're looking to just kind of come from the back. He doesn't know he's there. Oh, from both sides! Oh no! Where are you looking, my friend?
It's so unfortunate because they were double picking him at the same time, so he was more focused on the one in front of him. By the way, it looks like Flash was able to find one of the members of the colony. Goes for the quick tan. Sadly, no knock so far. Connects the second one, but he was able to pop some of the tires off the vehicle, and it's also beginning to smoke as well. Trying to evade as quickly as possible and get to this line side of the team here. And looks like one of the members of the colony will definitely live the fight for another day.
Yeah, honestly, that was such an interesting fight earlier. I just felt bad for the guy. That was a smart double peek. I mean, usually people go. It managed to keep both players alive because those moments where when you double peek, you kind of expecting like one player to go down before the enemy does at least. But going that way is actually pretty 300 IQ, I must say. So it's always like a good time seeing that. But for now, Vanotica noticing Killa under the bridge, getting some damage onto them, but I think they're gonna push forward into them. What do you think?
Sure, but they know exactly that they had nowhere for them to run. But Flash was able to spray them down, finds Carl, puts it down to the ground. Although yes, he couldn't manage to put down his other teammate, but he's still able to find connect on one. But then again on the other side was get a beautiful headshot, but a painful one as well. Killer, he knows. Blood is in the water. The sharks are slowly coming in. I'm not talking about MSC, guys. I'm talking about day trade. They're slowly hunting in.
Yeah, they're just circling like sharks right now. Flash, though, he knows where Killa is. Vanotica making sure to peek from the other side. So regardless of where Killa goes, he's gonna be attacked from both sides. This is the classic double peek method, and I think Vanotica is just trying to make sure that the other members of of Colony PH isn't nearby to actually do him enough damage. Alec will be there to back up his teammate. The grenade, the smoke though comes out just to give him a little some comfort so that he's not gonna get kicked, not gonna get killed from the other side or just shot at. Grenade comes out by the side of Nurin's. Killa, ooh, taking a little bit of damage, but not enough to actually knock him out of the game just yet. Nurin's so close by, but will blow up the car. Killa, will this be the end for him? It started off with the car just malfunctioning, and it just keeps going. Killa, though, surviving with only 13 HP left. He's just probably like and just like spamming his band-aids right now, just hoping that he doesn't die.
Trying to survive, trying to pray as well. And day trade, they're definitely not leaving their position too much. They do have one of the members keeping their eyes on the prize on Killa.
That is a troll circle. That is a troll circle. I thought it would have gone right. It went left. And it went left.
I mean,
I would have called trolled.
I would call it troll, but like, okay. I mean, like, it would.
Troll's not the right word. And I feel mad that my prediction was wrong.
Oh, come on, man. Sometimes RNG doesn't really work with casters, Sometimes the only time RNG works with casters is when we say, okay, as long as this guy don't die, then he's totally fine, then he dies.
Oh yeah, the curse.
Caster's curse works with RNG, but anything else, accurate pinpoint location, it never happens. Like, it does happen, but it's quite rare to see. But anyway, Sharper Eastwell was able to get a nice position on top of the base of the hill, and has a really nice line of sight towards BN United and even one of the members of here coming down here on the long side of day trade. But gotta be careful, got a couple of tags. But at least BN United is aware that behind their backs there is one of the teams here, and they might have to prepare for the crash. The colony easily running away or retreat. Okay, sorry, not running away, retreating into a more or doing a tactical retreat away from their previous location because there's just one too many teams there. Thankfully for a quick garage, they were able to settle down in this quick compound though. But with the members that they currently have, the chances of them really taking that win isn't as relatively high compared to the rest. But 3 members is still enough for them to really work with here.
Yeah, that's right. For now, it's actually really funny how often these two teams, AAP and Colony PH, meet. And, as we predicted yesterday, they did meet just now. It seems like they're going to be doing that in every single match. Wait, let me just try to remember. Did they meet in the last match?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they didn't. Oh, they did? Okay, so yeah, your prediction is absolutely right, and I guess I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but it's always fun to see some sibling rivalry.
I wouldn't call it prediction. It's just more like just a few habits that for some reason
trends.
They had like really similar play styles, so eventually they will definitely run into each other. But looks like good pot shot coming in on one of the members here on Cerberus, but even Cloris is not having a fun time. Though. He was actually trying to get to the car, but Waikikamu never fails to deliver, and of course impresses as usual. Because remember, he is also still the title holder of highest headshot damage in the game from PCS4.
I don't want to cross paths with that guy. It's just like gonna be an instant headshot. It's gonna be instant death. It's not fun at all. But smokes are out, and I think Disgusting will be able to get Cloris just fine. It's not gonna be a problem. But it looks like GHD's members, if you look at the mini map there, they're just trying to rotate, trying to get a little bit closer to Fury, trying to see what they can do, just kind of like retaliate. But for now, UNP now on the move. Vroom vroom. Cavalry is here. They're still playing very passive, don't you think?
Aaron, no, like I said, like this is Marama, right? It's a lot more slower pace compared to Erangel as well. So the teams will be taking their nice sweet time to really get into the circle. And remember, this is phase 2 as well. So thankfully, no
Right.
teams has actually dropped out this early into the round. I mean, thank God, thankfully for the circle as well. But Fury really needs to think on how they want to engage this. Like not just Fury, the team that's currently playing around the edge here. Because teams that's
Yeah.
currently did like smack that center in the circle like Sharper East or being United and Daytree,
Oh,
they
there
don't
we
really
go.
have to worry too much. They just settle down. And if you notice
Please
the
go
design
to the
of the
bridge.
terrain of the highlands, they don't have to.
Yeah.
They have all the high ground. They have all the visions if they want to. Teams like Fury,
Yep.
UNP, and even like Game Home Adong will be having a little bit more tougher time because they can no longer play around the edge anymore. They probably have to like bypass all of these defenses here and all this position that's sort of reset by the other teams. Because if they want to try, I mean, they can take the slower approach, like divide and conquer, wipe out teams slowly and get control of the edge to really get some form of like additional control for themselves and of course a little bit of reassurance. But it's such a slow pace and it's such a risk as well. So it really comes down to the
Right.
in-game leader to decide on what's the best course of action.
You see there, everyone who passes by in front of Daytree is just getting shot at. But the thing is, MSC didn't have such a hard time. But Killa, though, getting spotted out by Dayflash. Flash is just probably like, finally got you! He'll be just knocked down, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Momonji will be able to just revive him, no problem at all. But it's just for like 1 second, but now they're just getting shot at from all over the place. I think that is from the side of MSC, I believe. I'm not too sure, but inside though, from Fury, notice as UMP coming into the circle, they want to gatekeep this as much as possible. These are one of the two strongest team right now. Inside though, getting away with the skin of his teeth. Only 17 HP left. He's gonna be legging it out of there, but he's gonna have to be careful because right in front of him is another team. They're gonna have to reposition and quickly reset. But with the other team in front of 36C, we may be seeing a three-way fight eventually, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be fighting yet. But for now, Norins though, day trade is insane. They're just like whoever that crosses their path is just getting shot at right now. Look at how many members from Team MSC is already knocked right now, and joining in the fray is also Team AAP. So Norris now also wants to shoot at the team that's helping them, which is AAP, and an Eagle 365 is also joining the fray. This is a huge mess of a battle. Like, call it a spaghetti bowl if you may.
Spaghetti bowl indeed. The Italian chefs are literally screaming out "Excelente" as they try to go for a quick pick of some of the members here. They're really trying to get them. Orange Brothers definitely chilling inside the truck for themselves. Eagle 365, they're definitely playing around at the base of the bridge because they still have no idea. Like I said before, really the only way for anything to really get into the soft space is just really to crash in. Thank God, Eagle 365, they barely took. Okay, I wouldn't say barely. They took some damage as they were really coming in there, but they're still able to safeguard themselves under the bridge there and really will be able to plan their next point of assault and how they really want to engage. Orange Predator slowly pushing into the bridge. CJ is actually on the other side. He actually took a board down.
Oh, I want to see that fight though. Oh my gosh, here we go. So you see that Hung Vodic wants to go aggressive, gets shot at from the side of Fury. Gonna have to back off just a little bit there. You can see their AAP actually just passes by Eagle 365 at the bridge. I thought it was gonna be a big fight there, but I guess not. They easily just got through. I thought Eagle 365 was gonna be the trolls that gatekeeps the bridge, but I guess it's not gonna happen. For now, Colony will have to give up their spot because it's just too many teams onto the area, and they're actually kind of low when it comes to teammates. They only have 2 members left. Evil Patrick notices Eagle 365 underneath the bridge, but not enough to actually do enough damage. But oh, looks like one of them, it does take some form of damage, just enough, but I don't think it's enough to actually knock them out of the game just yet. Here's Fury looking for their next, not forever home, but temporary home per se. But AAA will be right on top of them. They're gonna have to be careful how they want to play this because AAA has quite a nice compound to play with right now, and this is disgusting. Only 3 members left from GHD. They're pretty much still okay where they are, but it looks like how they're playing right now, they're playing it very passive. They don't want to get into fights that they can't take. So just trying to pick and what they can do right now to just kind of survive is like choosing and picking their battles if they need to. But for now, Banautica and managing to knock the goal from MSC. Check the kill feed right now. Ooh, Flood though, not letting Disgusting throw any damage onto him.
Then again, good pickup coming from Chloe, so they actually dropped the knockdown inside Viking and Mocha has to quickly heal out. They try to go and reinforce and go for the pickup on this side. They really need as many members as possible. Losing one as it is going to be quite detrimental, but Ronan's going to be quickly moving forward with the Mirado. Thankfully enough, someone alongside here from Day Trade is actually giving suppressive fire on top of Game Hold On, giving them the necessary amount of time to go for the quick pickups. 36C is also joining them in soon and was able to find Flores and pick them off. But looks on the other side, on the way there, IPA! And even Dablin was able to find home for it and actually put him off.
Wait, that's his teammate!
Unfortunately, I think he had to drop out of the vehicle a little bit too late there as well. No, wait, no. The first one got knocked out. The other one, I think he tried to... Oh, no, actually, no, yeah, he did jump out the vehicle a little bit too early and he actually died. No! Unfortunately.
Oh no, look at how Fury just gate kept that. They were just trying to run for their lives in the circle. All they had to do was just spray and they just managed to just get a kill, but oh no, Chu is in trouble. Maxonus is just be like, hey, I'm not over here. Were you guys surprised?
No way!
My God, no way! That was such Maxonus with the nades again. He's done it yesterday, he's doing it again. That was impressive. Oh my God, meanwhile here there's Flood going on aggressive, throwing out some shots there. Do you want to go on aggressive here? What do you think, Leo?
No, what's really amazing to me was the fact that Maxonus and everyone else actually made use of the terrain. They didn't really have to focus too much on trigonometry. They could just let gravity to really do its work as it naturally just rolled down that hill to really get to the necessary amount of spots. So just, I guess you could say, it was a really bad spot to be in for UNP to actually start there. I mean, you can't really blame UNP, like I said. You know, to be the team that actually comes into the circle last would probably be the worst thing that can actually ever happen to you. Anyway, looks like he must actually gonna be sprayed down. He tried to get for a quick pot shot, but looks like Rick was a little bit too quick. But the nade comes in from Sunshine as the sun has set for their Cerberus Gaming here, as they will be returning back and having a quick break here to the prep for the third map here. Flood, on the other hand, he is sort of out of the open, but he has a decent amount of cover for himself and alongside with his vehicle to give that some form of cover here. P4 has his line of sight, the last remaining member of 36 Cartel as well. He has no vehicle, but that doesn't mean that he couldn't do as much damage as possible to Fury as well. Waiki, Kamuka, and Fury, they don't really want to leave their location just yet because of the fact that they do not want to get gunned behind by P4. Maxonus just get a partial, but Flood is just too good. He finds Maxonus, knocks him down, and now we see quite the fire between the two teams here. Quick crash into the side here. The Tosh, let's see how this crash works out here for BN United.
Yeah, that's right. BN United going against Team Seryu right now. Simon T wants to throw out some smokes into the houses to flush them out, but 17-0 is down and out for the count. Trick also joins him thanks to a grenade by Simon. You can see there over on that side, Simon T wants to go aggressive, wants to push forward, but he's not too sure where the other members are, and that is, I think he's trying to finish this. There's only one more member left. Simon T now in trouble. But the one that will be winning this is Seryu Esports, and BN is out of the count. What? I thought that they had that in the bag, but I guess not. Clearly, my predictions are not doing great today. But now this is AAP. Evil Patrick wants to take out the other Asian team here, which is Team Eagle 365. But the grenade just misses way too far. Chibirit just bleeding to death. Evil Patrick really wants to finish off and get that final kill if he can. But Eagle 365 is playing it smart with the trade over here, throwing out some smokes and playing on the sides there, making sure that AAP is not able to land any of the grenades onto them. Evil Patrick does notice Chibirit though, and will be sending him back to the lobby. 3 members left in Eagle 365. Evil Patrick, what the spray onto him, but the one that will be getting a kill onto Vandal 9 will be Norans from Day Trade. AAP now playing it real safe because they are very, very aware that Day Trade's on that side. Grenade does connect onto Mad Dog, but not quite enough to knock him out of the fight just yet. They're still very, very safe, making sure to play on the side of the terrain because if one wrong peek can be sending them back to the lobby. Notice as Belmont on top of the terrain there. Throw some shots in, enough to throw in some damage, but not enough to actually do anything just yet.
BN lost to the rest of the circle. I believe the circles will still continue to pursue towards the central part of the circle, and it's definitely going to be very sharply useful as well. They got a great compound. You notice the terrain as well. That's Highland Mountains. The two words that shouldn't be in the same sentence. The two words that
We're in
shouldn't
the
be in the same
money.
sentence from the teams here. But Fury on the other end still trying to get some form of dominance towards the edge side here against Triple A attack. But attack all around is definitely trying to attack all around the location of Fury here. And Gloom, he's getting ever closer to get as side as possible. He really wants to make every shot count. Spots out blood, goes to the spray. Finally, the last clip does connect, and the final push comes in from the attack all around to finally eliminate Fury away. The edge battle finally does turn things, how the tides have turned for Fury as they were trying to quickly end the fight with the tackle around, but BN United just had the third party at the wrong time.
It's honestly just so unlucky. In a way, BN just saved AAA right over there, or rather helped them out. But now they're gonna have to be going head to head each other. But Evil Patrick, though, so low right now. Not too sure what exactly got him. You can see there, if you look at the terrain here, there's so many teams there just trying to get up into the circle. Alec has an idea where AAP is. He's just waiting right now, but I don't think anything's gonna be happening just yet. They're just trying to play it real safe as they climb up the terrain. Because once you peek up, the player with the fastest reaction time, which is obviously gonna be the player to see them first on the top of the terrain, will be the one that'll be getting the headshots. So now this AA forward, they want to take this fight to BN. Simon throws out a grenade over on that, sorry, a smoke over there, up there, to kind of hinder their vision a little bit. Throws out some sprays, not enough to do anything, but Gems now in trouble, knocked out because of the grenade thanks to Zest. That is a beautiful nade there, knocking out 3 members of Team AA. Only one still up is just Glooms right now. Gloom's gonna have to play it safe in order to be able to pick up his teammates, but I don't think that he's gonna have any time. He's gonna have to play it safe, and Jayer's now out of the counts as well as Janku, and that is the end of MSC. It's just honestly so unlucky. But let's be real here. Zest's nade since yesterday, if it hits, it's absolutely deadly.
Ooh. Definitely very deadly, but let's just see how deadly they can actually be as the rounds still continue to persist. We still actually have a total of 8 teams left into the game here. Young B definitely has his line of sight on one of the few members of Day Trade here. He actually Flash is trying to see if he can try to turn things around. He's not, although yes, he's not alone. He still has one of his other teammates as well, but they're still so far apart. But they have just absolutely no choice. They couldn't really stick with each other. They need to cover as much ground as much as possible because with this current situation of the circle is slowly persisting towards these highland mountains here, and that's not favorable at all. If they are the last one to actually, if they're actually midway of ascending that hill, but thankfully enough, it doesn't persist towards the north. It still went towards the southern side here. So there's still an opportunity for BN United and even AAP to try to turn things around here. As long as it continues to persist down south, then it will force a majority of the team who has the high ground down the hill, where there's barely any other covers, but also down into the lines of sight of all the members that's currently positioned at the base of the mountain.
Yeah, that's right. Look at that, how easy it's just hiding on the side of the terrain. They really just want to play the survivability game. They don't want to take any fights. They don't need to. Tanawat, though, getting a knock onto Tinoy. If they do manage to get one member of SP out, it would be a lot easier for them to actually just kind of win this chicken dinner, honestly, because SP's team has been extremely ferocious as well as tenacious this time around. Grenade comes out, not quite enough to actually land to knock him out just yet. But oh my god, that nade from Jacob knocks out one and sends the other to the lobby. Now Myth just looking just forward right now. They're not too sure what the other member is for now. This is Baonam. God A is going aggressive to 6 sacks, but not quite enough to do any damage. So close by is Momonji, though. They're gonna be in trouble now. Duckmans from mid notices Easy just hiding on the side of the terrain. They're not gonna let them get away with this. Duckmans, though, however, gets a knock onto Smell. You can see there one member there, Smell, just still bleeding to death. Will they be able to pick them up? I think it may just be happening. There we go. He's actually gonna move forward there. Escalicia not allowing it to happen. Actually, no. Escalicia actually sees a team of members of Colin down there. Throws some nades out. Throws the barbecue roast pit. Wants to make a meal out of them, but not quite enough to just get them out. But will prevent the revive from his teammate. However, that's not gonna stop him. He's just gonna tank it as much as he can. As the smoke just nearly misses them. But for now, Belmont knocked out by Young B.
Still pushing down, and Momonji still was able to heal up with the rest of the team. Klee, on the other hand, is just realizing for the fact that they missed someone to from the mountains here.
Woo!
Jexy finds a beautiful spray. One of the members of Day Trade finally knocked down, but then again, he actually revealed himself, allowing Norris to retaliate back to get the revenge kill, and of course reveal the 265 from the game first before Day Trade, so they're still going to be able to up the ladder here. Max Solis, oh no, he took the flash a little bit too late. Talk about wrong time at the wrong place as well. It's going to be allowing him to get knocked down by Smell. Success come in to finish off kind of off with a quick nade as well, not taking any risk, but looks like Easy Esports finally removed from the game. But Sharper Esports coming in hard with 10 kills on an absolute killing spree alongside with BN United. There's still the fight continued to persist. Myth is still okay, although yes, they did lose one of the members, but they still have 3 remaining, still standing strong. Easy Closure, one of the few players that actually constantly get removed quite early into the game yesterday as well. Finally, this is going to be his re-debut to try to make a play here. It looks like Sharper Esports is going to be removed from the game, courtesy of Jacob, by the way. And now we're slowly thinning out the leaves and the weeds here, Tosh, as we're slowly approaching our top 14.
It's actually so insane how Colony has been managing to survive. But I spoke too soon! Myth will be a team that's really sending Colony back out to the lobby, and we're down to our top 4 right now. BN, AAP, Myth, as well as Day Trade. Day with only 1 member left, Norins, and I'm pretty sure Norins wants to be the annoying fly on the wall to just ruin things for everyone, the dream killer, if you may. And for now, here, let's see how this plays out. For now, let's have a look here how the terrain is where it is. On the very top is actually BN. AAP is actually at the bottom, and the mid side is where Myth is. Honestly, I would love to be where BN is right now. They can pretty much see everything, but their backs are right by the circle. The circle will be pushing into their back, so they may have to be pushing forward in a little while, I believe.
Yeah. Same goes for the rest of the team as well. Like, the only one that's pretty much sort of chill right now is going to be Myth, because they're like smack that in the middle. Like, one of the members, while some of them is still playing around the edge, because they really want to check out who's actually at the base of the hill. They want to see exactly where everyone is. It looks like they're going to go for a quick long rotation as well. They're going to be trying to get the pick. Thankfully enough, Mad Dog was actually trying to go for the flank, so he was instantly able to pick up Jacob there. And the quick retaliation comes in. BN United definitely going to be joining in the fray. Oh no, but the kill is going to be taken away by CJ from the nades follow in. The knock was made by Simon T, but the Chaos came in strong, so a free kill point is going to be given away to AAP instead. Still, the fight continued to persist. One of the lone member of Day Trade hasn't really revealed himself. He's being quiet as much as possible. Norris doesn't really want to reveal
right now.
He's trying to be as sneaky as possible.
So as quiet as a mouse. As quiet as a mouse. For now, this is Myth. They want to push up right now, and I can say BN. They're gonna do a rotate, but I don't think they know that Norins is over there. But I think they're just trying to make it play it safe. I think they have an idea that someone might be here, but they're not too sure how many and who. But God Ace though, not seeing anyone just yet. One wrong peek, and Norins will be able to pick at least 1 play, just add to the body count. God Ace though, now currently busy by members of AAP on that side, and the smoke comes out just to kind of like hinder the vision. He's gonna jump down, not enough to actually do some damage. Norin's right there. Simon gonna move on to the other side. Norin's will be safe for another few minutes at least. He has his eyes up to the sky, making sure that no one jumps off the train. He's gonna move down to the other side, and he's just playing at the side of the circle, but will manage to knock down bots in the process. But in the process of doing that, alerting every single team around that he's over on that side. Bots though will be going back lobby thanks to Young B, and no thanks to Norins as well. But CJ though still managing to pick up a kill onto as Kuruja. So for now, you can see there on the side that despite not having the terrain advantage, he's doing quite well from themselves.
Still, the zone continued to persist, and right now we're facing number 9 as well, so there's no other final circle. It's just a man who's actually dead set in the center. Jacob, but looks like Mando, he barely spots me at the left side as well. No, just turn a little bit more. You need to spot it. But anyway, BN United is slowly pushing forward. Zest fight Equalizia, but that's not the member that he was actually coming down for you. You want to look for our Predator here. Myth is going to be removed from the game. Surprisingly, Norris is still alive. He's being absolutely quiet about this as well. Although, yes, he was the one that put the final nail in the coffin for Argent bots here. But if you look at the circle here, BN United has so much high ground here as well. But Mad Dog's going in for the quick picks. But Sally Norris is giving himself up to the zone here, not giving anyone the skill score. BN United was pushing in. Zest finds one, knocks down the other. It literally comes up to this 1v3, but BN United comes in strong to secure their first chicken dinner for this very first week. I told you before, Tosh, they only needed top 8, but you know, BN United just says, hey, why settle for top 8 when you can just secure the seating?
Honestly, I feel like the way they played was just it's just so relaxed how they decided to take it. You know, they just took their time with it. They didn't have to worry too much. They had a high ground advantage, which means that they don't have to worry too much about AAP pushing forward. They can just get the easy picks if they want to. But Norans, though, just kind of like ruining the plans for AAP. If ALJ and bots were still alive, this may just be a different story altogether. So in a way, Norans, as I mentioned before, as predicted, will be the dream killer, and the dreams that were killed were from the side of AAP. But speaking of that, AAP is probably just so frustrated right now because they really want to be on top. They really want to be number one. But the other teams, though, they're probably like, oh, thank God, we don't have to worry too much about AAP just taking the top spot again from us, and we have to worry about trying to get another chicken dinner just to catch up. So BN, though, kudos, well played, love to see it. So for now, the next match that will be happening after this is going to be going back to Erangel. We've seen day 2 Erangel just now. What are your thoughts on the playstyle? Is it very similar to yesterday?
You talking about BN United or just like every other team
just
here?
All the teams in general, yeah.
All the teams in general. There were some few changes in some of the team lineup as well as some being the same. But you know, I just gotta call for our teams here because we're gonna be taking a quick short break here. We had another crazy first 2 games back-to-back tasks, so we definitely need a quick break. And of course, all of you amazing viewers, don't forget to drink that water as well during this quick short break. So don't go away for too long. More PUBG action coming to you guys right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 5. For today, we have seen the first 2 matches. I'm your host for today, Tash Buddy, alongside the super awesome, super cool, and knows everything about PUBG, Yololi. So, Yololi, we have seen the first 2 matches for today. And look at this, Archangel Predator with 2 chicken dinners already for today and almost getting a third just now. So close right now with 44 kills, not quite enough to defeat UNP with 62, but you know what, I think they're very, very comfortable. What do you think?
No, they're definitely really comfortable for sure, of course. I mean, for now, our Angel Predator, I guess you could say they can have this really positive mindset for themselves, saying for the fact that, okay, despite the fact that we are in the lead, but that doesn't mean we're too far. Like, UNP isn't really too far behind, but their win condition to really overwhelm us is just to get that chicken dinner. So I think as long as UNP isn't able to get to that stage or even get to the top 4, I think AAP can literally have a sigh of relief. It's only for the other teams that's going to be able to get to the top 4, because it's not just UNP that is AAP's only contender, but there are actually 5 others, make it 6 others, including BN United here. So it's gonna be quite the climb for the rest of the team. But yes, by the way, I know you're laughing. I also wanted to laugh, but I'm just like, I want to laugh, but I can't stop. It's gonna be looking so weird, but now let's just let it through. If you guys are understanding why Tash Bunny is laughing, you know when you know.
No, basically, for us here in Southeast Asia, there's a what do you call kueh in English? Kueh, or like a snack called a love letter. You know, it's like this this crunchy wafer rolled up with some chocolate inside of it. And some kids, well, including me, till now, I'm almost 30 years old, I like to just hold it like I'm smoking a cigar. And seeing a member of AAP do that is just like #relatable. I see you, my friend. I see you.
I mean, hey, what a better way to smoke, right? It's healthy, it's safe, it doesn't damage your lung, and it's delicious.
I wouldn't say it's healthy though. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely delicious. It's much more delicious than an actual cigar.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's everything you could ever hope for,
Yeah, for sure, 100% for sure. But let's talk again about AAP right now. Honestly, it's so crazy. I mean, we were just talking about how consistent UNP was yesterday, and today AAP just shows up and says, "Who you say inconsistent? We're consistent." I mean, 2 matches in a row, chicken dinner, getting 2nd place. I'm really hoping that we can see this more from AAP, but this is only me being biased. But me not being biased is that I want to see other teams step it up. I would really like to see the true potential of Fury that everyone talks about, I want to see, I mean, we've seen BNL just now. Maybe team, I don't know, Team Seru pop off just to show like, oh, hey, we're new here. We're the underdogs. But hey, look at us, It's always fun when you see those things happen.
Yeah, it's Fury storyline has always been the same since PCS3. Is the fact that they always start things slow, but the thing is, they're the ever improving and evolving team. It's just that now and I think they really reached their peak. Like, everyone sort of agreed that they really reached their peak back in PCS4, because they had such an overwhelming performance within the 3 weeks. There was just the only downfall was in that final week, which they keep getting 2nd place. 4 times they got 2nd place in that final week, and that was really the decider to allow Fury to win that PCS4. But 4 times in a row, they failed to secure it, and that was literally the breaking point for the team, and I really can't blame them. Like, the fans and everyone started being reminded about, okay, this is the Fury that we knew from PCS2, like, because back in PCS2, they were so close to getting that championship spot. They really got so close, but the real tiebreaker was just really the number of kills there. It was just like 1 to 2 kill differential to really be the tiebreaker between them and LG Divine back then. By the way, fresh new map, map number 3. Let's see how well Fury and the rest of the team do and fare.
Your favorite map, though, that circle all the way to the left side, once again favoring teams like AP. AP just now had I think they had a pretty good time when it came to circles today, if I remember correctly. They're pretty much happy. First round, it was near the Georgia Paul area, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember what the second one was. So I think in Erangel, I think the circle gods seem to smile on them a little bit extra. And we've seen that in the stats, though. But Baonam, though, fresh after that last win, I think they're feeling very, very confident.
They're feeling very confident as well, and like I told you yesterday, and also just like a quick reminder to the fans and the viewers as well. Being United does like remember the question you asked me yesterday, which was the team that actually sort of
Look at that! Look at that!
have my
Look at
eye
that!
on, well, on the side here. But yes, there was just a beautiful name coming from Zest. That was really an absolute dirty name of all the names for sure.
I will remember it forever.
But you know, like just to remind you of the question you asked me yesterday, and that was the like which team was the one that we need to really focus on the map panorama, and that was teams like BN United and Eagle 365, because they're the team that really prioritizes in diving into the center. They dive in the center. They play a really defensive play style. They've never gone aggressive unless it's really the final circle. They really give their all to avoid fights. Whereas when in the final circle, they give their all to win that fight. So it's a really quick 180 of that playstyle when the difference between the early game and the late game.
Look at those kills. 16 kills, 2.3k damage. That's insane. Not looking at the throwables, right? When you compare it to the other winners, they use less. And I think it comes back to your point just now. They don't take fights that they don't need. So therefore, all their resources is already enough. Just they make sure that they have enough to be used at the end. Here is Simon T, though, with 6 kills just now. Kill proportion 37.5% with 962 damage. The most I've seen today, at least. And 40.9% proportion. Simon T, what can you tell me about him?
Well, Simon T, he's actually the forerunner for the side here for BN United. He's going to be the one that's always charging, always giving. Not only is he scout, I mean, he's not really the main scout of the team. He actually has one more other teammate. It's going to be actually Zest to be the one that does the scout for the side here alongside with Simon T. But Simon T does play alongside with Zest to really go to look for those kills. And the thing is they don't really need to worry too much of that long peak battles because they have Young B to really give them the necessary amount of cover for that one. So with that reassurance that Zest and Simon T has with Young B on the back line, they both could literally just focus on dealing with their opponents that's currently in front of them as well. And of course, like comparing between, I guess you could say comparing between Simon T and Zest, Simon T is the one that is a little bit more bold compared to Zest. Like there'll be certain situation where like people will tell us like will hesitate or doubt their capabilities on whether they should like really aggressively push that fight. But no, Simon T is just like I'll do it for sure. But looks like Rogue is receive a really uninvited guest here, Taj Bunny.
Will he actually get it? Chloris though, making sure he wants to try and check first if anyone quite there. Grenade comes out, they definitely know by now. Nan's Mai now outside the building, knows there's someone outside in the area. MS is gonna push forward right now. Chloris does notice a player over there, I think it was Rogue, but he doesn't quite get enough time to actually peek him to actually cause any damage. For now, both teams are just playing it real smart, just making sure to just throw a lot of dribbles right there. We'll be getting a beautiful nade from Julio, knocking down Chloris. Another grenade comes out, and G3007 will be joining him on the ground, and Chloris will be the first one knocked out, followed by 3007. That's 2 numbers out from MSC. Sito all the way from this side wants to try and see if he can avenge his teammates, but not quite getting anything just yet.
Still pressing down the line though.
Although yes, a little bit impressive fight though.
It was intense. I mean, like I said, uninvited guests. Uninvited guests. Yes. We'll be forced out of the house, Won't get the nice homecoming courtesy.
Yep, exactly. Next time, you gotta say hi first. Gotta knock on the door. Ding dong. We're here for you. But now,
technically he did. Technically he did knock the door there, but like I said, they needed an invitation. They needed an invitation to get there.
Sure. This is Day Trade Gaming. I think Day Trade, I notice their potential. I see them when they play. They're very ferocious. I love seeing them. I would really like to see them at least end today with at least 1 chicken dinner. What do you think?
It's no, that's the thing, right? Like what I mentioned before, Buriram was the one that really blocked a lot of a lot of these younger teams here. Like there's the one with the highest potential, Sharpen Esports, BN United, Eagle 365. Their biggest wall was Buriram because Buriram was just all over the place. They were either on the edge, sometimes they
Right.
would dive into the circle. They will literally run into every one of these teams, and then they really couldn't really
They
do
sound
anything
like a
about it.
ghost.
Even attack, yeah, they're exactly. They were like hungry ghosts, and they just kept chasing them down. Even Attack All Around, who was trying to make their first debut back in PCS4 and Game Home Hadong. I thought, like me and Husky, we were hyping it up. We're like, "Yo, we haven't seen Game Home Hadong since Charity Showdown. Let's see how they do it in this game." But Buriram was like, "Yeah, let's just tone this old school. Let's just tone this old team down a little bit because it's all about us." Seriously, like that's why I said their performance back in PCS4 was quite lackluster. Was just mainly because they was just like Buriram all over the place. But right now, like I said, they're out of the picture. So now BN United, Eagle 365, Day Trade, Game Home. Now they're going to be able to get a lot more points than usual here. But of course, there's still the other potential teams that's going to be contesting or running in with them as well. So it's still a matter of who really comes out on top here.
Yeah, that's right. Fury still though playing on the side of the map there. It's just only at Georgia Pool for now, but 36C is still so far out of the map. At least two members are. Some shots there coming from the side of MSC. I feel like MSC is just going on the aggressive. They're always in a fight somewhere. Wherever they're always somewhere out there. They're always picking a fight with someone. They remind me of like a very angry dog just like yapping away at people. But here we go, 17 going aggressive to a member of the Eagle 365, Jexy, barely making it out alive from that. Jexy with only 5 HP, running for his life right now, but will be able to make some distance between him and the nade. Probably he was already anticipating it. But for now, Zest though, getting a knock onto Vandal 9. Eagle 365 not in the best positions right now. Bao Nam have their eyes on them. Vandal 9 will be going back to the lobby. Hanji all alone that side. Youngbi catching him out, will be knocking him as well. Bao Nam on a rampage. If they see you, they will end you. And that's two members, I believe, of Eagle 365 now down and out for the count. And it's not looking so great right now for them. Jexy just running for his life right now.
I told you this as well. Eagle 365 just doesn't really do. They just don't do well with crashing into sites. Really, they just don't.
Yeah,
they
they
just
really
don't do well. It's not that they can't. They can, but it's not as smooth or as confident as compared to like the other teams.
Yeah.
Like how Fury or even Day Trade really handles that kind of situations. Yeah. Speaking of Fury, Inside really rolling in, and of course, I am sort of jealous because you did mention yesterday that you're friends with Inside. I'm just like, oh my god,
Yeah.
like could you get me his signature, like even a virtual? I think that's totally fine.
Oh
with
my
me.
god. It's actually so funny because I didn't think he was that famous. And now I'm
You
just sitting here with
kidding me?
you.
Girl, you had like a superstar in your friends list, and you're just like, okay, he's just an average Joe. Are you kidding me?
I mean, to be fair, we played MMOs together, we played MOBAs together. I did not expect him to be making it this far in the PUBG mobile, PUBG PCC. For now, this is Hung from Unicorn UMP getting a knock there onto a member of 36C. Suspect definitely did not suspect that coming. Haha, I'm quite funny too, Leo.
Haha, the puns. I like it. Pun intended, guys. Pun intended. Hashtag puns. Hashtag Tosh can do puns.
I had to. Leo does the best ones, so I had to challenge him. You know, I really had to.
I mean, what
so
do you mean I do the best one? I just go with the flow here, really.
I mean, you just come so naturally when you do that, you know? But let's talk a little bit about Archangel Predator. Consistent since yesterday, not quite. Doesn't always get a chicken dinner, but look at, let's just hold on to that thought. He's kind of like ran into his teammate a little bit there. A little bit of an accident. Easy though. Smell really wants to have his revenge onto SP. SP has been throwing a wrench onto a lot of these teams' you know, plans. I mean, they don't necessarily make it out on top, but they do cause enough damage to stop a lot of dreams right over there. So yeah, I don't blame Smell for seeing them and saying like, oh my god, it's SP. I just gotta shoot at them. Goddamn team.
I don't blame them for the hate. So much hate for a lot of these teams, so because there were just some moments where the team's downfall in a certain round just because of a specific team or a certain action that they did. They don't necessarily have to be the one to wipe them out. Just like a couple of taps just to knock one of the teammates was just pretty much enough to be a nuisance here.
Can we give Maximus a nickname? Can we call him the Dream Destroyer? That should be his new name. He's just ruining dreams left and right. Sure, he'll go down, but not before causing enough damage, just ruin your hopes and dreams. So Maximus, if you're watching this, you're gonna be the Dream Destroyer. For now though, look at the kill feed though. My god, BN on a rampage finally finds the last two members of Eagle 365 and finishes them off. Clearly they were like, oh, they got away? Not for long, Zerg. We're gonna find them. In Malay language, Kelopang Chachik Mr. Akhir. Final wormhole. We're gonna find them. Here's Hung again. Hung, what are you eating, sir? You're just catching people in vehicles left and right. You're crazy. Here we go. Chu as well. Sending 17 mil back to the lobby. 2 members left of Siriu.
And the crazy part about this as well is like the reason why everyone is so frantic to get into the circle right now and not even playing on the edge, because if you notice from where the circle currently is, it's a lot of flatlands. It's like it's a massive amount of flatlands. There is some hills and maybe some smaller compounds, but that's just pretty much it. It's more prioritizing a lot of these like level areas where everyone's just like telling themselves, okay guys, we can't play with the edge anymore because it's just too open. You got no cars. Even if you have a car, you're still at risk of being picked off there. Like we saw a really clear example of what Vaughn did to that poor member of Team Siriu here. Sadly, Nee never saw it really coming there. And Eagle 365, you know this by the way, Tash? It wasn't BN United hunting them. It was more like Eagle 365 actually coming back to the.
Oh, what? I did not notice that. Okay, why did they do that? Like, they're like, oh, we're so unhappy. We're gonna come back and try and kill them and just get knocked out. Not a great move. Maybe they should have... I think some respect should have been given to Team BN, I believe.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
no, I
knew that... Yeah, they were trying to be sneaky deaky. I think maybe they were trying to see if they were able to actually take them out before going back to the lobby.
Right.
But, you know, it didn't really work out in their end. Not enough to throw a wrench. Unless you're Maximus, you cannot claim the title of Dream Destroyer. I'm sorry. It's the truth.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't really give that title to Maximus. If I had to give him a title, I'm probably just gonna call him the Redeemer, because like every single time, like the way his teammates dies or die, then he just has to try to like redeem his teammates. Right? It's like, don't worry, guys, we're still strong, we're still consistent, we're still getting trades, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Okay, we're gonna find another player just to give that title to. I'm keeping my eye out on them. Fury though, I just really want to see more from them. You know, after hearing the rumors, seeing the highlights, you know, I just want to see extra from them. But they're just not quite there yet. I mean, it's not their fault. It's just the fact is, the teams maybe back then they were the best, you know, but maybe nowadays the other teams have caught up to them, and I just came at a time where, as you mentioned before, they already peaked. But for now, this is Jacob getting a knock onto Mad Dog, though. And the Sunshine will be going aggressive, though, throwing some sprays onto Maximus. He is happy. He's like, haha, caught you, guy. And 6x solo, 7 HP left. Trick, though, wants to go aggressive. How pushing forward. Despite having only 2 members left, they still managed to damage SP quite a bit right over here. 6x staying as quiet as a mouse. Wait, holding on to that angle. Who pushes out will be the first to get kicked out here. Grenades come out, sorry, smokes come out just to kind of hinder out the vision. And 6x is going in prone. Sorry, 3 members of Siriu actually. Trick, will you go outside? Come on, Trick. Hello, come say hi to me, 6x is. But quietly in his mind, of course, he's going out. He's gonna be sprayed, but he will not be the one getting the spray. It will be Trick that gets the tricks out first.
Rick really quick with those hands there as well. They actually could really go for the spray on there. He couldn't really go anywhere else. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, man. These gamers, man, you don't really underestimate them. Although yes, Rick slowly trying to show his. Remember, this is their first debut as well. But looks like UNP is gonna be running down the hill, get sniped away. Continental is gonna be joining them. It's 2 members gone from the mix. I told you before as well. Don't stay in the vehicles. It's not safe. I mean, sure, you're fast, but you're not safe from any of these players. They'll cut you down. But then again, the game is still in play. They still have one of the few main members still at large for UNP. That's going to be Chu and Vaughn. But as long as with their Darcia in hand, but the circle is relatively getting smaller as well. So not much known location. But I believe these players and this team definitely know for sure that exactly where everyone potentially is going to be at. It's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to survive the initial rotation here. They got a couple of tags, getting tagged again, but a beautiful knock coming in from Chu on Clear as they do a really quick drive-by. But sadly enough, they will not be able to turn back to go for the quick kill because the minute they turn, they'll lose their initial and their speed, and there will be no way for them to get out of that situation.
Right, so look at the circle though, on the north side of Gatka area. Yeah, you're right though. Flatland is insane for this, but you can see there, Colony still going aggressive. The nade actually Seeds nade just blew himself up and he's bleeding to death. Alec though, throwing some more nades. Hey, let me just join you. Let me just throw out some nades for you. You want to blow yourself up? I'm gonna join you right over there. Though for now, you can see here, Chodburi Rogue Nuns just running for his life right now. He's like, yeah, I don't want any part of this. I'm just gonna play on the other side here. Has his other teammates just bleed to death. There you go, Seats out of the count, and they will be rotating away from Team Colony. Team Colony hasn't had a great match just yet, and I feel like they really want to change that if possible. But one thing that for sure I see from Team Colony is that they're absolutely aggressive. Despite how bad their game is, they're still gonna maintain the aggressiveness that they had. But for now, Sunshine though, he actually damaged his own teammate, I believe. Oh, what happened there? I am so confused. Please, Leo, tell me what just happened there.
What just happened there? It's just Frag City. Let's be honest. This is absolutely Frag City. Great amount of potential. Rogue pushing in. Sally was not able to get a single knock from that spray. Unfortunate for that one, but I guess for sure he couldn't really persist for too long because he was sort of out in the open as well. Our Interpreter still in that ditch, just finds out one, but oh no! CJ won't be able to trade back the damage. Both will be knocked down at the same time, and Algin Boss, the last remaining members of our Interpreter as well, has to really buy with that time. They haven't spotted the Darcy just yet. The hot red, by the way. Ooh, hot red Darcy. That's a really nice looking skin for sure. But yes, he's still staying. Trying to stay as silent as possible, trying to survive as long as possible into this game. More nades are rolling naturally into the ditch here, into the pit. But Vanatek is going to be coming down alongside him. But Arjun Bot was a little bit too quick. And what's even better, Arjun Bot already hurt their movement coming in as well. That's a free kill and also a one member removed for the side of a day trade. Alex, but then again, the spray did come in. So the Collie knows that Collie and Myth at the same time know there's actually one more person alongside them here playing around the open plains there. And Daydream Norris, he wants blood, he wants revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth here, as they slowly converge on the location to get the revenge kill on Arjun Boss. That's only if Arjun Boss is able to stay alive long enough to sustain this fight. Which is was able to go for the quick spray down, but more trades are happening and Arjun Boss still trying to stay alive.
That's so crazy how Boss is still not able to do that much damage, but for now this is made in Thailand. Then with getting a knock onto one player and onto two members actually of Colony, and he's gonna be really happy. That's gonna have to back up just a little bit. 43 HP left, and he's gonna have to reset before he decides to play this. You can see there the circle just shrank into the very flat lands over there, as mentioned by Yolo Lee. But for now, this is MSC. They're going on aggressive, getting a knock, getting a kill onto Alec actually. Monji though finishing up another member of Colony. For now, this is Bots. They're going aggressive despite being only one person. Still managing to eliminate Team B-Trade out of the game, which is so impressive. That nade though will be the one nade that will be eliminating Colony PH and sending them back to the lobby. You see they're just teams after teams just getting knocked out there. Bots still doing a lot of damage, finishing off Myth right over there. It's insane. Bots, the only a member left, still managing to do that much damage onto all the teams, sending Team Daytrade out of all teams back to the lobby. That is impressive.
It really is. It's also really unfortunate as well. But you see, that's the issue about fighting in the open plains where you barely have any other form of cover as well. They really had to ditch the vehicles behind because this is sort of like the phase 5 circle. So like just starting your car, everyone will already know like have a small idea exactly where and potentially which route you're gonna be taking into the circle. So everyone really had no choice but to really go on foot here. Or really take unless they already had that initial speed already coming with the vehicle, then they can sort of drive into the zone or at least a better location for them to take the next fight here. But surprisingly, UNP was still able to sustain though. I thought Chu was actually gonna be joining Vaughn alongside the afterlife alongside with him, but very still sustaining, pretty good.
The afterlife be the lobby, yeah. But for now, if you look at the teams still up, Fury, AAA, Easy, and CES, their teams very, very healthy still. I don't think they're trying to pick out fights as much as they can. Easy though just now had a touch. I don't think they had a great match just now. There were 3 members left. There were, oh, you know what? Take that back. Smell though, getting knocked out thanks to Gems from AAA. I think they're going to try and push right now. Looks like Glooms is going to go on the aggressive. They want to finish off Easy if they can. You can see their spell still low. Y8 close by him, trying to pick him up, and there he has already been picked up. And Glooms though running away with 46 HP left. Some smokes coming out there just to give them some cover. As you mentioned before, it is flat area. They need as much cover as they can. Be a vehicle, beat smoke. They're going to have to utilize it as much as they can. Shin V gonna throw a grenade. Will it? Oh, it does connect onto Glooms, who was down there on the ground trying to heal, but it's gonna be a problem though. And here you go, Chu trying to throw that nade, does not connect onto Team Cerberus. You see there, the teams are still pretty much very, very separated, and you know the circle is still big. It looks like BN is just so happy in their compound on there. Fury has 2 big areas covered. CS on the edge there. AAA playing the side of the edge, but it will be Fury who will be winning the favor of the circle. This time they have a pretty good area. They're not right smack dab in the circle, but they're pretty much happy to be inside. AAA though will be backing off for now. They really try to pick a fight with Team Easy, but it didn't really work out their way.
You know, that's the thing, right? Sometimes you just really, all these players can't really hope for everything to go really there, what they really intended and what they really hope for. I mean, you're sure if it does happen, it's really great for them. But sadly, not the same things can't be said for the rest of the members of Sharp or Cerberus Gaming, as they're constantly getting their members picked up by JS at the long side here. Never expected JS were able to pick up in time. Although yes, they did initially drop down the smoke grenades actually to give them some form of cover, but it actually popped out. It started, the smoke coming out was a little bit too late for them. And in other words, they did suffer some casualties, but thankfully no one actually will be having a falling here. But then again, the tackle around, they're prepared to push in at the same time. But then again, a couple of pot shots coming in from Chu does slow down their initial assault. But once again, they have collected up the resolve, revved up their movement, chosen a couple of flashbangs before they constantly dive into the mix for this one final charge to try to clear out the remaining members of Cerberus Gaming, because it's either them or us. They have to go for it. And Easy Esports is also hammering them down, putting down the iron here, hitting the iron while it's hot. Gonna go and remove him from the game. Chu is also going to be joining alongside with the spray. Easy Esports and even UNP not making this easy as they attack all around them in this game, and of course that will be resulting with them eliminated away.
There we go. Spots, they're still very much alive right now, but Smell will be finishing off the final member of UNP. Chu will be joining his teammates back in the lobby. Bots, though, still staying alive, wants to see how far he can take this. And Solo Z, you can see that he's hiding inside a smoke. Grenade comes towards Shinbi, but not quite connecting onto him. Shinbi, the play safe, but gotten away, will be the one to see where Bots is. And there it is. Archangel Predator, 6th place for them. Not a bad way to go. Himas though from Cerberus. This is one of Cerberus's better game. He actually notices. I think he actually maybe may have spotted a member of Easy Esports right over there, but I don't think they're gonna commit just yet. But Smell though will be quite fast, grabbing Solozi from inside of the smoke. And for now, more smokes to throw out just to kind of flush them out. And Himas will be knocked onto the ground. And Himas now will be finished off by Simon. BN though coming inside wants to join in third party. Cerberus is now down and out of the count, taking 5th place. And here are the top 4 teams for this round's match.
Still the fight continued to persist on, and Fury, of course, they managed to, against all odds, they're still able to sustain and bring it all the way into the final top really 4. Yeah. It's been a while as well, so they're definitely loving it. And of course, the circle doesn't also sort of favor them a little bit as well. But then again, there is the small steep slope. Okay, I wouldn't say a steep hill. It's more like a little slope here, so they might be a little bit careful. They have to be a little bit careful as they do descend it down. But thankfully, for some of the areas here, the majority of the teams, they would not be playing so much in the open place and prioritizing a little bit more of the ditches. But Simon T finds one of his initial prey. Started bringing down the hammer on our dear friend Shin V here. Oh, finally the vehicle does explode here, and Shin V has no chance of retaliating away. No way!
Whoa,
Simon T started poking at all the
Simon's
vehicles,
on a
and it's just, I
roll.
guess it's just really the luck of the draw here. That vehicle was too low, and finally that one final shot was all he needed to really knock down Shin V. That's gonna be forcing him to use his first aid kits and heals and meds to really bring it back up to health, but that's exactly what he was trying to hope for as well. Trying to force the enemies here to use all of their meds and choke them out here.
Yeah, that's right. This is Flood now from Fury going aggressive to Young B. He really wants to kill if he can. As I said before, Flood, if he sees you, he will kill you. And it seems like he does have his eyes on Young B. So the thing about BN is that they're just playing it real safe. They're using that little bit of terrain that they have. See, if you're inside, just jumping a little bit just to get a little bit of an angle there. Feels like me though. I'm very short. That's how I react as well. But now Klee going aggressive to GHD. Throws out a nade. Will it connect? I highly doubt it. Will it though? No, it does not. Only 6 damage onto the member of GHD. Some more grenades come out as well as a Molly, but not quite enough to do any damage. But what Klee is trying to do though is stop them from moving forward, from pushing inside the circle, and hopefully playing it this way. But one nade does knock Klee down, and will it actually stop Y8? Y8 will be moving to the side and quickly try to pick up his teammate for as much as he can. But Fury though gonna be pushing forward to the to GHD right now, disgusting over on that side. But they have to play it safe. Some sprays come out. And there we go, White Kamukau getting Gotnu onto that. Disgusting though, trying to play it safe, trying to make sure that he doesn't get spotted out. Grenade comes out, will that mean enough? Nope, he just jukes it, but White Kamukau was ready for him. And he'll be getting a double kill onto the last 2 members of Game Home.
But the fight still looking good. Top 3 teams remaining. They're slowly pushing up the hill as well. It looks like the circle is still looking into the favor for the side of Fury. But Fury really needs to clear out the teams here, because right now BN United, although yes, they are sort of in the open hills here, but they do have a nice dish for them to play with here. All they need to do is just wait for the circle to actually further push Fury out into the open, and then we'll have a fight on our hands here. But right now BN United, as much as they really hope for that kind of outcome, they know they can't take the fight head on with Fury 4v4. If they want to, I believe Simon T, if you can notice as well on the minimap, he's trying to position himself in a way where he can third party this fight, and hopefully he can knock out some members of Fury. At least that way, when the fight comes in between them, they should have the number advantage to try to turn things around here. But the fight continues on as more smokes and utilities are committed. And Waiki Kabuka spots out Simon's T, by the way, and also pressuring him in the spot.
Yeah, that's right. It's Fury though still very healthy now. It's gonna be a 3-team 4v4 right now. You see that Fury is on that side now, going aggressive inside, getting a knock on to Smell. And he is going on the aggressive. They really want to push into easy. They have the advantage right now with one member knocked. Some smokes come out just to kind of hinder, as well as some poison smoke just to kind of flush them out, just to kind of give them the advantage. Inside though, finishing out Smell. It's going to be 3 versus 4 right now in the favor of Fury. See there, BN just trying to reposition themselves in case that does happen, the fight does end. They can quickly finish off the fight as fast as possible. How it's going to go. So I just noticed that there is a ditch right in front where you did mention earlier, and I see it right clear right now. I think in a way it is kind of like favoring the side of Insight for that, because it does give them a little bit of a high ground, just a little bit. But right now they want to push forward. They have no clue where exactly Team Easy are. They kind of have an idea. They see the movement down there, but they don't want to push out so much in case they lose that high ground advantage that they have. So for now, they're just gonna be trying to jiggle it out. I feel like this is kind of like a Mexican standoff, the 3-man Mexican standoff. They're just dancing as much as they can, just trying to see who peaks first. I think the name of the game right now is who spots who first. Who gets spotted out will be the one in trouble, I believe.
Ooh, this is gonna be the final battle as well. Easy to look for the member.
Oh
Klee
my
being
God,
so sneaky as well. Fury comes in fast and furious, but maybe a little bit too fast. They barely saw Klee, and Klee will be able to knock them down. But this is exactly the opening that BN United was hoping for as well. Not only noticing 1, but 3 members of Fury is knocked down. BN United said, guys, the majority of the manpower is down. Charge in, flood upon them all, and try to clear them out of the game. And thanks to that, looks like Fury will be the 3rd team to be removed from the game. Just sadly enough, all that's left, just 1 remaining member, and that's Shin V. 1v3. He could try to turn it around, but Gala is a little bit too quick. He tried to pan him with a pan, but that doesn't
Slap
matter.
him with a
1v3
pan?
is a little
Oh,
bit too
they
much to ask.
did.
And BN United will secure their second chicken dinner.
That's a back-to-back. That's a back-to-back. I asked for a back-to-back today and they delivered. Let's go. Okay, I have another team to say that it's my favorite. So thank you for that. Adding that to my many list of teams that I am currently rooting for right now. But so well played by them. As I mentioned before, when it comes to a 3-man match, I feel like Fury should not have pushed that. I did mention before, even though if they were to push forward, they will lose the high ground advantage that they had earlier. And because they don't have an idea where exactly Team Easy was, that kind of costed them the game.
It's more like, I wouldn't say like they shouldn't have pushed them. It's more like they had to push them really because they couldn't really push against BN United, because BN United already sort of like if you notice as well during the fight, BN United had sort of prepared their positioning as well to get ready to engage Fury. Hence why Fury doesn't want to take that fight with BN United just yet. Waikiki was there to keep them in track, to give the information to the team, to let them, and also just to hold BN United back. It was really just Waikiki because he's the only one that's just keeping their eyes on the team, while the rest of the members trying to clear as many members of Easy Esports. What they didn't take into account of was Klee being a really cheeky bugger. Like I can tell you this, he's probably the most cheekiest bugger in the entire game for the last round, because Klee, all he did was just camp at the very edge of the smoke, right in front of it as well. So when Fury was dashing forward down the hill, they barely saw Klee, and Klee just took that moment with the barrel in hand as well.
It's a triple kill, right?
Yeah, 3K.
Oh
mowed them all down. He had no mercy. Just mowed them all down. And the minute he did, BN United was like, release the hounds, as they just ran up the hill.
Yeah, they were really ready. They had all. You were right. I did mention that earlier. They did already reposition. I thought that it was gonna be a lot later when they decided to push. But when they saw that, okay, Fury's in trouble, it's time to go, they didn't even give a chance for Easy to reset, and then they ended that with a slap in the face with a pan. I don't know about you, but I would be pretty tilted if I were killed with a pan. I'm not gonna lie. It's really
he was
demoralizing.
No, it was close though. I think they should have let him get the pan. I think it'd be really great, because we had, like, in my experience, I've never seen a pan kill in Continental series before. Like, that would have been literally the first. It would have been the first pan kill in the PCS.
Yeah.
I mean, like, seriously, any of the viewers, if I'm wrong, do comment down in the comment section below. But I really strongly don't remember any pan kills. If not, I would have definitely remembered it for sure. But crazy game that we had for match number 3.
Honestly,
oh, no.
One of the best matches, but I feel like the star of the match has to be Bots, though. Not because of how good he was or anything, but just how he played it. Despite being alone, he still managed to. I don't know how many kills he managed to get before he went down, and he dashed a lot of teams' hopes and dreams. It was such a treat to watch. I mean, it was a bit disappointing that he couldn't make it all the way till the end. That would have been cool. But it was a very intense and cool thing to watch. I think that's the best part about seeing like the final members of a team still alive without their teams, because they're like a man with nothing to lose. It was like, if I get a kill, then I get a kill. Not that that's too bad. I'm not gonna make it till the end. I don't have the amount of people, so let's see how many hopes and dreams I can destroy.
Yeah, he really did a great job. He definitely knows. I mean, it's not just Elgin Boss. I think a lot of these players here in the tournaments, I mean, besides Seiryu as well, they really know how to really know how to make it hurt for a lot of these teams. Like, doesn't really have to remove them from the game, but it just makes it a lot more harder for them. Like, even Vanaticket as well. Like, Vanaticket was just like, okay, I don't want to flank Elgin Boss. I wanted to flank Made in Thailand, because they are currently engaging with the colony. But Elgin Boss is like, hey, you're a little bit too far from the pack there, my friend. As he picks him off, as the lone wolf picks off the lost sheep there. They did lose Vanatuka relatively early into the round. By the way, kudos to BN United, bringing the team to get their second chicken dinner back-to-back as well. Got a total of 8 kills as well. Not sure. Wait, let me do if I recall, if I did the math right, I believe yes, BN United would have overwhelmed AAP, if I'm not mistaken, in the total amount of scoreline in the scoreboard right now. I mean, we can confirm it later on, but in my opinion, I think would have overwhelmed them already. Not by a large margin, of course.
Right.
It's just the score differential is still pretty close between them. Because our MVP is going to be Simon T from BN United.
Once again, back-to-back MVP, back-to-back chicken dinner. I think Simon T is definitely in a good mood. He's feeling good. He's feeling powerful for sure. I really love a powerful player. But you know, actually, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see Fury last that long just now. I mean, usually we see them maybe go out in 5th place, 6th place, 7th place. That's usually around the time they get knocked out. So seeing them taking 3rd place is definitely a breath of fresh air, at least for me, since it's my first time seeing them all the way up there in quite a while since their chicken dinner last time. So I mean, they do have the firepower. They can do that, but I think it's just luck at that time. They were not expecting Klee to be there. You know, I had a feeling that Klee was gonna do that as soon as he went prone, but you know, as they say before, what we see, the audience sees, what the caster sees may not necessarily be the same thing that what players see in the game. So I think definitely from now on, they're gonna be like, okay, lesson learned. You know, we are gonna have to check, despite us having the high ground, we have to check the side of the reins. That was actually really cheeky. That was, if I were Klee, I would be laughing. I would be laughing so hard right now.
Oh no, never mind. Okay, I guess my math was wrong. So
You're only
is
5
still
off.
in the lead. Yeah, I was 5 off. Actually, no, I actually thought BN United was in the lead by 5 points. So I guess
I
I was sort of
see.
correct.
In
Guess
the
I was
other
sort of
way
correct.
around.
Yeah, but it is the other way around. But like right now, it's the difference between our Angel Predator and BN United compared to the rest of the top 5 right now. It's heaven enough right now. Like literally, like for if we're going by math, it's just 1 point difference, so one chicken dinner difference compared to the rest. But it just feels so large. It feels like such a heavy number, especially when you try to rack up as much as possible. We still have 3 more games before the end of today. But you see, that's the thing. 3 games and you have to compete with the other remaining 15 teams here. But you know, this is gonna be the 4th map for today. It's gonna be the map of Marama. And the flight path, this time we had actually a different flight path this time. Or a different angle
Yeah,
at
I
least.
feel like we've I feel like today went really fast, honestly, because the matches have been so intense. I mean, like I felt like yesterday was a little bit slower because of the pace of the game, but it feels like the pace of the games are getting a lot faster. We're not getting early fights like we did yesterday, but the endings though are a lot faster than before. We're seeing a lot less of those Mexican standoffs and a lot more of those. As soon as something happens, it's just gonna be like snap, 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 and that's the end. You see. So for now, BN with their back-to-back chicken dinners, can they make a 3rd? What do you think?
Ooh, I mean, it's gonna be really great if they could really make it a 3rd.
That
Like
would be really
the
cool,
thing is this,
though.
right? Back during the Continental series, like it's not just me, but even Xenox and Elfish, or even like Peppy from the Europe casters, we all say the same thing. Where if a team that excels more on a certain map is able to secure their scores, that is totally fine, it's totally understandable. But if they're able to secure a win on a map which they aren't so favorable or isn't too strong in, I think that's the best thing they could really ask for. So now BN United was able to win on a map which they weren't really, I wouldn't say wasn't really strong there, but woo, look at this draw, look at this pod racing between the 2 men. Fast and Furious style here. No, they want to try to secure the vehicle.
I just want to say
That looks like
hi.
yeah. No, John. Okay, what Jawman was actually trying to go for was like besides chasing down Game Home Hadong, but it's actually also trying to like get a better vehicle besides the bike. But you know, it was still pretty cool chase between both of them. So I guess it's still totally fine.
Right, so this is last match. You can see there, you know, this is UNP. I think the UNP, though, I mean, when I think about it, I don't know why, but today they're playing extremely beautiful but different. But look at that snipe, though. I would cry. And this is the moment where Klee manages to go an aggressive right over there, getting 3 members of Fury. BN just pushes forward, and that's actually the end of them. With only 1 member left from Easy, and that was the pan kill. Honestly, that was such a great match though earlier.
It was, and after watching this highlight again, it sort of answered my question, which was the thing is this, right? They're running down the hill, but I'm pretty sure they would have spotted Klee. So my theory was the fact that while Klee was there, his teammates was also picking Fury at the same time to divert the attention.
I
And
see.
that's exactly what
That's
happened.
smart.
So Fury was so focused on the opponents in front of them,
The
they did spot the
diversion.
cheeky bugger. Yeah, the diversion. It's like it's like a shadow claw jutsu kind of situation.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of wondering if they had planned that, like in their training, they're like, okay, you can do this. But for now, this is Calbs though going aggressive to Vanotica. I think they didn't know that Calbs actually has the building. So Vanotica's like, yeah, bye. Didn't mean to come in and say hi. I'm going, bye. So he'll be running away with about half his life yet. I think it's like you know, when they say you gotta clear a building before you go in, Vanotica was clearing it with his life. I mean, he nearly died for that. So for now, this is the top 5 kills from the match 9 just now. I can see that Shin V though, despite not making it out, still getting 4 kills with 572 damage. Bots there with 497, 4 kills as well before he went down. Smell with 4 as well. Got new with 722 and 3 kills, and Chu as well with 3 kills, 606. Chu though, let's talk about Chu a bit. I always notice when Chu gets a kill, it's always this, I wouldn't say flashy, but it is very impressive. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, Chu, and if I'm not if it's not that I'm not mistaken, I definitely know what it is. Chu and Hongwo Ditch here. They were both actually previously hailing from Phoenix Gaming as well, and the only time back in Phoenix Gaming was that Chu really felt like he was. Chu really was in a really weird spot because like 3 of his members was more passive. Like Hongwo Dish was always going to be the one that was always going to be playing alongside with Chu, but that's only because it was a necessity, because Chu was always the one going out alone. So now he's currently in a team where not only alongside with Hongwo Dish, but there's also That's Blue as well that has very similar wavelength with him, wavelengths with him, so he's more confident to push forward.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, when you think about it, how they play their chemistry when they go aggressive, it seems like they're already prepped. They already knew how they want to play it. But for now, today, though, we're not seeing that UNP from yesterday. I wonder if they're trying to play it a lot safer. They're trying too hard to try to get the chicken dinner, maybe. Because sometimes, you know, as a pro player told me once a long time ago, sometimes there comes a time during a game where you just kind of turn off your brain just a little bit. Here we go though, like Luca wants to go to aggressive, chases after Himas, and he'll be finishing off and will be running him over. That's murder, sir. And Himas will be going back to the lobby like that. It's always so satisfying when you manage to run over someone though.
You know, it's all is fair in love and war, you know? When this is a battle, this is a battleground.
Including road accidents.
Yes, they're all accidents. It's not intentional, guys.
Oh man, not a great way to go. As I said,
you know what's the term they say when in the US when they say if you see a deer, what do? Pump the gas, guy.
Won't you ruin your car though? Isn't that the question?
Yeah, but but in their mindset, it's free venison though.
That's actually quite smart. I'll remember that. Free venison, always really great. So MS though, I feel like MSC yesterday had a great game, but I'm sorry, this is gonna sound super harsh. I can't help but think that win was kind of like handed to them by the Circle Gods on a silver platter. Not to say that they're not talented, they really are, but it was just one of those games where you just get super lucky and everything just goes according to plan. So now this is AAA. Throw some shots there onto members of UNP, not quite landing any of the shots, and he'll just have to let him go. But for now, this is a circle. I don't know why, but I don't like that circle. I don't like a lot of circles, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, well, speaking of circles, looks like Puchus is not happy with this encirclement around his settlement as well. He said, "This is my house. Leave and be gone from this location." But sadly enough, they all knew he's here as well with all the movements he's trying to do. But he's gonna be jumping out of the house as well. I think he's jumping out as well.
Oh my god! See what I said about
Chu? Spray with a quick headshot as well. They had the final say on Puchus. It looks like Puchus would not be able to defend this compound long enough for his teammates to come in to reinforce.
I mean, that's why I said it about Chu, right? Whenever he gets a kill, it's not flashy, but it's very, very impressive. Meanwhile, Jiao Man now out of the game thanks to Flood. But the other members of MSC will be retaliating. Julio, though, knocking in about 30 damage onto Flood, but Flood will be backing off. Doesn't want to stay too long. It looks like AAA will be crashed into by the side of Cerberus, I believe. Gems, though, going on aggressive to a member of CS there. Sololzi in trouble now, thanks to Glooms. Will have been knocked down, and he's gonna leave him alone for a little while just to see if he can bait his teammates to come on over here. Gems having the high ground there, getting a lot of damage onto Subang, but not quite enough to knock him out of the game. Glooms now all alone on the side there. He's gonna be okay. He's gonna just try to get out of there alive if he can. Glooms will be finishing off Sololzi though, because he has an idea that the teammates will not be pushing for his teammate. Fab there going into the compound, moving into the building. Tries to get a peek there, but it looks like the other members of AAA was not interested in going inside. Fab just trying to hold his angle, trying to train his trigger discipline over there, but no one will be pushing through. They're gonna have to reposition right now. You see that Gloom's noticing a member of over there, but Subang will be the fastest one. 50 HP gone, but still manages to knock out Gloom. Jayers, though, throwing a grenade to flush them out over here. As he does that, he'll be rushing over to his teammate just to kind of like, just to revive him as fast as he can. Fab, knowing what's gonna happen, gonna throw out some smokes to see if he can actually flush them out or just to pull on some damage to just prevent that revive. But he'll be okay because he'll have gotten his teammate. Sololzi, though, now down and out of the game. He's in trouble. More grenades come out. 2 members of AAA left versus CES. CES also is going to be 2 versus 2 right now. So who will be coming out on top? Some shields are coming out. Everyone's just healing up right now. But honestly, Leo, what do you think?
It's the kind of fight they want to take this really nice and slow about it as well. They are running out of utilities and also nades, offensive nades to really try to retaliate them back as well. Quick nades coming in, connecting, but then again, Fab is positioned in a way with the nade. Even if it tried to bounce it, it would have bounced back towards him, so he's going to be totally fine with this. He's just waiting for the right amount of angles. And Glooms in that situation, by the way, in Subang was really... They actually peaked at the same time. It's not a matter of who actually was faster. It's more like Subang actually got the headshot, so the damage was more amplified. And once again, like I said, the headshot damage is really pulling through for Subang. That's going to be the second time he actually dropped another member here for the long side attack all around. They are trying to surround this entire location as well. They do have the man advantage, but they also do not have the nades to really try to flush them out. They finally got into a position they also have the line of sight. But a quick brazen push coming in for Subang was able to drop one of the member Janku, but it's not going to stop it at all as Fab was trying to come and reinforce, but it's a little bit too late as Subang was already knocked down and Fab was all alone in that 1v2. So that fight has ended, right. But a new one will begin here.
Oh my god! Looks like Abyss Fury will be a team that will be crashed into this time, and this will be from Sharper Esports. But Flood, though, super fast, knocking down Belmont, and he's gonna be in trouble. Maximus, though, nowhere to be seen right now. Maximus, though, getting knocked down by Insight. You can see there right now, Ronan going aggressive. He actually doesn't know where the other members of SP are. They're gonna just skedaddle out of there. They don't want to finish off this fight if they can. A honk comes out just telling them like, hey, we're gonna just get out of here. See ya later, guys. Flood, though, from so far away, just wants to finish him off all the way up there from the high ground. I think what SP didn't know was that Fury had 2 areas that they were covering. They thought they could just finish off 2 members, but the thing is, the other members of Fury were already ready and waiting up there. Coming out and White the Mukau, throwing some pot shots into the vehicles as well as the smokes down there, hoping they will actually hit someone. You see there, 22 damage coming in, not quite enough to actually kind of knock the other Team SP out of the game. Maximus just bleeding to death, but I think it shouldn't be a problem for 6x to actually pick up his teammate. Flood, though, does not want that to happen. He's kind of like trying to guess where exactly the members of SP are, but he's not exactly sure where exactly it's going to happen, so the revive will be happening regardless.
Time will only tell. Sharper Eastwood was able to set a nice beautiful smoke trade to get into the necessary amount of compound. However, there's still quite the amount of smokes. Still need to try to ration out as much as possible. 36 Cartel on the other hand, Cherry was able to find one, drop a couple of pot shots. Not really connecting on the player, but it's definitely connecting on the vehicles. But ooh, beautiful knock coming on the other side. BN United are trying to reinforce and try to pick up Gaules. They definitely need Gaules into this game. They really need that picker here. Zets comes in time to go for the quick pickup. Thankfully, no aggression going to be coming out for the side here of 36 Cartel. I mean, because even if they want to do it on aggression, it's going to be a risky one since they are descending down this hill. They do have the high ground advantage though. And the circle, they're still relatively safe in the vicinity of the circle as well, so they don't have to really worry about the blue zone. But the phase 3 is going to be the one to decide whether they have to be pushed, whether they have to descend, or they have to do this long rotation out, or they can just chill there for another phase. Because look at the current state of things. It's still, like I said, it's still relatively early into the round. The circle is most likely also going to continue to proceed towards the very center part of the circle as well. If it does go down south, then it's going to be favoring quite a amount of teams. But no, it's still quite central, but more towards the east southern side here. And Game Hadong has a lot of nice high ground terrain here. Same goes for Fury, but Fury really needs to clear out the low ground here, especially MSC, who's currently camping there right now and prevent them from descending the hill. But spots on one player, sprays him down. This is what happens if your vehicle isn't picking up enough speed for that getaway, and Julia is going to be removed from the game. Look at that pot shots. Look at those aims. Look at the triggers coming in from Fury, landing shots after shots. All that's left is just one member remaining. But Gandhi is going to steal one of the kills away though. So all that's left is dear Nancy here. Nancy Drew really need to pull up all the magic.
Did you just really call him Nancy Drew?
Oh yes.
For now, here is Botstow finishing off Vandal 9 from Eagle 365 because Botstow going aggressive, wants to go. Well, he really wants more blood. Jegzi and Hanzi both pumping down inside of the building right in front of them. It looks like RP Predator really wants to finish him off if possible. One peek though, and quickly so much sprays coming in. Grenade comes out. Will it connect? It does take a little bit of Jegzi's life, but not enough to knock him out of the game. More grenades come out. It looks like AAP just slowly trying to push in if possible. Hanzi will be trying to run back into the building as much as he can. Bots though, his sprays will not be enough, but Mad Dog's Molly though will be cooking Hanzi to death right now, and Hanzi's grenade and Bot's grenade will be setting him off, and Jexi though will be finished off by Mad Dog, and it's 15th place for Eagle 365 Esports. And you know what, Leo? What's really crazy is that so much action has happened. It's the only second team that's been knocked out. 6 stacks though from Sharper Esports, going aggressive, finishes off a rogue Nancy Drew, as Leo says it, and Chonburi will be following suit at 14th place.
Yes, the reason why all these fights are happening is because of the nature of the circle right now. Because where everyone dropped initially and the nature of the circle, everyone just told themselves like, okay, we have to get this location. It so happened if there's someone there, they really have to take that fight. Ooh, Killer looks like we're having a little bit of a three-way on the kill score. Yes, Killer was able to find Jacob from Myth and Shu on the other side as well. Everyone's getting picked up here, but why Kikamuka? Trying to find the headshot, trying to go for it. Does a couple of attacks. Did slow down some of the transgressions here coming in, and the rotation coming in from main in Thailand. So that's gonna be able to calm down a little bit. But the colony, Alec, just like a lion in the prowl, in the tall grass as well, slowly pushing forward to get that backstab in. Finally, he's gonna try to push in, try to stir up the Hornet's Nest, and was able to find a bit of a headshot on Waifi Kabuko to go for the quick knock, and the rest of the team is also joining in suit. Fury is definitely furious of this ambush coming in, but you know that's what happens when you try to stir up the Hornet's Nest. You'll get stung for it, and now Fury, losing 2 of their core members here, will be left with only 2 remaining to sustain for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually quite crazy how, as I said before, it feels like there's so many wars and fights happening, but it's only been 2 teams that have been knocked out. 3 actually, I'm sorry. And you know, it's been like, what, 16 minutes in, and we're finally seeing the fights. Meanwhile, Flash finishing off his food. Young B will be sent back to the lobby. You can see there, God Ace just waiting behind the tree. Tries to see if he can get picked there. Zest also waiting there as well. They're going to have to be careful how they want to play this, because they are in front of a pretty high terrain. God Ace though is gonna be healing up as much as he can. They're stuck out there outside the circle, and you know, Team Daytra is giving them so much trouble to push in, and that's one of the downsides of coming into the circle late. Hung Vo Dick though getting a kill with Jacob inside though, gonna have to play safe. Getting inside, gets knocked down by a car there. As Kalisha, that is called murder, my good sir. Fury though, Flood not happy about that, wants to see if he can avenge his fallen teammate. Some sprays come out, Flood only with 13 HP left, runs on the side of the circle. Flood though managing to knock 1 member off Myth, but it's not enough because Duckmans will be the one to finish off Flood.
OB games be hard here. Cause is able to get to secure the high ground and try to fire upon them as well. Fury, unfortunately, Fury will be knocked out relatively early into this round here. So that's gonna be the fourth chance they got for today for them to try to get that chicken dinner. Mad Dog was able to find a beautiful pick, by the way, a beautiful knock on top of Klee as well. Fury is definitely very happy about that, as seeing his name on the kill power thing.
Oh no, Duckman!
But then a beautiful pick coming in from the side of Belmont, but Kaz will be stealing the kill away to get that kill point for sure, and even pulling up to the last remaining member from Made in Thailand to remove them from the game itself. 10 team remains left, and being United, sadly enough, being United will not be able to get that third back-to-back chicken dinner here.
What a snipe! That was beautiful. For now, this is Alex from Calling PH. They're clearly very, very happy. They want to go aggressive against Team SP over here. Some sprays come out from that side. Let's see who will be taking this fight. So for now, there you can see Tinoy just making sure that no one is flanking from that side. But if you look at where Colony is, they're actually up there on the higher ground. So they may be getting an advantage out of this. But it doesn't look like they really want to finish that fight. They're actually going to move forward because they're very aware that there may be a team from behind them. Flash now all alone has to move forward as the circle descends inside. Chu though going on aggressive, and Chu will be the one to knock Vanotica out of the car, but the one to be getting the kill will be Jayers from AAA. Looks like Serio Esports not happy noticing where he is. Wants to go aggressive, throws out a molly, but not quite landing anything yet. Wants to go aggressive, and the circle is just slowly getting smaller. As you can see there, I just realized something though. It wasn't because they want to take that fight or not. Colony though is moving in because the circle is getting smaller. Kalso will be caught outside the circle, and Momonji in trouble now thanks to Belmoth. And Belmoth, however, Belmoth will be knocked thanks to Glories. It's like a three-way, four-way fight right now as the circle gets smaller and smaller. And look at where 360, they're in the same building as GHD right now.
Still, Alex still trying to find his pose at 36C.
It's actually such a
I don't think Game Home don't know that they're actually in there as well. With the rate as discussed is actually picking. And no, they don't know. He's not gonna pick that. This is totally fine. This is totally fine for Game Home Adong. Although yes, it could have been an opportunity for them to try to take that fight against 36C, but no, he's back to check out the house, of course. And just look how focused. Just look how focused Asta and P4 is. They're hearing all this movement. They're having the cursor and line of sight towards the entrance of the door. They're saying like, dude, if anyone, anything that's not us that walk through that door, just spray it down to the ground. Anyway, speaking of spraying people down to the ground, looks like Killer was able to find Chu and finish him off as well. Another moment to steal another kill score here for the long side for the team here. And Glooms, and looks like Team Ryu and attack all around was able to trade quite efficiently alongside here along this mountain pig battle.
Yeah, that's right. That blue though will be getting a knock onto Killa, and AAP is just going to quickly make their way and reposition themselves in this area. You can see there, like, Colony just never-ending fights there. I see they ran past there. They're not running straight into UNP, but Momonji though, thankfully getting a knock onto Hungbo Dick right over there, and Blue tries to finish him off. Some more sprays come out just to make sure that he's prioritizing the kill right now. Alec though finishes him off. Meanwhile, in the background, you can see there, Evil Patrick in trouble. And Evil Patrick is now down and out for the count thanks to GHD 307. But Dad Blue though, beautiful nade onto Killa. Killa had no chance. But now Dad Blue was going aggressive. He is very aware there are still members of Colony right over there. So some smokes come out there. He has to flush him out, and he gets a kill right down to Alec. One more member. Sorry, no, that he's the final member of Colony, and that is the end of it. Of Colony PH taking 9th spot.
9 stars looks pretty great. 17s remains as well until as the game continues to persist on. Although yes, they did lose Evil Patrick, one of their backline supports here for the side of Archangel Predator, but they still have their main flankers into the game, especially with fighting in the compound relatively close angles with corners like this as well. This is going to allow Archangel Predator to really utilize that flanking maneuver a lot more easier, as they're able to close in the distance upon their enemy as well. But they still need to watch out for those corners too as well. Cheeky buggers are quite often, those cheeky tactics has been quite often used among this team to get an edge in the game.
No
speaking
way.
of cheeky angles, look at Smell pushes forward and finds man down and knocks him down to the ground. But CJ was able to save his teammate's life as he knocks down Smell. Both teams unable to pick up any of the teammates just yet because they know the minute they try, they're going to be spotted out and they'll lose that element of surprise. Quick defensive smokes are being thrown to the long side here, as both teams will be able to pick up their respective members at the same time in the church. Wyatt comes with a quick flash. Could he go with a quick push and at the same time to really drop their guards down? But CJ is so alert. But Wyatt with a quick spray finds McDowell before he could actually go for the quick kill there. And now
Oh
CJ
my
has to try to make the
God!
play. But all these balls was able to trade efficiently as well to get the even amount of drops as well. Now it comes down to this 1v2. CJ needs to kite this out with his whole life to try to remain alive in the game, but sadly not for too long. And Shinbi had enough of this cat and mouse chase.
Yeah, that's right. It was a very interesting fight how they played it. They were playing with the angles very, very well. But it turns out that the one that really were more aware about angles were just Team Easy. That's just how it is. I feel like AAP, well, they may have the angle, the peak advantage, but it's just not fast enough. So for now, let's have a look here on this terrain. It's a very interesting terrain, and so many teams are up here on the very corner of the circle. They're not too keen on pushing in just yet because they prefer being on a high ground for now, eventually, because high ground, as they say, high ground means the winning advantage. Clory is though looking up into the sky, playing the side of this terrain, because he's very aware that UNP is over there, I believe, but he doesn't want to get caught out just yet. Clory's and GHD only and 307 and just trying to play it safe. They want to make sure that they can survive until the end. Very, very quietly, just kind of playing a sneaky deaky game over here. But we've seen this happen before with Easy, but they did get caught out in the end, so they're gonna have to be careful how they want to play this. Meanwhile, at the very bottom of the terrain is Team SP. You can see that I think UNP are very, very aware. Team SP, one thing I think they want to make sure that if they want to go against Team SP, they want to make sure that they really respect the team. And here we are, still the cat and mouse game from the side of 36 Cartel. They're probably wondering, like, how long are we gonna have to sit like this? How long are we gonna have to hide? If I were them, like, I wonder if I could come from the back and just smack his head with the back of a pan.
Smack him in the back of the head. What a way to go. But P4, dude, I tell you this, 36C is like so patient about this. My God, unbelievable, unwielding will to literally leave that compound. I mean, they will eventually have to leave because they are so but they push it. No, disgusting. Finally, they know, and he feels so disgusted about it. I'm pretty sure he's like screaming at his teammate. How long have you been in this building? What are you doing? But then again, Cloris comes in quick with a 3-man pick. Woo! Oh my lord. Although yes, Disgusting did die.
Oh, so these are the two guys that knocked you out.
Yeah, these are the ones.
Oh man, they got a kill on one, but they paid for it with their life though. I would call that instant karma. Meanwhile, he just got away. Getting a knock onto Van, and 307 will be able to finish Van off and sending him back to the lobby. Gems though, knocking Flores at 307 before he goes. He will be able to get a knock. Will be sending that blue back to the lobby. Gems though now head to head with Team GHD right in front of him. Notices their heads right up there, but not quite getting enough damage just to kind of not drop those bullets onto their heads. Gems now wants to push forward if possible. Heads. That's a beautiful headshot done to Godway. 307 has to run to his teammates because they're the final two that is still very much alive. Gems though not allowing it to happen. Gems finishes off Cloris. Wants to find the final member. Grenade comes out, not allowing the revive to happen. Does he hit? Not quite. Throws in some shots there into the teammate, and Godway as well as 307 finishes off both at once. That's what people say. Berenang sambil minum air, or swimming while drinking water, or in English people say killing two birds with one stone, or rather this time with one spray.
Oh, still, the fight isn't. Although yes, the number advantage does favor a little bit in Sharper Esports, but because of how big the current final circle is, they really need to try to diverse themselves. Yes. And because of the situation, and especially those with attack all around, despite having the man disadvantage, the number disadvantage, they still have the high ground. Able to find 6 stacks and pick them off. And since Sharper Esports are a little bit too far outstretched among the members, now it started to slowly bite between their backs here because they couldn't really reinforce any of their teammates. Losing Tinoy was quite the loss here for Sharper Esports here, but they still had the rest of the team to try to kick back this fight. It's still phase 7, by the way. It's not even phase 8. So those that's members of Attack All Around are still on the high ground. They don't have to leave just yet. They can still chill up there for as long as possible. At 6 sacks, he's gonna get backstabbed from behind. A headshot with the M14, courtesy of Gems, by the way. Gonna put him down to the ground, and Maxona is playing on the very edge here, trying to be as quiet as possible because he knows He can't descend the hill. He can't ascend the hill, nor could he try to flank them from the sidelines here. Unless Gems continue to descend down, then maybe Maxonus has a chance to literally get the drop on them both at the same time. But like I said, it's only phase 8, and it's gonna take a while for them to really descend this hill.
Yeah, that's right. For now, Y8 though has his sights onto Glooms, and then they're just gonna keep healthy with the meds right over there. I was really excited to see Maxonus actually. Maxonus, the Redeemer, as you call him. I like to call him the Dream Destroyer. I want to see how much damage he can do onto these two teams. We've seen our last 3 teams right now. 1 versus 2 versus 2. It looks like AA is just trying to reposition himself. They're just slowly making their way down a little bit just to kind of push forward, just to make sure that they're inside of the circle. Maxonus still very much safe on that side, doesn't want to do any sudden movements. You can see they're easy as well on the very side. They're gonna have to do something because they're not inside the circle. They're gonna have to push forward, but they're gonna have to be careful because where AAA is, they have the advantage of the high ground. So for now, this YA just playing the side of the train there. But will he be going to the side of Maxonus? I don't think so. At least not yet for now. It's gonna be a lot slower of an ending for Leo, because I think everyone wants to play it safe. I think AA really wants that second chicken dinner if they could. SP as well as Easy don't have the chicken dinner just yet. So a lot is at stake, especially for these two teams that really want to put themselves ahead from the other teams.
Still, one from a man disadvantage became the last lone member here. Maxonus has to be the most quietest man in this game if you really want to try to turn things around. He's gotta be patient as well to find the right situation to really pop, to reveal himself. But then again, the circle is gonna eventually push him out into the open. All he could do right now, and all he could hope for sure as well, is that the fact that Attack All Around actually descend the hill first before he actually push out from his cover. Because the minute he push out of his cover, he's definitely gonna be his location is definitely gonna be revealed. And Attack All Around, they're checking every corner before they actually slowly descend down. And Maxonus, he hears it all, but whether he's prepared for it is gonna be a different story. Although Gloom is directly above him, he has this sort of like
a double peek here
or a code to really go for the spray. Although yes, Maxonus did have the line of sight prep for it as well, but Jens was still able to connect all the necessary amount of shots to get the final kill on Maxonus. Now, Tosh, we are left with this 1v1 between two of these teams here. 2 for 2v2. 1v1 between the team respectively. Who is going to be coming on top here?
Okay, the ones that we're starting, we have these smokes coming up from the side of YA, just trying to hinder out the vision from both sides, because AA wants to play it real safe as well, playing with the train as much as they can. But they have to be fast because right now phase 9 is about to happen. So for now, it looks like they're very hesitant right over here. Look how Shinvi is just holding on the side of the train, playing the way we saw Klee do it just now. Probably taking a leaf out of Klee's book. For now, grenade comes out, but not quite hitting anyone just yet. Some shots come out as well. Y8 throwing some grenade from the other side, and AAA is gonna have to move over to the other side, making sure that they don't get hit by them. But Glooms will be the one to get the first kill onto Shinvi. Shinvi now that Y8 is all alone, what can he do? He cannot pick up his teammate. It's all him, all alone. How he's gonna be playing this? It's gonna be 1v2 right over here. If he's able to do it, Glooms though finishing off a member, 27 HP left, and there it is. Winner,
Woo!
chicken dinner. Second one for AAA. They are all smiles, putting them definitely up there with Team Archangel Predator. What a great way to end this match.
They're definitely loving this moment. The struggles that they had, the suffering that they had to go through, the trials as well back in PCS4 finally is paying off here back in PCS5. There were so many times where teams like Attack All Around tend to top 3, the more higher tier teams come for Attack All Around. Definitely feeling the total love for it. But of course, the fight ain't over just yet, Tosh. We still have 2 more matches to go here. And of course, we currently have 3 teams that has 2 chicken dinners in their belt. So I guess you could say it's currently a 3-man horse race between those 3. And of course, the tiebreaker is going to be the one decided.
I feel kind of bad for Easy. It could have. I feel kind of bad for Easy. It could have been their first chicken dinner, but unfortunately, AAA was just just better the way they played it. But I was really disappointed for the double pick by AAA. But for now, before we speak any longer, for now we're gonna take a quick break. Be sure to follow PUBG on all their social media handles, and we'll see you guys in a little while.
Welcome back, guys, and of course, we're just moments away before we announce that we're going to be taking another quick short break here. But actually, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you guys right now because who wants to take a quick break right now? We're literally on our second last map before the end of this week #1 of the PCS5 APAC. Of course, no one wants to go for a quick break after seeing so much action-packed action for the past 4 matches. I'm excited. What about you, Tosh?
Yes, of course. Honestly, I felt like today's matches were a lot more faster and it's a lot more action-packed, and I'm really excited to see how these teams go. But what I'm really disappointed about is that we're not seeing a little bit of like when you play those shifts, right? Like you see the bottom teams start to rise up. We're starting to see it's always the same teams that seem to be hanging out up there. We're not seeing more of Seryu. We're not seeing more of Cerberus. I would love to see Sharper up there as well, maybe as well as Mid. But it be what it be. Better teams will always win. So you know what? There's nothing we can do about it. So you can see there just now's match. Let's take a look at the total leaderboard. This is week 1, matches 1 until 10. Archangel Predators still maintaining the first place spot there with 2 chicken dinners and 54 kills. Attack all round though, just climbing up 1 kill ahead of Baonam United. Baonam United can easily just take back the second place spot if they choose to. We've seen what they're able to do, the back-to-back dinner, the aggressive plays. If they choose to, how they pick and choose their battles is just definitely something that I really, really like. So for now, another team I'm really disappointed I'm not seeing up there is Unicorn, UNP. I mean, they were in top 3. They got pushed down, but despite all that, still 73 kills. Yesterday they ended with 61, so they still got quite a number of kills today.
No, it's really great. The thing is this, right? It's like I said before, right? It's really all about the situation and who you're really running into at the time. Like even you see, there was so many so many times, like especially on the map of Wrangle, it's a little bit more obvious compared to on the map of Marama. You notice that UNP is always placed in a spot where they always have to keep repositioning themselves because it's more like they already sort of know, okay, we're a little bit too late. There's definitely be a team in that compound or in this area. Let's try to go for another rotation. They're constantly moving around here, and by the time we get towards the mid game transition towards the late game, that's pretty much where just UNP just like, okay guys, we really need to just we had no choice but to really take a fight to get that anchor point for ourselves and to build a foundation as we slowly siege into the final circle. But they'll take so many losses, they'll be picked up by so many other players, and so one of those few players are actually Easy Esports, who was actually the main downfall for Fury on match number 3 on the map of Erangel there. Honestly, it really came down to Easy Esports to really open the way to victory for BN United for getting that first victory. Oh my god, the door just suddenly opened, my friend. Woo! Thank God there's actually someone coming to the door. Shower Esports. I was like, oh god, okay, is someone coming through there? But there was no one coming yet, and I was like, oh my god, dude, look behind you, my friend, someone is there. And I was like, okay, thank God there's actually someone physically there.
Game Home setup though, look at that, so fancy. Has the really big logo in the back. It's all shiny. You know what, Game Home, if you need another player, you know who to call. It's me. Don't call Leo. I'm just kidding. I really like their setup. I think Game Home, throughout today, I feel like their performance has been a lot more consistent, a lot better. We're starting to see them take a lot more fights, see them play a lot more aggressively, and I really like to see that. I want to see this consistency from them, and if possible, maybe just get chicken dinner out of it.
Yeah, it's we all can be hopeful. The fans are all hopeful, but in the end, like I said, it really comes down to the really. I would say there really isn't a really bad decision made by any of this team so far. I mean, I could say there were bad gambles for sure, but I don't think there was any bad decision making made by any of the teams just yet because gambles, it's 50-50, right? It's either it's break or whether it makes or breaks you, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm jealous of his Batman pillow. Can I have one too, sir? That looks so comfortable. But coming back to what you said, after all, it is a battle royale. Anything can happen. There's so many things happening on the map. There's so many possibilities, probabilities. You don't know where each character is gonna be. You don't know where the circle is gonna go. You don't know from where you're gonna get shot at, which corner they're gonna be. I mean, we've seen some really funny moments. We've seen a lot of moments where players just fight over vehicles, just honk at each other. We've seen some GTA 5 action. We've seen some high speed chases. We've seen a moment where I think that's Cartel 36 Cartel. That was hilarious though. I don't know how long they were stuck there for, but that was so funny. And the thing is, if they didn't even move, if that player just passed in front of them and they didn't attack, they wouldn't even notice him. I don't think they even saw him actually.
Oh, actually, this flight path is gonna favor AAP a little bit as well. This is actually a really nice
AAP
direct
always,
flight path on top of Jojo Paul as well. They don't have to worry too much about it. And of course,
we're
from
starting to see
looking,
patterns
especially
here.
Tasha, you remember from the games that we were witnessing yesterday as well. No other team actually drops to Jojo Paul except AAP. So I guess you could say this is such a big area all into their hands here. But Fury,
how did you know
definitely.
I was gonna say?
Because we're both in sync. We're both casters, That's how amazing we are. Ooh, Tokyo drifting between the two players, constantly going back. But that's it. Oh no, that's a tree. There's no way
he's not gonna. Ring around
Tokyo
the
drifting. Come on,
here.
don't let him get in the vehicle. Trying to play. I guess you could say, thankfully enough, there were actually natural buildings like the trees
again.
and the rocks really giving some form of covers. Because I think he would have been run over for sure.
Yeah. Anyways, we're back to this circle again. The
circle
that favors AAP,
son.
But my God, he was like, surprise, guys, I'm coming through the window. No, you're not. How dare you break my window? You're gonna go back to the lobby for that. And there he goes. So unlucky.
Tosh, and guess what? He was the true Grab delivery. He delivered a car to it.
Oh my God, no way. Good one. Absolutely good one. Here's SP. I think SP is one team that has really been performing, but just not quite making it just yet. I love how they fight. I love how they play. But for now, this is the PCS5 APAC Erangel killed top 5 players. Chu with 13, Van with 13, both from UNP. AAP with 12, bots I mean. Rogue Nanzi with 11 and CJ with 10. So close together. But UNP, though, taking the top 2 spots, I don't blame them. With their performance yesterday, especially Erangel, they're crazy. I said this before so many times. Chu is sharp. He won't do a flashy play, but if you cross paths with him, you're more likely going to be knocked out of the game.
And it's also just reminding everyone as well, it is a cumulative kill scores on the map for Erangel as well, so hence why it's quite high for a respective player. But anyway, these are your winner team focus here for Attack All Around. I mean, I was discussing about them quite a lot as well during our few breaks as well. So I'm not gonna talk anything extra here because it feels like it's gonna be a little bit more repetitive here. But in the end, I'm just gonna say right now, Attack All Around definitely loving the situation they're in. Without any much conflict.
I just realized something though. They got 15 kills. That is the highest kill count we've seen so far in this 2 days. Am I right? And see their Gems though with 8 kills. I don't think. Oh no, we've seen someone with 11, I believe. So 8 is not bad. But yeah, the total amount of kills though was really high.
Yeah, and it's like it's not surprising to see the amount of damage proportion, how high the damage proportion he has, how much damage he's been dealing as well. Because if you notice as well, like from the last round itself on that match number 10, he actually got, if I'm not mistaken, 5 of his kills is actually all headshot kills. It's all headshot damage. Massive amount of damage really piling up here. So wouldn't be surprised. But that's the beauty about having really good position in this game, right? In a battle royale, if you're able to hunker down at a really good spot, especially on the map of Marama, where we were where I was talking, where I think that if you're able to get a nice high elevation location with decent amount of covers, you're able to just deliver so much damage and be such a nuisance to so many teams. And whether it's BN United or Attack All Around for the last 2 matches here, it's the same case here. But for the map of Erangel, this is where it gets a little bit where the teams will have to be a little bit more trickier to pull things off.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, you can see down there at the bottom of the screen, we have the kill proportions for each team there. You can see there UNP though, Vaughn, the highest kill contributor for his team, but not too far away from his other teammates except for the final member. But this is UNP. I'm really excited to see what Chu can do today. I know Chu, I mean, as you mentioned before, Chu is the most aggressive member. We've seen that it really translate well into his plays as well as number of kills. So I want to see if UNP will be able to just get another chicken dinner, just to kind of unlock all those kills they've gotten. They have about what 73 kills, I believe, so far. So, you know, definitely there's a lot of kills. It would be such a shame for them not to be able to make it the top spot just because they didn't get the required number of chicken dinners for it. But for now, this is attack all round. I think they're all just in this area. They're just gonna reposition the car, make sure that they're all just, you know, supplied up. But attack all round though, they're pretty happy. They have about what two chicken dinners, I believe. And you know, we don't really see much of them. I mean, we see a lot of them, but they're not entirely a team I would say is super aggressive, gets the highest amount of frags or kills, you know what I'm trying to say? But quietly though, they did make it up here, and I'm very pleasantly surprised to see that.
Pleasantly surprised to see that. I guess. I mean, yeah, like it is definitely very pleasant to see them really rising up to the challenge here, really getting that high into the rankings as well. But you know, that's what we were expecting for every one of this team as well. I mean,
yeah,
don't get me wrong. It might sound a little bit bad coming from me, but I really didn't expect Serio to really get to the top 8 either way. I'm so sorry, guys. Seriously, with the amount with the competition that they're actually facing here, and this is by the way their first PCS, you gotta give them real credit that this is a lot of experience they're able to get for themselves here on playing on such a grand scale of a tournament. But but of course, it is my dearest wish that they can use. They do have the potential, but I don't think they have that. They do have the potential for growth, but I don't think they have the skill right now to overwhelm the existing team.
Oh my God! You can see there, Trick now in trouble. Thanks for sacks. Oh my God! It just so happens when you spoke about them, and Trick will be the first one out of the game. We'll be sitting in the lobby alone, waiting for whoever else that will be joining him. I really didn't think that he expected that, and some more. He's actually on a bike, so he's gonna be in trouble right up there. Glory's gotten you. GHD doing quite well today, I believe. They really should get a chicken dinner. I think everyone should get one. At least one in this tournament. We have a lot of matches. If you don't get one, what are you doing? But for now, they're gonna be climbing up the side of this terrain.
What are they doing? They're trying to survive.
Yeah, but they need food to survive, so go get yourself a chicken dinner. But I'm really wondering though if GHD will initiate a fight against Easy though. Easy has this really high terrain. It's their area pretty much, but will Game Home try and fight it? Oh, he wanted to. He took some damage there for that 30 damage, so he's gonna have to play it real safe. SP though gonna just quickly loot. SP though, Maxonus, something else, man.
You know, we both never got the chance, or at least we both never got a chance to discuss really too in depth on some of the other teams. Like we only had like what, a 10 minutes opening. And then after that, or maybe not even 10 minutes, like a 5 minutes opening, then we're back into the game here. It's
it's pretty fast.
We never really got a chance to talk.
It's a lot faster than yesterday.
It's a lot faster, and I mean, I'm totally fine with this because we get the viewers is definitely more fine with this. They get to see a lot more of the action here. But we didn't get to emphasize some of the storylines on some of these teams here. I mean, we did spoke some of the more iconic teams, but we haven't spoke a little bit too much about like on teams like Cheveras or this is Cartel too much. And speaking of which, they are here. And they're gonna have a morning greeting. And I don't think Cherry's spotted them down the hill just yet. They don't know.
They haven't. No, they really don't.
Oh.
Cherry though.
Now they do.
Yeah, we're not aggressive, but you know what? They're just gonna be like, oh, we don't really want to take this fight, so we're gonna reposition or just get out of here. You see that Subang over in the back there, already out there. And Cherry, I mean, like 36C is already like, yeah, we're gonna go way now. But if you look at kill feed though, bots And knock onto Gelman. Now this is Sharper Esports going aggressive, just chasing after Eagle 365, I believe. It's gonna be some kind of like Fast and Furious action. GTA 5 maybe would be more accurate to say that. But we're not going to be able to see that right now because we're going to be seeing the side of Archangel Predator, Maxonus. Just as I was mentioning his name, how amazed I am at him. Sunshine will be like, yeah, that's enough, Tash. Stop talking about him. Look at me! And here we go. Belmoth, though, will be able to avenge his teammate. How will be joining his teammate back in the lobby. And here, look at the circle, though. Most of it is water.
As well. He's trying to bob and weave as much as possible as well. Surprised the vehicle's not even smoking yet at all. I mean, okay, no, wait, hold on, let me see.
It's a little bit.
It's a little bit of smoke. It's a little bit of smoke. They're going to be able to survive this as well.
They're fast and
we're talking about
like drivers.
Yeah, it was.
Really
there was like 3 players. There was 3 players hammering that UAV. I'm surprised. That's why I was so surprised.
I mean, you mentioned APAC drivers, right?
Yeah, APAC drivers. You know, yeah, but I meant it in a bad way. Like APAC drivers, like crashing and like hammering all over their teammates. Like even Xenox and Elfish was also agreeing with me. Like in one of their casts, they were saying like, "Yeah, it's just APAC drivers, guys." And I'm like, exactly, just APACs.
Oh man, Archangel Predator though, I think they're pretty happy with themselves. They did manage to get knocked now and then. But lots of shots are coming back and forth. BN just driving straight through it. They don't even care. They're like, okay, y'all, keep shooting. We're just gonna pass by. Don't shoot us, please. Cerberus, though, on the other side of the screen. And UNP, actually, no, hang on. Mid, though. Jacob getting a knock onto Vandal 9. This is the second time this has happened. Deja from the last match right over here. Grenade comes out. He really wants to finish off Vandal if possible. He doesn't really know where Vandal is. He's going to throw another grenade up the stairs. Will it connect? Yes, it does!
Such a nade.
And Jacob getting a knock onto Jexy in the meantime as well. But he'll be taking some damage from Hanzi. 30 damage just put on him. Chibir gonna just stay inside and just wait and see how he can actually help out for now. As Kalisha wants to throw in a grenade into the house, not quite hitting anyone over there. He has an idea that Chibir's in there, but doesn't quite know where exactly he is. More grenades come out there. Jexy is still bleeding to death right now, and I don't think anyone can actually push forward. It looks like Myth wants to push forward, wants to finish off this fight if possible. Some more grenades come out. Will it actually finish off Jexy? That's the question. No, it's actually not a grenade. It was actually a smoke. Hanzi though, seeing what's going on, but across the road where everything is, CJ going aggressive to Team CS right now. Wants to finish it off. Will he though? No, not quite.
Yeah, but they did manage to drop another member on the other side though. So I guess you could say half of the squad actually got picked up on their rotation towards the circle. And on the other side, Darkman was able to find Eagle 365 on the other side. Finds Chibrit, their main runner and gunner as well. They cannot afford to lose Chibrit this early. But sadly, he will be removed from the game. Hanzi is gonna be the lone member to survive and across the whole down the line. It's a 1v. It's literally a 1v4 situation, and he's already spotted out. Last nade, he has 1 smoke and 1 molly left as well. Once he uses all of his utilities, it's literally just a battle between the houses here. And hopefully, and that's pretty much why you saw him swapping out for the S6. This is what I was mentioning to you back in the Rumble as well. It's all about that weaponization here, to decide knowing when to use the right weapon for which scenario. But either way, sadly enough, he did try to go for a repick. They got relatively close by. I think even trying to sustain from 3 people like spraying from the same window as well might be a little bit too much for Darkman, for dear Hanzi to survive that.
This circle is mean. They just went straight left to the water. Okay, this is a troll circle though. You can't deny that. I don't like the circle. I already said it so many times, but I think this is the worst circle we've seen so far in this tournament. For now, Julio though will be finishing off Super Spap, and he'll be going back to the lobby here. Fury though, still very healthy. I really want to see them do well. I mean, and from a biased friend's point of view, yes, of course, I want to see my friend do well. But because, you know, as I said, live up to that name, you know, from PCS, I think you said they picked PCS4, I believe. I want to see that. Inside, though, take some damage. Half HP left, though. Still alive, though. Gonna have to get out of there as fast as they can. AAA, though, feeling quite good from the win just now from the last match. They're gonna have to quickly reposition, and this building here will be their choice. Flash, though, going aggressive to members of 36C. 36C gonna be hunkering down in this terrain over here just to reset a bit, just to see if we can get any picks right now. UNP, though, playing near the very edge of the circle, just passed by Gatka, I believe. And they're just gonna be passing through this large terrain, and just I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to find a way to get into the circle safely without being gate kept way too hard. And they're just gonna try and just position themselves where they can get enough information, trying to see if they can get any picks, trying to make sure that their way inside the circle will be clear so they don't get gate capped.
Of course, especially since we're approaching, we're literally on the second last map of the night as well. They're all, well, if you notice as well, they are planning to get towards the other side of the beach though, but that's pretty much where Fury is currently using one of the compound for themselves at the long side of the beach. So I think Fury will be able to chase them away in time. UNP decided to take the front, try to take a little bit more of a slower approach in this map because they do have the most amount of kills. They are only one chicken away from overwhelming the rest of the team and even AAP. So that's hence why you see them not taking any aggressive push. But oh no, Sunshine, you gotta get out of the vehicle in time! Managed to get out of the vehicle before it explodes, but Gade still managed to find his mark. Defensive smoke does come down, but sadly, looks like Evil Patrick will be stealing the kill away. Not just on 17-1, but also on Sunshine as well. Not even a buy one, free one. He literally got 2 kills for free. Ganesh managed to find Myth on the other side. They're gonna be beaching the boat, and I think that's really the wrong idea because they all got spotted out. Not just by BN United, but even Fury as well. Myth is literally a fish in a barrel here. They cannot run away. They're literally stuck there. The boat finally explodes, but it looks like the rest of the members of Myth has no choice but to get into the waters and swim for safety, for sanctuary. But sadly, that's not gonna happen at all. They really need to take the choice. They have absolutely no idea where the shots are coming from. They can only roughly tell from which area and from which angle. But that's pretty much it.
I'm just so confused as to why they got rid of their car to get into the boat to come through that side. I think their idea was if they go into the area really quick, they'll be able to get into the circle without any bother. But they didn't know that 2 teams had actually just camped out that side, and they're just easy pickings for these 2 teams for now. There, Tanawat will be knocked down by God Ace. There's only 2 members left from the side of mid, and I think they're running out of smokes right now. Inside will be knocking Jacob down. They started off so strong, but is this the way to go? Jacob now out of the game thanks to Flood, and that is the end of mid with God Ace finishing off Tanawat as well as Tuckmans. I don't know why, but I find that situation very hilarious. Not only did they go all the way there, got rid of their car to take a boat all the way there, the circle started going toward mainland as well, and I'm just like, oh well, how unfortunate, I guess. Not a great way to go. Myth is probably just SMH-ing right now.
It's because they were late to the party as it is. They know they're gonna be finding a lot of casualties. Oh no, Simon T! Looks like Matt is going to be able to find his mom, but inside as well on the other side. But Ronan is going to be the one to steal the kill away to up his kill score, denying our Ancient Predators from getting any more kill score for themselves. Flood gets tagged, had to fall back. Thankfully, Youngby was able to crawl into safety here for Goddess to pick him up, but they did lose Simon T, so it's a little bit unfortunate here. But that doesn't mean that BN United is out of the game just yet. But yes, coming back to what we were talking about Myth, right? It's more because, like I said, Myth was late to the party, so they know if they coming with a car, they're gonna be sprayed and they'll definitely die for it. So they try to take a gamble on trying to do this long rotation with the boats and hope that no one actually spots them out from the short beach. And but you know, they were already, like you said, there was 2 teams there. BN United was, they can hear the boat. Like, by the way, the boat is relatively loud as well. So
it's really
loud,
from
a mile away. And looks like P4 actually is gonna be knocked down by Alec.
I feel like we've seen that very same play happen during PUBG Challenger Rumble. I don't remember which team it was. But yeah, that's why I laughed, because I was laughing at that time too. But for now, Hungbo Dick will be getting a kill onto Klee. I'm pretty sure a lot of players are like, okay, Klee's out of the game. Finally, we don't have to deal with that guy who managed to get 3 sprays onto Team Fury earlier. CJ though has his sights onto SP, doesn't want them pushing into the circle. He is gatekeeping as hard as he can right now. But if you look at the map right now, you can see that Fury is going aggressive. But for now, let's hold that thought. But CJ there already knocked onto 6 stacks. SP not in a great position at all where he is right now. So CJ now, as the circle gets smaller, he is gonna have to push forward as well, and he'll be making sure that no one spots him off over to the left side. The circle actually just got smaller right now toward the bottom side of the hospital. You can see there, the team that's straight smack dab in the middle is actually Team Daytrade. That's a creepy doll. I just realized there's a creepy doll there.
Creepy doll or not, MSC. Chonburi in this case, one of the few returning teams previously, they actually rebranded the name, but taking a couple out, taking quite a heavy fire before they crash into the location, right into the dance of the lines of Daytrade. He prepped the nade, he cooked it as well. Thankfully, the teammate was able to get into the base of the house quick in time. They had to quickly heal up, patch their wounds before retaking back this fight, because the majority of the members of Daytrade are actually not in that building. They're actually still outside of the house. It's only Norris on the top floor. So the rest of the team still have time to go and try to flank them from behind, and maybe even try to sandwich them and flush them out with the necessary utility. AP taking the right call to try to fall back here. Maybe a little bit too much damage and too much unknown obstacle, especially since there's too many corners and angles for them to defend around that compound. And plus the circle is also like pushing them out a bit as well. So you're trying to preset from the side, but whoa, Zest! Trying to get a couple of parts of the Mad Dog, but Mad Dog finds a headshot you're trying to look for as well. Belmont joins into the spray, and Youngbi is going to be removed from the game alongside with the remaining members of BN United. 12 teams remain. This is by far the first time we see the majority amount of teams in the same, all the way to on 5th phase, by the way. More nades coming in, more utilities, and it looks like this fight is getting a little bit more dangerous here.
Oh my god, Van! That nade was so good! That nade from Disgusting was absolutely disgusting, but don't worry, because Chu will be able to pick up his teammate, no problem. Got no, though, nothing that happened. Throws out another grenade, and does not hit onto any of the teammates for now. Saloldi from CS managing to get to finish off point 8, and the thing is, Ban just got knocked down again. So unlucky. He needs to get out of there as fast as he can. These teams are just ferocious right now. You can see there, Flood though getting a knock onto Evil Patrick. Not a good place right now for Team AAP, but for now, Cerberus will be the team that will be going to the lobby for now. Oh my god, so unlucky. The fight's still going on there. Got New is he's pretty aware where the other teams are, but they're just trying to see if they can come back from the back. 307 going for the flank here. Wants to go in aggressive. You can see there, Looms though, knocked down. I think Jayers accidentally just knocked into him. Now more grenades come out. They want to flush these teams out of the warehouse. What is going on? There's so many things happening. 2 fights going on at once?
Yeah, all this fights are literally everyone is just trying to get control of the respective compound here. Looks like the thing is the tackle around is engaging towards Game Hong Adol. Game Hong Adol has no choice but to split out the forces here. But sadly, there's just too many teams for them to handle here, and this is why I was mentioning to you earlier, which team is able to react appropriately against crashes here for more than one team. But we're coming back to the next fight here, a 1-for-1 trade between AAP and the Fury, but Fury still continues to press on, going to the promo, but then he sort of reveals himself, and AAP will be removed from the game, and Fury will only sustain one small casualty, but UNP is still in the fight. So the sprays are not really connected as well. Chu's majority of the bullets was actually being blocked by the vehicle, and Van also removed from the game. UNP, they wanted to take this win. They managed to survive the initial onslaught, but now sadly they managed to still turn things around as Dan Blue and Hong Vodich will be able to secure this compound for themselves, for their sanctuary, for their anchor point before sieging into the circle. They did lose one of the members, unfortunately here. Thank God they didn't lose the second one. Still combatable, still doable as well. And looks like UNP needs to prepare for the next clash here, and that's gonna be between Fury. But Fury decided like, okay, we heard a lot of gunfire coming from that area as well. Let's not try to take that area as it may be a little bit too risky for us to take at this current moment. But quick scout being made by Flood to scout the area.
I'm just curious though, why did AAP stop in that area? In my mind when I saw that, I thought to myself, that's kind of a very open area. They want to stop there. So I wasn't really sure if they wanted to do that, and I was when they got shot at, I was like, okay, I don't know how they didn't see it coming, but it did. That positioning really paid off badly for them. They were just shot at from so many angles, they didn't even have a chance, especially against Fury. So for now, this is Cubs, though, still up there, high up in the building. He has to jump down, has no choice because the circle is pushing in, but for now, Shinvi from Easy though going aggressive, getting a knock onto Cubs, and Killa though finishing off Shinzi with that beautiful grenade, and Waikikamuka once in on the action, getting a knock onto Killa with a beautiful headshot inside as well, pushing in alongside them. Klee now back in the lobby thanks to Alec, but inside will be finishing off Alec as well. Ronan will be finishing off Alec as well as Cubs in the process. And oh my god, not a great time for Colony. Momonji is the only one still alive. He's sitting as quietly as he can inside of that container, just trying to see if he can get a pick before anything happens. He does notice one player up there, gets some knocks, some shots there out there, does a little bit of damage, but there's too many players of Fury, and inside will be finishing up Momonji, and the Colony will be taking 6th place so far. And right now we're actually seeing some pretty intense plays from Fury, and this is one of the matches, I believe, that we have seen Fury just go straight up aggressive like this. For now, more grenades are coming to the side of 36C.
It's really about getting control of the server.
Oh my god,
that UNP was able to bombard 36C into oblivion here. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have our top 4 team for this final circle, and of course MSC will finally be able to get into that top 4 position once again. To dictate that spot is going to be a little bit of a different story here. UNP managed to get back into the top 4, especially on day number 2. First time for the second day compared to yesterday when they were able to get there 5 times in a row. Let's see, will they be able to take that chicken dinner? Because the minute they do take that chicken dinner, instantly UNP by default would already secure that top spot and overwhelm AAP. If you're just looking for the number of kills that they have right now, UNP has a total of 83 kills alone. They only need 1 chicken dinner, and that's pretty much it. Fury, on the other hand, if they're able to kill every single one of them here and get a chicken dinner, they will also secure that rank 1 spot. But it's really in a situation where either one of these 3 teams out of the 4 teams that's currently existing in this top 4 is literally just 1 chicken dinner away from really getting that second one for themselves. It's only going to be Daytrade who will be receiving that first one should they win this. But anyway, a quick clash, a quick rush in, and the rest of the team, it might be getting a little bit too hectic here for the rest of the team, especially for Fury, Tosh.
Yeah, that's right here. Fury, though, gonna go aggressive once to crash into MSC. Javan, though, in trouble. He is just getting smoked out there. He's just trying to stay as high as he can away from the smoke, trying to minimize the amount of damage that he gets onto them. For now, though, you can see that Fury is actually very, very short. They're Fury right now. Just going, I mean, I've never seen them this aggressive before. So right now, you can see their inside wants to go aggressive, wants to go inside, just to try and flush out the team inside right now. MSC is just gonna just jump up to the 2nd floor if they can, but they're just getting bombarded left, right, and center with so many throwables. It's just almost annoying to deal with right now. I can see there one member is outside, actually going on prone. I believe that's Julio. So one wrong step and they might be just sprayed into oblivion. We may just see a repeat of what Klee did to them earlier. So for now, this is Nanzi. He can't really spot out the members of Fury because they're right underneath him. So for now, Javan though getting a knock onto Rona. Waikikamuka gonna knock his teammate back in exchange. Nanzi though getting a knock onto inside. This may not work out the way that Fury wanted it to be. Franzi though getting hit with such a lot of damage. 36 HP left. Still 2 members of Fury to deal with. Fury though staying real safe, and MS Strawberry looks like they want to push in. But Fury is in such a bad position right now because the circle is literally at their heels. Flood though now out of the count. And there's only 2 members left. Seat will be picked up. Ronan though already knocked down 1 member left, and we may just see the end here. Where is the final member? Waikikamuka, the only one left, and the rest are all gone. I don't know how Waikikamuka is gonna play this, but now Day has decided to join in on the action. They want to push forward as well. For now, I can see that Nanzi, I don't think he knows where exactly the other member of Waikikamuka is. He's actually sitting right in the back side of the car. We've seen this before happen. Waikikamuka getting a shot there onto Jalman. Oh my god, that was a smart play. I was not expecting that. But however, Fury will be
still, UNP is only coming to the fight ball. They're gonna be able to find Rogue and able to find the headshot he's trying to look for it as well. MSC suffering hard because they barely were able to recover, and Seed picking up the micro Uzi as well because it is the best weapon and most powerful weapon in close quarter as well. But now he is all alone among the other two other teams that's remaining alongside him, but he is only a one man in his only team, but he can be a one-man army if he plays his cards right. He just needs to hope that UNP and Daytrade actually focus on their attention on each other instead of him as well. But Daytrade, they know exactly where he is, but they also know that one of the members of Unicorn has already infiltrated their vicinity as well. Venotica got the S16 in hand. He's getting ready to pop anyone in the head. Seed is having his cursor aim at the door. The minute he hears any footsteps, he's literally gonna hold down the trigger and just spray and pray that everything works out in his favor. And Hong Vodich here is trying to see if he can scout it out. The reason why he's not really regrouping back with his team because he really wants to scout things out to see any exterior push coming from any of the remaining members of Daytrade here. But they're playing it close quarters. They got an S16 in hand with the M4 as well, holding the respective corners and the angle. This is phase 9 circle as well, so majority of them will be forced out into the open. And Hong Vodich is actually in the right position to actually pick them off here. But See, on the other hand, he's being forced out of the building. He really has no choice. He's on the highest floor as well. He's not going to be able to react in time. Gets spotted out by Norins, but he gets prone down in time. His normal first hit, he can try to do some form of damage. Blue Zone will definitely kill him. He will subject but that blue comes in with a quick rotation, with a quick climb from the second floor to get the pick off. Now down to a 1v3 flash. You gotta be quick here. Because if you're not, you're definitely gonna be having a fall. But a beautiful nade comes in and UNP secures that second chicken dinner. And of course, with the amount of kills that they have for themselves, they are definitely gonna be flying all the way to top rank #1.
Yes, that's right. That was an intense ending just now. It was actually so interesting how it was played. I have never seen a final circle played like that across buildings. So it was a very interesting way how these teams are playing it. So a Fury, though, I just realized one thing now that we're out of that match, they were forced to play aggressive. They had to because the circle was kind of pushing at their heels. While they could have played it, I don't think they could have played it any other way. It's just at the point that they just don't have the compound, they don't have the high ground. MSC was just better in terms of positioning at that point. But why Kikamukao though, with that final kill, hiding inside the car? We've seen that happen before. I wasn't sure if I was casting with you during PUBG Challenger Rumble, where I think it was Eagle 365 who was just kind of like resigned to the fact that they were gonna die. I think it was Chibirit. He was hiding in the backside of the car. Everyone was just passing by the car. They didn't even realize that he wasn't in the car, and then he managed, but he still died at the end. But it was still very funny it was still very funny, and it still worked out in their favor. So seeing that happen again makes me think that it's not the first time that players have used the backseat method in order to kind of hide and juke out other players and get kill.
Yeah, it's really quite the action-packed game that we were witnessing back at Challenger Rumble. But even here for the PC as well, it just keeps getting better. It keeps getting crazy as well. But finally, Tosh, we're done with the second last map, and this is the final one. This is the final one. In other words, it is the one last chance. Not sure. Maybe okay. Let's just do like a quick math calculation, right? Okay. So for those teams that has 2 chicken dinners right now, they only need 1 chicken dinner to really secure their spot, or at least overwhelm UNP to end this week as to rank #1. Teams like Fury, who has one chicken dinner respectively, they need to not only secure the second one but also increase the amount of kill scores. I'm talking about 30 kills, by the way, 30 kill count, or maybe 20 kill count. Fury ended the round with 58 kills in total alongside another team, whereas UNP ended it with 85. That's almost about 20 plus kills that they really need to catch on. Almost like at least two out of 6 of the lobby here in this case for some of the teams here. But it's gonna be quite the climb for them all.
Yeah, honestly, I doubt that Fury will be ending the week with the top spot, but I do admire the tenacity, and I think they'll be able to come back stronger next week for sure. As you said earlier, Team Fury is one of those teams that has quite a slow start, but they're not necessarily bad. They just need a little bit more time to just figure things out. And I think that's what we can say about a lot of teams as well. It just so happens that teams such as AAP, UNP, MSC, they're the kind of teams that adapt really, really fast. We've seen how they play. They're very fast. They're very aggressive. But the thing is, I'm starting to see some teams adapt Fury's gameplay where they play on the sides. Whereas Fury is starting to get into the circle a little bit early. They're not necessarily inside in the smack dab middle, but they're already inside at least. UMP though likes coming into the circle late. We've seen some really funny plays for today. I'm pretty much happy with all the plays that we've seen. We've seen moments, we've seen car chases, we've seen moments where the people just kind of honk at each other. We've seen some hide and seek moments. We've seen the moments where someone just hit in the car, just juked everything out. I mean, it's been hilarious, and I'm very much happy. I did ask for a lot of funny, interesting moments to happen, and you know what? There's never a boring moment in PCS5 so far.
It's definitely not the end, and we're going to be seeing a lot more here, but I'm a little bit concerned because in this final game before the ending of this first week of the PCS5 APAC here, there's going to be two tactics or two game styles that we're going to be seeing before the end of the day, and that's going to be, one of them is going to be the desperation push coming from one of these two teams, especially the one that's trying to secure the top spot, or we're going to be seeing a really passive, and I mean like way more passive and defensive than usual. Like something like what UNP was doing in the last round. Like UNP was playing so far back. They literally avoided as much fight as possible because they told themselves, we got a lot of kills. We got enough. Let's just play like what BN United is doing on Miramar. Just hold back, wait enough. We just get a chicken dinner, then we're totally fine.
I mean, if I could tell them one thing, is that maybe it's not about the kills. If that aggressive play is working out in their favor, you know what they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. If it's working really well for them, they should just keep doing it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, but the first 4 rounds hasn't been working out.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, I feel like their game style changed. That's why I feel. I mean, their aggressive plays yesterday was definitely something that I feel like it worked out for them. I mean, I did highlight that it does kind of bite them in the butt after a while because they do run out of throwables as well as resources, so they're gonna have to try and balance that. But when we came to this match, they went full out passive, and I was just confused. I was like, I asked for a balance, not full out go 360. I mean, go 180, you know. But either way, they still managed to get that chicken dinner. They have 2 right now, and this is the Alienware Player of the Match, week 1, match 11 here. This is Hung Vodik with 5 kills just now, with a kill proportion of 35.7. But the damage is actually pretty impressive, 691 damage with a 38.1% damage proportion, which absolutely makes sense. And I actually thought that the player of the game would be that blue or Chu, but I guess not. So what do you think? Okay, well, before we go into our final match of the day, I have a question for you.
All right,
what are you expecting? Like, for me, I have a feeling UMP is gonna try their hardest and their best to get the chicken dinner, but what about you?
No,
87 kills. I'm so sorry. That caught me off guard.
I know that's why I was saying like 80. They had 85 to 87 kills just now. That's why I said for Fury or any of the other team to really catch up is really they need to secure at least 20 plus kills or 30 kills to guarantee that they actually will take this win here. So actually, yeah, it's about 30 plus kills, not even 20 plus. It's literally 30 plus and above to really overwhelm them here, just to have, since they have the even amount of chicken.
That's almost the whole. I mean, that's like what, more than half.
That's like half the lobby, isn't it?
There's no way.
That's why I'm saying. So the worst part about it is this is only on a situation where UNP doesn't get any kills at all. So I mean that's like the best case scenario for them. So in other words, all the other teams really can only try to win by chicken dinners. Fury, however, they can only pray they kill half of the lobby and secure the second chicken dinner, then they should be fine. But the thing is this, although yes, it's always best to get a top spot, but even if the teams couldn't really get that top ranking, it's always better to secure at least the top 3, because the cash that you gain from each of these weeks for the top 3 spots is definitely not a small amount. It still allows you to make a comeback in the second and third week later on. So I think right now in Fury's mind, if they sort of resolve themselves in a way like, okay, we can't really overwhelm this team, then they can just focus on getting that top 3.
Yeah, that's right. For now, I'm not a fan of that flight path, but we'll see where the circle goes eventually. You see that the bottom side, the left side of the area is pretty much empty all the way from Alcantara, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, all empty, and we're seeing this circle again. Oh man, but look, he's in the middle of the circle. Los Leones, though, Fury's area, and I think they're pretty much happy with that. That's a big town, a lot of stuff to loot, and it's inside of the circle, so they don't have to worry too much about moving toward the next area. However, players outside of the circle, I don't think it's gonna be too much of a hassle to get there, but there's so many teams already inside of the circle. But here's the previous match, Leo. What do you think?
Well, the previous match it really came out. The thing is just about it as well is that Unicorn really had the initial information on 36 Cartel. Like you know they already had the information the minute they started beginning to cook those nades. You know for a fact that okay, they're in a ditch, we can start throwing the nades in, and some of those nades were really so good. They were really great nades that already came in, and like it's already difficult as it is to deal with like players when you have the whole team throwing nades into a hole or into a ditch that your team is currently hiding in. It's pretty much a death sentence for you. And UNP really played the patient round, like. As aggressive, like you said as well, like you thought they actually changed their game style. The first 3 rounds, they actually didn't really change it. It was still, they were still trying to be as aggressive as possible. It's just that the runners that they had, the position they were actually being placed in, and the nature of the circle didn't really favor them as much. So it was only in the 5th round they just sort of resolved themselves. All right, guys, it's time. It's not working out anymore. We have to fix this right now. We have to make things change it back into our favor here. So they decided to play the long round. Really waited it out. Like and this is not the first time they actually did it in map. They actually did it in map number 3 on the second map of Erangel. They did the same thing, but they still had a bad run-in with multiple teams at the same time. It's just that this time they played it way more far back, and it really worked out for them. They can try to do it again, but they can try to do it again to really secure the round. But this is Marama. And they want to try to, they really want to go for positioning. Hence why you see their position is more in the central part of the map here.
That I'm actually really surprised that not only just AAA has 3 spots in the top 5 here, but I'm surprised that not a single member of AAP made it. I thought that we might be seeing CJ up in here, but I guess not, considering that we did see their performance, or kills rather, from Miramar. I feel like this is definitely not AAP's map. So it may be a little bit more hard for them to actually do anything, but here is a top 5 kills for week 1, match number 11 there. You can see there Hung Vudik there with 5 kills, as well as UNP Chu. There's 2 members of UNP here, but also 2 members of Fury there. We have Flood as well as Insight, 4 kills each, with Insight be having the lowest amount of damage, 397. But in the middle there, we have Rogue Nanzi with 4 kills with 624. But you know what, speaking of Fury, right, I feel like Flood and Insight have such a great chemistry, and seeing them play, right, when Flood pushes forward, you already see Insight already taking going flank, already making sure that he has his teammates back. That is a kind of chemistry that I like to see from a lot of teams, and you know, it just really shows why they're the best. But you know what, maybe we'll see more of that from other teams. For now, this is Evil Patrick noticing a member of MSC right in front of him, but deciding not to take the shot as he is all alone over there, because he's not really sure where exactly the other members of MSC are.
And the thing is this, they really do not want to challenge them either, because he's like you said as well, not only do they not have enough information on where the rest of the team is, but they really do not want to reveal themselves to anyone else. Like the worst, because right now where they actually drop right now is actually relatively close by to a lot of other teams as well. And this is Miramar, and this is not really the highlands part of the map. It's actually more of the lower terrain here. So a lot of people will be able to pick them off from quite the distance as well. So anyway, a couple of pot shots, sadly no knocks, but as long as they force them to use utilities and mats here, I guess that's a sort of a win here, because really the reason why day trade is such a nuisance on maps like this, or it's just being a nuisance as it is because they keep forcing teams to use their heals, to use their mats, to use their utilities constantly every single time. And by the time they get to the final circle for that last final battles, they just be like, guys, we only got like 1 first aid kit, or we don't have any heals anymore, or any utilities. We use it a lot just to save our teammates or just to heal up from the engagement that we have. So this is like one of the few things that in Battle Royale. Like for all these other teams, like if you can't get a knock, but you're able to force them to use heals, that's still it's still a win for the team as it is.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, this is UNP though. I think UNP really wants to end the week with a win if possible. They have the highest amount of kills. They're right now at #1, and I think their game plan is not only just to get chicken dinner, but if possible, if say they were to get knocked out, they want to stop any of the teams with 2 chicken dinners from getting a third, just from stopping them from getting that that top spot. Because I feel like UNP really deserves it, especially with the number of kills. But as we said many times, how many did I say? Is that the name of the game is the amount of chicken dinners. You are chasing for the chicken dinners and not the kills. So for now, Colony PH is all the way up to Torre Al Humada at the top there. They're actually, I think, the furthest away from the map. So they're going to have to quickly make their way down there soon. Myth is also quite a ways away. And Dave, you notice one player, Vonautica, is inside. I think they're keeping an eye out for 36 Cartel. Some shots there are being shot out. I hear it, but I'm not too sure which team is currently fighting. I think it's the side of Cerberus over there. So if we can hear it over here, UNP definitely knows too. But I don't think they wanted to pick up a fight too early. I mean, we've seen them play a little bit more aggressive. We miss aggressive UNP, but I think it may be for the best because they want to make sure that in terms of survivability, they want to make sure that all their supplies actually manages to last them until the end.
Oh, surviving all the way to the end is definitely going to be quite the challenge for these teams here. Just trying to find the right location and just try to sustain is just really hard to do. But whoa, Sunshine! It's been I believe this is actually the first okay, maybe not the first time. Maybe I guess the second time
it's very rare.
Say Ryu actually knocking someone out of a distance. I mean, it's not really, Solo Z wasn't really in a vehicle, but just able to just deny some of the members here. I think it's really great stuff coming from Say Ryu. They even overwhelmed Eagle 365 as well in terms of kill caps.
Yeah. I mean, like, when you think about it, Seiryu, they have potential. We've said this so many times. They have potential, but they're still very, very new, very young. They don't have the experience just yet. I mean, when it comes to experience, it's very important. I feel like it's very rare for a team to just join a big tournament and immediately do well, because the only experience they've had is playing with Southeast Asian players. They've never played against BCP. They've never played against, Vietnam. So, it's a very different, it's a very different experience. Cherry, they're throwing out some warning shots. They're like, yeah, I'm over here, guys. Don't shoot me, please. Please don't do that, because I don't really want to fight y'all right now. Clearly, they're not really in the mood, but I think Easy is definitely in the mood. They still have their eyes on them, though. You can see that Khalid is just checking the gyro over there, trying to get some damage onto Cherry. But not quite hitting his shots. I think it's actually quite ballsy though when you think about it, because Easy is all the way up there on the high ground. Sorry, 36C is all the way up on the high ground, and Easy is just like, I don't care where you are. Oh, that grenade though. Damages Klee just a bit. I don't know if he's learned his lesson yet. I think he still wants to pick a fight if possible.
I don't blame you for saying that they actually were for saying Easy is actually being ballsy, and I totally agree they are being ballsy for actually trying to engage them from the low ground as well, since he has a high vantage point too. But what Easy is actually doing, if you notice, they're actually just sieging the guy, because they just noticed for a fact that since he's on such a high ground, they assume that he actually dropped there and he has no vehicles at all. Which is correct. Right. He has no vehicle at all. His teammate, that car that was actually right next to him, that pickup truck, was actually his teammate coming in to pick him up. So they were hoping that he will eventually siege down. They will actually descend down the mountain naturally, and they can pick up a free kill. But after seeing such an amazing accurate grenade, and of course because they are based at the mountain as well. We see this 36C member just let gravity do his work naturally. And the grenade just naturally rolled in, but of course a beautiful trigonometry aim did allow the precision of the nade to land accurately as well, to force them back. So really cool stuff coming from 36C. But right now, like I said, this is Miramar. The game's a lot more longer. The playstyle's a lot more longer than Erangel. And of course, since this is the last map of the night for week number 1 as well, or any chance to rack up any points for the total coins, to gain any total coins here. This is the one where everyone is definitely going to be a lot more defensive or desperate.
Look how all the teams are coming on for the top side, but Fury though will be the ching a winner for this round. They're smack dab in the middle of the circle, but we've talked about this so many times. Being in the middle of the circle not necessarily be an advantage, but for now, like Maxona's now going aggressive, getting a knock onto GHD 3007 there. Got Noe throwing out some smokes there. Just smoke out all the other members for now. Disgusting though, running over his teammate 3007 now out of the count. What the heck happened over there? But Disgusting will be able to finish off Maxonas, and that is the end of that, I guess. But for now, you can see that all the teams just rushing into the circles as the play area will be restricted in about 5 seconds for now. So teams from the bottom side will be very comfortable. They don't have to worry too much about pushing in. They only have to worry about what's in front of them instead of the backs.
Yeah. All angles are just all angles, especially from the rear end, and doesn't really from the rear guard doesn't really have to worry too much about it. They just have to really find. Here on the other hand, La Bandita UMP did get spotted out a little bit by a lot about Chonburi. I mean, besides the fact that I did mention that they actually rebranded their name from as Chonburi here. Of course, they did have a little bit of a roster change here, but of course, the most constant, the most like consistent member is definitely going to be Rogue Nancy for Chonburi. Is actually one of the members called Joeman. Joeman has been Buriram's fifth member or substitute member for
was he?
two PC. Yeah, for two, actually got their two-time champions as well. Anyway, before we talk about that, the car actually got picked up, so they got no somebody away from the vehicle. Quick spray down coming in for 6 seconds. Wait, to find one. Spot out Seed, but because of Seed's sacrifice as well, he will be able to allow his other teammate to be able to get out in time. But then again, Simon T was able to backstand another member on the long side here. Day Trade Venom was with Buriram for 2 PCS in a row, right? But they never really got to show. It was his moment to showcase his skill. Everyone knows his skills as well, but everyone assumed that his blades had actually gotten a little bit rusty, since for the past few PCS he has only been a sub player, not the main player.
Right.
Now he's the main player for MS Chonburi.
Yeah, I don't blame him though. I mean, everyone wants to be able to play if they can, but for now, the circle though will be taking like half the side of those Leones, with Fury still inside of it. Somehow Fury is buying the circle this time around. They have gained the favor of the circle gods this time around. Hopefully it keeps going that way. Simon T though, one of the very well this past few matches, giving him the title of the best player for the team a few times. So I would really like to see another team that doesn't have a chicken dinner get a chicken dinner. Then that way we'll just, I don't know, the team on top will be like, oh, we thought it was gonna be for us. Oh well. We're gonna see some collective sighs of reliefs from those teams such as AAP, AABN, or you know, just so that they don't have to worry too much about it. Or Team MS, and then Team Fury, MSC 36C can just be like, okay, we have to work harder next week, I suppose. But Day though, today, get it? Has been playing really well. I mean, they're actually very consistent. I mean, you did mention that they are actually one of those teams that were blocked before from Team Buriram. So, you know, now that we actually get to play, it's there, but luck is just definitely on their side.
Speaking of luck as well, things are looking a little bit uptight for the colony here, as multiple teams are actually hammering it down. Archangel Predator once again. It's actually they finally had the run in on this very last map, and looks like BN United is going to be the one that's starting the clash, and it's going to be in the hands of Simon T. Couple of pot shots, couple of tags, some connections. Thankfully, no knocks so far. Even Patrick, however, got a little bit too gotta be a little bit careful there, my friend. Getting you, they can try to save you, but then it's going to be quite the risk. Quick meds being popped in. Like I said before, they couldn't get the knocks is unfortunate, but the fact that they can force them to use their medications is totally fine with it. They're totally happy, they're totally sustained with this. More flags are coming in. Chloe is taking a little bit too much damage, but how? Was able to find Disgusting and gun him down. That's going to be another member from Game Home Adong removed from the game here. And of course, courtesy of members of Ryu to ensure that 2 members of Game Home is actually going to be heading to bed relatively early as well. Actually, no. They're from Southeast Asia, so they will actually be going to bed right now. It's currently like 10:35 p.m. on outside here, so I think they're definitely going to be heading to bed right now.
Oh my god, the circle actually is favoring Fury still, but despite Fury actually having that compound, the ones that be smack dab in the middle is not them. Botso running for his life, running away from that nade. They're gonna have to juke it up back and forth. More nades coming in there. They're just trying to see if they can avoid that as much as possible. They're just playing a little bit of a tap dance there. They're like, friends, dance, please, base up guns. We're gonna be using grenades. So they're gonna move back and forth, just trying to juke that out as well. Not too sure where the other members of AAP are are. I'm pretty sure they are close by. Yep, they are. They're on the other side of the area just yet. God Ace though noticing these players right on that side, and I don't think they're aware that that DN actually has sights on them. When I look at this terrain, on top is AAA. Wow, that is such an amazing drive right now. Chonburi though now out of the fight as Flood though takes some finishes them off. Here we go again after killing Eagle 365. I think it's Hansi over there. After just healing more grenades, Hansi now knocked it down, and Cheeber is just running to help his teammate, and Jayers still has his eye on him just in case someone plays with 909 though, right on cue, right there. Some sprays come out, but not quite hitting the vehicle just yet. They're going to be turning away and running away. They're just going to be leaving Hansi there. They don't want to fight that. They don't want to go against AAA, who's right now on the very top of the terrain. Another grenade comes out. Will it actually hit? Another right in the little corner right under there, making sure that no one can see them from the top. But now they're kind of stuck, though. They're kind of boxed in. And from the other side, the Chu will be seeing out Chibier.
Oh, no.
Will be knocked out. And Vandal 9 now down and out of the count. And Chu will be finished off Chibier. And Hansi is now out. One member left of Eagle 365. Jexy barely making it out alive.
This game has not been today or at least this week has not been kind to Eagle 365 at all. The run list has been really absolutely terrible for him. Like I said before, the crash, their ability to crash into another compound or into another team has not been. I guess you could say there is some slight improvements, especially since from PCS4, but like not right now. It's still, but it's not improving enough for them to come back here. Although yes, swift decision to abandon Hansi in that situation, but they just couldn't really work out because UNP started third party into the fight, and that just makes it so difficult for Eagle 365. They made beautiful nades are slightly and naturally rolling down. P45's Mad Dog. Probably that nade is going to be the final finisher here. Oh no! Barely misses him as well. Thankfully the car is able to block some of the damage. Finally it explodes, but Carls will be coming to deliver the final nail in the coffin for Mad Dog. And the fight continued to pursue on. Looks like Jay was able to find UNP, and same goes on Gloops. Two main carries. Inside UNP is currently knocked down, but even the action continues to pursue on the Cartel and our Age of Predator. They are fighting for their lives. Evil Patrick, their backline support, must once again prove and defend his team so they can still be in this game and continue to survive all the way. He did it before. Hopefully he can do it again. But looks like Cherry will be the one that had the final say, and our Angel Predators will be heading back to bed to rest for the week, as they have done all they can. And right now I just hope that no other team will be able to catch up with the close score or get another chicken dinner to really push them out of the rankings.
Yeah, that's right. For now, though, let's have a look here. 7T, though, noticing the other members of Series, we were just praising them just earlier, and they just get caught out. It's just so unlucky. They are just at the wrong places at the wrong time. So for now, there are Columns, though, managing to finish off. Actually, no, Colony, though, finishing off Stereo. Esports and Jacob, though, will be able to barbecue the heck out of Clee back to the lobby. And Tanawat will be finishing off Smell. It looks like two members of Easy, I believe. Yep, no, one member of Easy is left, and it's just so unlucky for them. It's just really needed that she can win it. For now, Jexy now in trouble with only 3 HP left, and P is there though. But Jexy though still manages to finish off Van. My God.
Still pushing down the line. Sadly, we had to say goodbye to Easy Esport as well, who's also going to be tucked to bed at night. And the rest of the team is just trying to pursue it on. South team was able to find Killer, knocks him down. Even finds Alec in the process as well. Through the smoke. He never saw it coming, but he had the line of sight prep and he goes to the spray down. The rest of the team are trying to set up the smoke trails, but the rail and hails of bullets are so strong. They have no choice but to abandon Killer. But looks like Corey's gonna be the one to steal the kill away. It's not just being united in this onslaught. The smoke trail that was initially used for their cover is now becoming literally a target zone for any teams that's in the vicinity to pick them off. And unfortunately, Cops was actually removed from the game, but still the rest of the team was able to pick up the rest of the members, and they do have the vehicle sort of preset for them to go for to try to escape. Fury did have one of the members knocked down, but I believe they're going to be able to pick them out shortly as well. Zest had a lot of the bullet fire coming from the high grounds as well, and UNP, despite losing 3 of their members, Hongwo Ditshire is still trying to see if he can get racked up as many kills as possible, because the more lead he creates for himself and his team here will at least try to solidify that top spot. But Fury, of course, not too far behind. alongside with Attack All Around and BN United. They just need to kill 30 more people, or at least try to get that third chicken dinner, then they will be able to overwhelm the team.
Yes, that's right now. The circle favoring the side of Day Trade as well as CS. They have a nice compound over here, but Tanawa though will be the one sending White Kamuka back to the lobby. Zest though notices Caleb's out, and Simon T will be the one to finish him off. Actually, Colony is not in a great spot right now. Looks like Alec will be the next one following Momonji, the only one left. More sprays coming out toward him. You see that Momonji is just so desperate right now. Doesn't know where to go, what to do. It's just a matter of time right now. Tino is going on aggressive toward Fury right now. Taking some damage from the other members of Fury. Has to back up a little bit just to heal up a little bit. But if you see there, Fury inside though, getting knocked out of the game thanks to zigzags. Tino is so low right now. Thankfully being able to heal up right now. Gems though, noticing a car over there, but not too sure if anyone is still around. But Colony, if you see there, taking 11th spot for the night. So the fight still goes on now. UMP Hung still alone. Notices that AAA is actually moving out of the area. Finds it safe for him to finally push forward and go into the circle. AA though now has their sights onto GHD right now. Beautiful grenade from Cloris just manages to not move down to the ground, but he's not down yet. But beautiful Cloris just comes up from the car. It is sprayed to their legs right over here. Goodbye legs. You can see there right now. Hong just trying to see if he can pick out any players from where he is right now. He does notice some movement, but he doesn't really want to pick a fight just yet, just in case he actually gets someone out. For now, as Team AAA still remains busy with GHD right in front of them. JRs though, in so much trouble. There we go. Hong Bojic getting a knock onto one member. Wants to finish him off, but he's taking a lot of damage from the circle. Has to heal 12 HP left. And that is the end of UNP.
Okay, UNP definitely out of the competition, thankfully as well. Fury did lose two of the members as well in that engagement between Myth and Sharper Esports at the same time. But looks like a couple of fries. It looks like Ron is also going to be removed from the game as well. The Mirado is currently smoking as well, and Flood, the one man who managed to make plays after plays for the teams. But I think even for this guy alone, against this many teams and with their members respectively, it could be a little bit too much to ask. BN United is also trying to retaliate a little bit back, trying to minimize their competition as much as possible. Currently, the only teams remaining that could really overwhelm UMP is either triple Attack All Around, BN United, or Fury. And Fury looks like, and the thing is, Fury chances of even trying to overwhelm or even trying to get the top 3 looks a lot more slimmer than usual here. If he managed to get chicken dinner with just one member alone, then that's pretty much enough for him to elevate and get the top 3. But I don't think that's, unfortunately as well, to be the bearer of bad news as well. I don't think he's going to be able to get that. He's going to be able to secure that top spot. It's going to be a really difficult battle and an uphill climb for him. But he is playing relatively quiet, and of course the circle does favor him slightly as well. So he can still chill at the edge of the circle, then wait for the right moment to really pounce on top of the prey here. But Day Trade, they are loving it. I love the combat that they're currently in. Great amount of cover, a lot of great picks, and they're also able to spot out any enemies who want to crash into them as well.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually ends tonight with a chicken dinner just because of their low area. But we've seen moments where, teams do mess up somehow. So we may just give them a benefit of the doubt for now. But for now, Jers, though, some sprays thrown out there, but not quite enough to actually knock anyone out of the game just yet. You can see that in the circle, only Mid's at the very bottom. Flood is at the very end, and they smack dab in the middle. BN as well as AAA is still outside the circle. It looks like BN wants to stop them from actually moving forward into the circle. It may look really far in the map, but it's actually right close by, and they're able to see right across the map, right across the area right over there. So so BN right now. Whoa, hang on, let's hold on to that thought. Tanawa though, getting a knock onto Hima's 9 HP left. Not knock, sorry, getting a lot of damage onto Hima's 9 HP left. Gonna have to go prone and quickly heal up as much as he can. How fast Mid reacts is just so insane right now. Just catching me off guard. And Day is just like, haha, y'all just fight out there. We'll be chilling inside our little villa here with no one, with all this covered. No one's gonna be able to get us. But for now, I can hear some shots there coming from the side of, I'm not too sure from the side of who actually. I think it's Day just shooting toward Bao Nam at this point. More smokes coming out just to give them a little bit more cover. But you can see that where BN is The circle is slowly pushing into them. They have to move. They have no choice. They're gonna make a run for it as fast as they can. But Zest takes a lot of damage. But meanwhile, sees Flood down, getting a knock onto Young B. But the one who will be getting the kill onto Young B will be Gems. And Norans though managing to knock Zest out with a grenade. Flood though getting another knock onto 17. Got Ace back in the game. Will be throwing out a smoke just to give him a little bit of cover and will be reviving his teammates.
It's really cool as well because like like I told you before, it's so difficult for them to really siege this compound on day trade. It really takes a lot of smoke trails and a lot of vehicle to really crash into the line side because with the positioning that day trade members have sort of set for themselves, they are prepared to really retaliate and of course give the necessary information and have the great communication to really fight back. Good knock. That's gonna be forcing Timothy and the rest of the team to fall back to go back behind the car here. They can't really press forward here. A tackle around is getting ready to engage from the sideline. Fury's still alive, but Ghost gets picked up by Flash and instantly gets picked up once we're down. This is an impenetrable fortress that Day Trade Gaming has sort of set for themselves in this compound. It really takes all the teams to push it at once.
Wait, is it really though? Wait.
Quick push one of the buildings, but Sally's not going to be enough as a tackle around will be removed from the game, and Day Trade, the last member, will have to survive alone here as the rest, as his two other teammates got literally overwhelmed by being united. One final desperate attempt of pushing into the building.
Oh my god, as you said that, Leo, impenetrable, immediately they're like, nah, man, we're gonna rush it.
And then I said it will take all the teams to really divert their attention for one person to get in, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not trying to dismiss you. Sorry, it was just funny. The timing. I'm so sorry. The timing was just so funny. But yeah, I mean, like, well done. That rush though really caught me off guard as well. Like, I didn't expect they would actually just run inside, and I think it just caught Day Trading, off guard as well. I was actually kind of disappointed because in my mind, I had the idea that Day would actually be getting this match so easily, but right now Day, we still have 2 members. Not impossible, but as you can see here, we still have another 4 teams left. BN with 3, Myth with 3, Day with 2, and Fury with 1. Flood is one of Fury's, I would say, more aggressive and more, I think this is definitely one of the better players for sure. So I mean, I've never seen a situation where Flood is the last one alive. So this will definitely be very, very interesting here. So it looks like Baonam is very happy right now. They're like, okay, we have 3 members. We have the fortress. We're smack dab in the middle of the circle. We have all the angles we need. But we have Myth there, still with 3 players. Days only with 2 players, but they do have another building in the compound. So we're just going to have to see how this plays out.
It's gonna be quite the challenge as well, especially like the thing is Flood really can only hope that the three other teams will be more prioritizing on each other instead of Flood itself. He's playing a really dangerous game as he's really hugging the circle as long as possible. This is phase 9, by the way, so it hurts a bunch as well. And I don't think he has enough first aid or even the position to really get the necessary heals up. BN United Simultaneously definitely had the line of sight, but they really want to try to focus on the current team that's currently ahead of them as well. The opponents has already sort of occupied the respective buildings, getting ready for the timing. It's just a matter of which building the blue zone will be hitting first, and will be forcing out the team outside into the open before them. Once that opportunity comes in, BN United will have to BN United, Day Trade, or even Myth would have to take that opportunity to try to spray out as many members as possible. Zest, those are decided to position themselves alongside behind here of Flood. They really do not want Flood to really try to get the backstep behind as the nades started coming in. But Puchis was able to find Flood and instantly remove him from the game. And it looks like it's only up to BN United to overwhelm UNP if they really want to try to do it. They do have the numbers. It's evenly matched. It's evenly equal with Mate in Thailand as well. But even the scoreline here, the chances of winning looks like it's going to be in the favor of BN United. I mean, because of their history and their capabilities from their past histories as well. Hence why the percentage is a lot more high compared to Myth. But you know, percentages, these are all predictions. It all comes up to this one final moment.
Exactly. So for now, here's this. Looks like Myth is gonna try and jump onto the building beside where Day is currently inside. Because they're trying to see if they can get the high ground. And by getting the high ground, it'll be so easy for them to pick out some kills. But for now, you can hear there are a lot of shots coming out, some bombs coming in. Zaz has to move back a little bit just to make sure that he doesn't take any damage. So I think each team right now, they're just stuck inside the building. They don't want to go out. But now some sprays coming to the side of Duckman. Duckman's taking some damage right over there. But God Ace, though, will be the one knocked first. Duckman, once he falls down, he will be taking a lot of damage here. Let's see who lasts the longest in this circle. Phase number 9, some sprays come out. Zez now bleeding to death. Day coming outside, though.
No way!
So see, Pucci was just spraying the heck out of her, but Tana was on top. And here is the end. Myth will be ending the final match of day 1 with the final chicken dinner. Oh my god, no! I am caught off guard here. I did not see that Tanawa was all the way up there. That is like serious 300 IQ. With having all those other players jump down, leaving one on top as they're distracted by all the other players down there, all Tanawa has to do is just spray.
Yes, but in the end, despite Myth taking the win, the one that is the real winner for this week is actually going to be Unicorn Phoenix Danang. Hence why you see the members are really cheering it out because they don't really care. They don't really care who takes the win here as long as isn't any of the initial top 4 members here.
Exactly.
And since all top 4 actually killed each other off, all that was left was just for Myth to really clean up the house on BN United. And that's exactly what they hoped for. And they were really satisfied with this. The amount of cash they earned in this week alone is 17K here for themselves. Such a big lead, by the way, because guys, the reason why everyone's trying to earn that winner chicken dinner, the number that have the highest winner chicken dinner is because the one that has the highest at the end of the week will be receiving the weekly prize here. The one who has the most, I guess you could say, in the long run, the one who has obtained the most amount of cash for themselves at the final week of the PCS5 here will be the one crowned champion, and of course, getting that nice front row seat in the PGC.
Yes, that's right. Honestly, what a great way to end the night. I think that's why. I think, honestly, even though the chicken dinner was not, VN United's, as you said earlier, they're just like happy. They're just like, yeah, we finished the night. We may not have won, but we stopped BN United from getting the chicken dinner. And I think that was their only goal. Because as I mentioned earlier, it's either they get the chicken dinner or they stop the teams that need it from getting it, and in a way it kind of helped team Myth get it as well. But I just feel really bad for Day. It started off so good for Team Day Trading, I believe. Like, it just seemed like they had the favor of the circle. I did say earlier that it will be almost impossible for them to not get the circle. To not get the chicken dinner. But I was absolutely wrong. I did not expect BN to actually just rush in like that. It just caught me off guard, and it really shows, like what you said earlier. PUBG Challenger Rumble was just a small pond, and you go to PCS5 and you see all of these insane plays, and you are absolutely, I mentioned the word, I noticed that the word you say a lot is gamble. These players gamble a lot. These players have to figure out they want to drop.
It's the real truth. There's no other word to really put out here. I mean, sure, I could change the word and say they are taking, really risky actions or whatsoever, but in the end, everyone knows exactly that. It's just it really comes down to certain gambles and certain bets that really sort of make for themselves with that decision making that they make here. Because in the end, it's whatever action they choose to do is really a high risk and high rewards kind of situation here. So in the end,
that's right.
And of course, all the other teams can't really hope for the best scenario or the best outcome, because there will be times where something unexpected will come into the plan here, and it's how well the team is able to adapt to those situations. So far, we already sort of able to zone out the majority of the teams. And like, I'm serious. Normally, I would say some teams would have the ability, will have that capability, but no, it's literally a majority. This is the first time I'm saying this. A majority amount of teams are able to adapt to certain changes into the plan here. It's just that it really,
I agree.
It gets really tiring, especially when it gets towards the end of the day. The amount of focus, the hyper focus that the team really have to really keep track on a lot of things: positioning, team tracks, how many kills, where is the last known location, the sounds that they're receiving, the names and utilities that they have for themselves. All this needs to be constantly had to be kept track for among the players, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're exhausted for this. But it's been one hell of a week, Tosh. Is an absolutely insane time.
Yes, that's right. It's been absolutely insane. I am very, very happy seeing the outcome of this week. Big congrats to Team Unicorn there. Not only for getting another chicken dinner just to put themselves up there, but also just solidifying their lead against the other teams. Probably we're gonna see more next week for sure. It'll be Thursday and Friday as well as usual. But for you guys at home who want more PUBG action this weekend, we are gonna see some more matches, I believe, from Asia as well as Americas, if I'm not wrong, Yololi.
Yeah, it's gonna a lot of great stuff is definitely gonna be coming in, and we're gonna be, and also at the same time while we're discussing as well, we're waiting actually for the final updated leaderboard, week match or global leaderboard here for ourselves here, because we are across the first region to actually finish the first week alongside. I mean, Americas is on the way. We have Europe and Asia is going to be happening tomorrow, but we are.
Oh, that's right, one. Europe, yeah. Yeah, so that's right. Honestly,
so we're going to see our leaderboard later on, and I'm going to be excited to see who's. I mean, we sort of already know who's the winner, with UNP for sure. I'm more interested.
Well, you do want to see the rest,
top
though.
Three. Yeah, the
yes,
top 3.
That's right. So before we move on to that, I have a quick question for you, Yololi. I'm sure you're very familiar with all the scenes of PUBG here in the global side. So out of all the regions right now, which region do you think currently has the most interesting playstyle?
Interesting playstyle. Oh, this is very unique because like oh my god. Okay, so the thing is we have Americas and Europe's the team's playstyle has always been more like bulldozing into the fights content. Of course, yes, there are still methodical plays and calculative setups, but there's a lot more bulldozing here. And the viewers loves it as well, because they're like, yo, bulldozing, I love action, I love fights. But the thing is the difference between our APAC bulldozing and their bulldozing is just that their bulldozing, there's a lot more control, there's a lot more confidence. It's not overconfidence. It's like the team knows that if I go into that 1v5, I'm definitely going to come on alive and win that fight, that kind of thing. And in Asia, everything is calculative. Everyone is so methodical. Everyone is so calculated in that situation. But anyway, enough of that questioning. Let's look at the total leaderboard for this week alone. Of course, Unicorn's going to be taking top spot with 2 chicken dinners, and of course ending the week with 89 kills on top of that.
31 kills ahead of number 2.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot.
But honestly, that's a lot. It's really a lot of kills. Their aggression is definitely paying off. But what really caught me off guard, attack all around right out of nowhere, just comes up and just steals a 3rd place spot. And I really did not expect that. But let's have a look at the Alienware Player of the Week here for PCS APAC Week 1. It's gonna be Van for UMP here. He's gonna be getting a special prize, I believe here. Sorry, not a special prize. He's getting a different one. He's gotten a total of 30 kills for this week, which is insane. Out of 89, he's gotten 30 of that with 8.7k total damage.
Yeah. It's massive amount of damage. Seriously,
a
lot of stuff has been done here. For the side here of UNP, but the thing is, it's all accumulated damage, and of course, all this amazing post-game graphics, of course, powered by Alienware. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. But yes, coming back to things, Van. Like, it's not just Van, and alongside with Chu, these two alone although yes, Chu wasn't really initially from Phoenix Gaming, he was actually from somewhere else, but like they still were able to work hand in hand. Like I said, it's all about really finding that right partner, the right team that has a really similar wavelength with you, and also have a really similar chemistry to really make all these crazy plays happen, and it really pulled it off. And the thing is this, I'm not sure how long they have been collaborating, because they actually Unicorn Cyber and Phoenix Gaming actually combined together in the month of March. So I guess you could say they had literally 6 months, half a year, to really prep things out for PCS5 here, and they're really making it work.
Right, so for now, this is the prize leaderboard for week 1 here, with UMP bringing home $17,000. Archangel Predator will be bringing back 12, and Attack All Around just so happy to beat our 3rd place with $8,500. Wow, United 7,000, Fury with 5,000, $4,500 goes to MSC, and Myth will be getting $3,500. That's quite a lot of money for week one. And honestly, that $17,000 really solidifies their lead above the other teams as well. You know, in terms of like kills, chicken dinners, they're also ahead in terms of cash. This is gonna be a hella big advantage for them. You know, when I talk about a lot of teams, right, a lot of gameplays and stuff, like there are many tournaments where a lot of teams, they just kind of take it easy in the first week. They just kind of get a feel. They just want to kind of like try to see what they can do, try and read the situation. But you know, when you have teams like UNP, right, they just go all out even from the beginning. It just makes it so comfortable for them, which means like after this, you know, they don't have that high pressure so far just to collect kills like what Fury is going through right now. If they want to get number one, not only do they need a chicken dinner, but they also need quite a lot of kills to break that tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's a lot. There's basically pros and cons to a lot of things. Whether having more kills, being aggressive, having a really great and aggressive start. There's literally I wouldn't say there's really a balance to all of these kind of things, because in the end, like a lot of teams, like the only time where a team can only say like, yes, getting a lot of kills is great, being aggressive is also great. But that's only that. But a team can only make that statement if they actually have the points and the scores to really back up that statement itself.
Yes.
So the fact that we see Unicorn with ending the week with 89 kills, if they want to tell people like, yes, starting aggressive is great, no one is gonna question them. No one's gonna say like, oh, you're wrong. No one's gonna do that, because they are the one that still won. They're still the one that owned the week number one. But of course, there's still 2 more weeks here. Teams, for being United, and like I said before, they only need to be top 8, secure their seating as the top Vietnamese team to go into PGC. But they could try to. But I'm not too sure, because I'm really curious where if BN United does secure championship spot and get the seating through the normal way, right? Does that mean the top Vietnamese team option passes down to the other Vietnamese team? I'm really curious about this one. I really need to do a lot more. I need to ask Xenox and then the rest of the crew on what do they think about this one, because if according to logic it should be that way, but I'm really excited to see how it goes. But you know, Tosh, it has been one hell of a weekend here from week number 1 here for the PCS. But you know, all great things must comes to an end. That's pretty much it before we sign up. But by the way, Tosh, anything you want to say to our amazing viewers?
Oh no, thank you so much for spending time with us, and don't worry guys, next week we'll be back for more PUBG action on Thursday as well as Friday, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see who will be next week's king of PUBG Continental Series 5. I'm Tash alongside Yola Lee, and good night everyone.